Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to the 2021 Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom Competition presented by Syndicate. My name is Tony Lightfoot, your announcer for this event, and we're so glad to have the pleasure of your company for the next couple of days' worth of professional water ski slalom. We have both the women and the men present. And there it is, the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. There's our format and our schedule for the day. We're going to start at 8 a.m. with the round one of Pro Women. Then we're going to go into the second round of the first round of Pro Men. I do apologize. And then we go from there. 33 total participants, of which there are 12 female competitors and 21 male competitors. All right then, folks. So, a lot of people getting ready with their go out there on the slalom course. Just scanning round a few of the sights and sounds of this competition, which is proved to be a popular addition to the pro calendar. A lot of competitors from around the world are present here, and some competitors that are relatively new, some from past exploits. We see there Jennifer Lapointe there alongside Karen Truelove. And we got a pretty sprightly crowd of people ready to go for this particular tournament. So, all that said and done, we're going to take a little bit of a break, but when we come back, we should have our first skier about to take to the water in the form of Jennifer Lapointe. This is the 2021 Syndicate Pro-Am Slalom Competition. We will be back right after this. We're back once again to our venue here at Hilltop. My name is Tony Lightfoot. For those of you that have just joined us, we're still in the final throes of preparation before we go on to the first round of women's slalom. Taking a look inside the boat, that is Becky Lathrop, who has traveled to us all the way from the southern part of the great state of Florida to be with us here.
No, we just texted.
And looking over towards the dockside, we see the first glimpse of
Exactly. We're just gonna
of Wade Cox, who will be conducting the interviews alongside the skiers on the dock when they come out of the water, or even in some cases before they even get in the water. Opposite side of the dock, we see Jennifer Lapointe, getting ready for her go out there on the water, and not too far away from her is Jill Knutson, who will be second out. Actually, they've actually swapped. They've actually swapped the running order to suggest that Jill Knutson will be our first competitor to hit the water. So a little bit of a major change to the schedule right off the bat. So yeah, it's going to be Jill Knutson that will take to the water first, unranked on the IWWF rankings coming into this competition. We'll take a look from the boat out there, and looking pristine out there, the water conditions. Oh, and Jill there, Jill Knutson. Feeling a little bit of the chill of the water just before she gets in. All right, then, here we go. Jill Knutson, our first competitor out. Opening up, I believe, on a pass of 14.25 meters or 28 off. Making that look particularly smooth. From one end of the course to the other, that is Jill Knutson. Going to take a look at this on the instant replay. Nice extension round buoy number one, and just continuing to roll through this pass without too much in the way of distraction or but looking strong out there, just setting the ski round, just linking up to the rope, and then as soon as the ski makes its way round, it is off to the races. So that is Jill Knutson. And taking a look on the dockside, we see a couple of our officials, and there we see Jennifer Lapointe just pacing up and down a little bit nervously before she takes her turn out on the water. We saw her at the national championships last weekend, and looking to redeem herself after that. Here we go. Here comes Jill Knutson. Coming into the course. This is now 13 meters. Looking pretty strong out there. Round all six buoys and making that look very, very strong out there. So good strike off buoy number one there on 13 meters for her second pass. So Jill Knutson, well aware of what it's going to take to actually make it through to the next round of the competition. It's going to take something into 39.5 off to make a real dent in the women's slalom competition. So there we go, Jill Knutson. We're going to take a look at the dockside. Our third skier about to take to the water is Licia Bagnoli, and she is getting herself nicely limber and warmed up. All the way in the corner is Jennifer Lapointe. And there is Jill Knutson. Next pass for her is going to be the 12-meter line. Good extension round buoy number 1. Looking to try and pull a little bit more resistance behind the boat this time around. Jill Knutson doing a fine job. A little loose into number 4. Even looser off number 5, but a decent looking run there. So Jill Knutson looking to put an impressive score at 38 off, or 11.25 meters. And just looking in very good shape. Very relaxed for the first couple of buoys on the pass, but as the pass got a little bit deeper in, this being 35 off, of course, things started to get a little bit out of hand, such as that turn off buoy number 4, but still able to make it cross course and continue to roll for the next pass, which indeed is going to be 38 off. So that is Jill Knutson. And on dockside, we see Licia Bagnoli looking down the course and trying not to be as nervous as she appears to be on dockside. And we got a good, healthy crowd of people getting ready to bring Jill Knutson into the course. And Jill Knutson in the water right now, getting ready for 38 off, 11.25 meters. Here she comes, Jill Knutson, 11.25 meters. Let's see what she's got. Extension round buoy number 1, a little looser to number 2. Now she's really going to have to fight this one out. She's round buoy number 3 into the weights. Jill Knutson will bow out with that particular run, at least in round 1. So we're going to take a look at this once again. Jill Knutson, 11.25 meters. So looking at this entrance gate into buoy number 1, handle came up rather high on her, Jill Knutson, at 11.25 meters, or 38 off. And then she got to this point round here, and then it was all a losing battle from that instance. So there we go. That is Jill Knutson skiing to the shore. So now, transferring over towards the dock, we see the legendary figure there of Chris Lapointe. And we saw him ski a little bit in the amateur competition yesterday, and we'll see him ski tomorrow when the third and last round of that particular competition takes place. In the meantime, in the water over there is Jennifer Lapointe, an equally legendary skier herself, who shocked the world over 30 years ago by setting a new women's world slalom record with a pass that I believe was the first one to ever run 38 off in competition. We'll verify that statistic, but certainly shocked the world in the mid-80s with her slalom prowess, and continuing to do so even to this day. So that is Jennifer Lapointe. Around the dockside area, we've got a few of our skiers just trying to stay relaxed, trying to stay dialed in with what they need to do out there. There is Jamie Ball just checking in on some of her fans on social media, no doubt, and a pretty sizable band of people are getting ready to get out onto the water. And on the water is none other than Jennifer Lapointe. And the pass that she will come in on, I believe, is going to be 14.25 meters. Looking strong. Looking in very good shape, as a matter of fact. And 14.25 meters. She certainly made light work on. Going to take a look at this once again, and it is an absolute beauty of a run here from Jennifer Lapointe. Grimacing a little bit off buoy number 1 into number 2, but managing to stay patient at the tail end of number 2. She is a left foot forward skier, which means that her turns on 135 side are going to be a little bit more under control. She can afford to crank a turn like that one on buoy number 5 and still stay on top of the water. So there we go. That is Jennifer Lapointe heading towards the opposite end of the lake and getting ready to shorten down to 13 meters. In the meantime, there is Alicia Bagnoli, who comes to us out of Italy, and will be our next skier to challenge the current top score right now, which I believe is going to be 3 at 38 off, 11.25 meters. Speaking of the opposite side of the lake, we've got Jennifer Lapointe. Now, Jennifer Lapointe is going to be coming in on the 30-meter line now. So, let's see what she's got in store for us. Jennifer Lapointe. Rolling in, looking pretty good. No real hitch in that turn. But you'd expect that a little bit on 2, 4, and 6. Not so much on 135, though. Here's number 5. Good strike off number 5 and rolling back the years. There you go. That is Jennifer Lapointe. We'll take a look at the instant replay and just marveling what this skier produces out there on a daily basis there on the slalom course, riding the Lapointe slalom ski. Good solid effort. So there, Jennifer Lapointe working away tail end of that run. So decent skiing there from Jennifer, as we now get ready to bring. We got Alicia Bagnoli, who will take to the water next. And the hive of activity around the dockside area. And back on top of the water, getting ready for the 12-meter line. It's going to be Jennifer Lapointe. Here she comes, 12 meters. Excellent looking turn on buoy number 1, but now really having to work hard. Oh, and on 12 meters, getting into a little bit of bother there towards the end. That was Jennifer Lapointe. The opening part of this pass looked pretty good, I do have to say. Nice release from the handle, bringing the handle up a little high off number 1, but still managing to get cross course. A little bit of a delay there, and there you can start to see things are coming a little bit undone off that particular turn. And then she realized that the game was up coming into buoy number 4. So that was Jennifer Lapointe. Skiing back into the shore with a score which probably won't do that much for her. It's going to be 3.5 on 12 meters for Jennifer Lapointe. As we now turn our attention to skier number 3, it should be Alicia Bagnoli from Italia. And while we wait for Alicia to take to the water, we will return right after these messages. This is the 2021 Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom presented by Syndicate. getting ready to take to the water. It is going to be Alicia Bagnoli.
Ron, can you hear the radio?
Getting ready to go into the slalom course. It's going to be a 14.25 meter start for Alicia Bagnoli. All right, waiting on that line to tighten up. We brought into the slalom course for the opening pass, Alicia Bagnoli. Alicia Bagnoli, when she isn't in the United States, trains over at the Riceto National Training Facility in the northern part of Italy. Not too far outside the town of Novara. And here she comes. It's a slalom course, 14.25 meters. Standard pass there for her. Nice rolling towards me. Very wide on buoy number one. Truly backside in that turn. She is a left foot forward skier, which means that she can afford to be aggressive on 1, 3, and 5, and doing a fine job there, Alicia Bagnoli. So a good, confident start there from Alicia, and nice roll into the entrance gates. Very, very aggressive. You see how wide she is on that number one on 14.25 meters. That should give you a pretty darn good glimpse of how she intends to attack the remainder of this run, and attack it she did. Buoy number 4, which is going to be a neutral side turn for her, and things got settled down really well after that. Safety checks on 5, and rolls it into buoy number 6. So good effort there from Alicia Bagnoli. As we cut over towards the starting dock, we've got a Karen Truelove about to take her to the water. Certainly a legendary figure in professional events all over the world for several years now. And now cutting over to Alicia Bagnoli. It is going to be 13 meters. Attacking that one full force. And now continuing to roll from one side of the course to the next. Looking in very, very fine shape on 13 meters. And outside the slalom course as she goes. So waiting on Alicia now to come back into the slalom course. As we wait on Karen Truelove to get herself set up for her particular run. Alicia right now is getting ready on the 12-meter line, and the aggression that she's shown earlier will certainly serve her well for the remaining buoys and passes they're out. Alicia now getting ready for the 12-meter line. Now, there is a distinct difference between running passes on 13 and running them on 12 meters. The resistance has definitely got to be there for every single approach into every single buoy. Let's see what she's got. Alicia Bagnoli. Good strike into buoy number 1. There's the aggression that we've seen so far, and it's really working out well for her on 12 meters. Alicia Bagnoli, whose personal best is into 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters. And is looking particularly strong out there on the slalom course, even though the water temperature probably isn't to her liking. a native of the northern part of Italy and spends a lot of her time in the United States skiing over at the Swiss Water Ski School just outside Claremont in Florida. And just working a balance there into number 2, trying not to fall over into the turn so much. And there, a little bit of a safety catch there on buoy number 4. Likewise on number 5, knew that she had the pass in the bag as long as she allowed that ski to rotate underneath her. And there you go. That is Alicia Bagnoli with the 12-meter run secure. So 11.25 meters, our second skier about to take into slalom course as we check along with our folks on dockside. There's Dave Wingerter, the principal of Team Syndicate, along there with Manon Costar and a few other of our good friends along the dockside. So here we go. This is Alicia Bagnoli. Coming in on 11.25 meters. Lead score is that of Jill Knutson with 3. Round buoy number 2. Can she continue to go? And it looks like we got and may not be a tie. It's going to be 2 1/2 buoys there at 11.25 meters. And we're going to take a look at this one more time and see where things kind of got out of shape there for her. 2 1/2 at 11.25 meters. She got the turn that she wanted on number 1, but as she got close to gripping onto the handle, things started to get a little bit sideways for her, and then she ended up having to pull all the way for 3. Knew that the gig was up, but unfortunately unable to S-turn effectively to get 3 on that particular effort. So it's going to be 2 1/2. 2 1/2 at 11.25 meters, the final score for Alicia Bagnoli. All right, then, skier number 4 is coming your way. It is none other than Karen Truelove, and she will no doubt be going into the slalom course, unless we know otherwise, on 14.25 meters. The Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am started broadcasting this event for the first time last season, and the event has just continued to go from strength to strength. Here we go. There is Karen Truelove coming into the course right now. Here she comes, opening pass. Nice and focused. Looking in very, very good shape indeed from one end of the course to the other. Good approach into buoy number 1, using this instant replay and not looking too perturbed or out of sorts at this time. Riding that slalom ski effectively from one side to the next and doing a fabulous job in the meantime. And there you go. That is Karen Truelove doing the business out there with that particular run of 14.25 meters. And here we see our first glimpse of skier number 5. It is Sam Dumala, who resides in Central Florida, has resided in Central Florida for quite a number of years now, and has done pretty well for herself in recent times, even though that she has taken some time off for her academic studies. And there we see a slalom skier who we'll see later on. That is Benjamin Stadelbauer.
There we go.
And coming into the slalom course on the 13-meter line, this is Karen Truelove. Looking in very, very good shape there on 13 meters. not perturbed at all in the process of running that particular run. And Karen Truelove, let's take a look at this. Originally out of the town of Fuquay-Varina in North Carolina, but residing not too far outside of Windermere in Florida these days. Karen Truelove, who her husband, Freddie Krueger, attributes to a lot of his success out there on the water with jumping and his competitive fire this season. Had the opportunity to actually do a podcast with Freddie Krueger earlier on in the season, and he certainly made plenty of mention of the fact that Karen Truelove was very, very much a part of his success, and long may that continue. But let's have a look and see how successful Karen Truelove is going to be out there on the slalom course on the 12-meter line. Settling in well. Boat speed now going up to 55 kilometers an hour. Entrance gates buoy number 1. Look at her go from one side of the course to the next. Doing a fabulous job out there on the course. Round number 4. Oh, very good strike there on number 4. And the first of our right foot forward slalom skiers, Karen Truelove, doing a fabulous job out there on the course. And as you can see, there is a discernible difference between a left foot and a right foot forward slalom skier. The 1-3-5 side turns become neutral, and I tell you what, there are very few skiers in this women's slalom event that can turn a neutral side turn better than Karen Truelove. 2-4-6 side, absolutely immaculate as well. Safety checks on 5, and then rolls that ski over onto its edge, and then goes cross course for number 6. So 11.25 meters now for Karen Truelove. We'll see what she's got in store for us as we look along the shoreline, and that individual there is the aforementioned Freddie Krueger. As intense as Freddie Krueger is about his own performances out on the water, just as intense when it comes to supporting his wife Karen. So here we go now. This is 11.25 meters. Let's see what kind of shape she gets into buoy number 1. There we go, a little bit loose off number 1. Now she can make up some time on number 2. Good to go round number 3. She'll take a lead as long as she makes a play on 4, which she does. She'll probably be a little bit disappointed that she didn't get a little further down the course, but she does have the lead with a score provisionally of 3 1/2 buoys at 11.25 meters. So 3 1/2 at 11 there for Karen Truelove, and we'll take you to the point where she got to that particular score. Little loose off number 1. That didn't represent the best of her starts out there on the slalom course, but she got enough off buoy number 3 to give her just enough room to get outside number 4. And Karen Truelove there getting 3 1/2 there for her effort. So good skiing there from Karen as we cut across to skier number 6. Actually, skier number 5, I do beg your pardon. It is going to be Sam Dumoulin. And we'll see her attack the slalom course. Not too sure what line length she's going to go in on. I believe it's going to be 40.25 meters, unless I hear different. So now, here is Sam Dumoulin. All right, here we go. Sam Dumoulin now. 14.25 meters. A rather unusual looking approach into a gate shot. She is left foot forward. It means she has to, in her eyes, really have to exaggerate the counter rotation going into that turn. So there is Sam Dumoulin with 14.25 meters. And there you see with our instant replay, clear as day. Just look at her counter rotation, not only preceding the gate, but also into buoy number 1 as well. Even though she is left foot forward, she really wants to try and take as much advantage out of her strong side turn as possible. A little bit of an unusual technique and style, but it certainly works for her. And 14.25 meters for a skier who's had quite a bit of success out there on the slalom course over the last few seasons, despite her schedule not being terribly conducive to getting the kind of practice rounds that she needs to stay on top. But if you've got a solid technique down and you're comfortable with it, then maybe practicing out on the slalom course becomes less and less important. And having a distraction or a diversion becomes more and more significant. All right, then, here we go. Now, this is Sam Dumoulin on 13 meters. Let's see how she carves her way out of this run. Entrance buoy. Number 1 and 2. Look at that attack off buoy number 3. This is just 30 meters for the moment. And Sam Dumoulin doing a grand job out there with that particular run. So, kudos there to Sam Dumoulin. 12 meters is next, but not until we see the instant replay on the preceding pass of 13 meters. Just rolling on through there into buoy number 1. Beautifully balanced there on that slalom ski as she works her way cross course. Just dropping her shoulder a little bit into buoy number 3, but that's not a problem there for a skier of Sam Dumoulin's caliber. And in very good shape for the majority of the pass, and made that pass look every bit as easy as the previous one, which was 14.25 meters. So, checking in on the dock there, we've got Steve Island, and we've also got Elizabeth Montavon, and the latter getting ready for her turn out there on the slalom course. And who is getting ready for her next pass? It is Sam Dumoulin. Line tightened, that Nautique towboat bringing her into the slalom course and around the island preceding that. Here she comes, Sam Dumoulin into the slalom course. It is going to be the 12-meter line. Entrance buoy number 1, working her edges beautifully there. Little bit aggressive there on buoy number 2, and indeed number 4. That ski just whipping round, and she is there to meet it with a stout grip on the handle. And going cross course, so good effort there from Sam Dumoulin. As we take a look at the instant replay on this particular run again, and even more pronounced with counter-rotated shoulders going across course. Beautifully executed turns with this particular run. Don't see too much wrong here from Sam Dumoulin. Very well balanced on each side, and it is that balance and her ability to counter-rotate and maintain her balance that way that keeps the ski out ahead of her, keeps her on top of the water, and allows her to run passes along the lines of 12 meters. So 11.25 meters is coming up very soon. Also coming up pretty soon is Elizabeth Montavon, coming to us out of South Florida and getting ready for her turn out in the water. In the final throes of her preparation before she heads out onto the slalom course. And now here is Sam Dumoulin. It is 11.25 meters. Now, best score that we've seen is courtesy of Karen Truelove with 3 1/2. Now she's really going to have to exaggerate that counter rotation body position. Oh, look at that, beautiful number one. She's left foot forward, which means she can attack that one. Look at that on buoy number 4. And our first person to get this far has also run 11.25 meters. That is Sam Dumoulin. Exceptional run there from start to finish. Good strike on buoy number 1. Excellent number 2, even though that it is her offside turn. You lost a little bit of ground, but I tell you what, she got it right back and got into impeccable shape as she approached buoy number 4. But just look at that off buoy number 5. She was well in good shape there for that particular run, and that is Sam Dumoulin with 11.25 meters. So, all right then, so there is Elizabeth Montavon on dockside, and in the water is Sam Dumoulin, the first person that we've seen about to approach the course on 10.75 meters. The next line length pass for Sam Dumoulin. Will look to make some inroads here. All right, so here we go. 10.75 meters. Sam Dumoulin into the course right now. All right, here we go. Sam Dumoulin. Round number 1, round number 2, and the stalls out on number 2, but a decent effort there all the way throughout there for Sam Dumoulin. 10.75 meters, the first skier that we've seen get onto this line length. Really, really aggressive through the entrance gate and got the turn that she wanted off buoy number 1, but the neutral side turn got stalled. And whenever you stall like that on 10.75 meters, it doesn't bode well for you beyond that point. So Sam Dumoulin will take as much as she can get on that particular run as she skis into the dock. So there is Sam Dumoulin there at the end of that line, and at the start of that line is Becky Lathrop, and she. And Samantha Dumoulin will receive some congratulations from the good folks along the shoreline as she comes into the dock. And awaiting her turn is Elizabeth Montavon. So there is Elizabeth Montavon dockside, and we get ready to take her into the course for her opening pass, which I would surmise to be 14.25 meters, unless there is communication to suggest something different. All right, 14.25 meters here for Elizabeth Montavon.
Hey, Benny, Nate. You guys, Benny.
All right, here we go. Looking in pretty good shape on pass number 1. 14.25 meters should not be a struggle there for her. Good effort there from Elizabeth Montavon as we pick her up from buoy number 2 on this particular run. Good extension, just letting the ski run wide and then just looking in fabulous shape out there on the slalom course. Check, check. All right then, folks, here we go. This now is Elizabeth Montavon on the 30-meter line, or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Good attacking posture off buoy number 3, well early for number 4, and with a last onside turn on buoy number 5, it becomes very, very easy for her to get round buoy number 6 and to complete that run. That is Elizabeth Montavon. And it all starts with the stout gate pullout, a good aggressive approach into the gates, then just rolls in off the flat ski onto her right side edge, and then just looked very good from buoy number 1. And the remainder of the pass looked in very, very good shape as well behind that Nautique towboat. For those of you that are just tuning in, you are most certainly welcome to the 2021 Syndicate Pro-Am Slalom Championship. The Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. And looking in very, very good shape. All right then, so Elizabeth Montavon now is ready to attack the course on 12 meters and would need something beyond the 12-meter line. Looks like we've got Wade along dockside. We'll check in with him in just a moment, but in the meantime, approaching the course here on 12 meters or 35 off, it is Elizabeth Montavon. All right, here we go. Elizabeth Montavon on buoy number 2. Looking in very, very good shape on buoy number 4. A little on the back of the ski, but that's nothing that she hasn't experienced before and knows how to effectively react and get that pass underneath her belt. So, Elizabeth Montavon, 12 meters, 11.25 meters is coming up next, and knowing full well that she needs to run through that and get about a good third the way down the pass after that to be on even terms with Sam Dumoulin. All right, so we've got Elizabeth Montavon. She is skier number 6. Skier number 6 of 12, so we're exactly halfway through the competition right now, at least through round 1. Here we go. This is Elizabeth Montavon. 11.25 meters. Good strike off buoy number 1. Equally impressive off buoy number 2. Looks in good shape off buoy number 3. She keeps the ski rolling. As long as that ski does not stall, which unfortunately it did round buoy number 5, she would have a pretty darn good attempt at running that pass. But unfortunately got bogged down a little bit on buoy number 4 and just couldn't really get too much of anything going after that. But I tell you what, the first 2/3 of the course up to that time looked very, very impressive indeed there from Elizabeth Montavon. Gone in a little bit sideways with a handle position off buoy number 3, and then number 4 as she got rolled out towards the back of the ski. Oh, and actually made contact with buoy number 5, so it may not be a full buoy count or even a partial buoy count. And we join Wade Cox on the dockside momentarily after we see.
Hey guys, welcome. Super fun to be back here with the TWBC crew. The 6th annual Syndicate Pro-Am. The 40th year of HO Skis being in existence. My 33rd birthday with the company was this year. So our home event, our factory is just a few miles away. So awesome. We're going to be bringing live stuff to you all weekend. 2 rounds of the pros today. Then we'll cut to 8, all the head-to-head, quarters, semis, finals tomorrow. So obviously we're live. Vanessa's getting ready to roll right now. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you, Wade. Thank you very much indeed. And my name is Tony Lightfoot, and I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company. Our next skier to take to the water will be Vanessa Veek, who comes to us originally from Australia, but residing in the southern portion of the state of Florida. So we've got Ali Nicholson, Chelsea Mills, Whitney McClintock, Rini Manon Costard, and Jamie Ball about to take to the water shortly afterwards. Vanessa Veek, we'll see her coming into the course. Opening pass, 14.25 meters. Let's see how she gets along.
I'm just going, hey, that's me on the other end of the lake, too. You know, this is a little weird. And I know you guys don't want to hear yourself talk.
No, like this for you, I do not want to.
No, we all do. That's what, like, even though
When I go back and watch myself ski, I definitely make sure I skip you.
my girlfriend the other day has me on the phone, and she's my producer for all my podcast stuff. So she starts listening, and I hear myself. I'm like, turn that off. That's gross. Yeah. I'm like, what do you sit around and listen? She goes, yeah, I do sometimes.
You are Alan?
I am.
Keep it on you. And I'll give you so you can kind of hang out and not hurt too much. I'll give you a little shout.
Wait, do you know? You know Chelsea?
You don't have to be from
Is Chelsea not skiing? I haven't seen her down here.
No. I'm 99% sure because she hasn't skied all week with her foot.
Okay. I saw her over there this morning, but I haven't seen her down here. I think Whitney has that.
You let Alicia know I'm on tour now. I'm gonna stop for a second, but I gotta get to Miami
Miami?
by the 28th.
For what?
I got a long drive. My uncle's turning 70.
Did you drive here?
Yeah. I do go on, you know, going to the PA.
Should I call Benny and ask?
I don't know if that's going to happen because what they have the PA hooked up to is literally the live broadcast, so that everybody can hear. You should be able to eliminate the feedback, but you're going to hear yourself. I don't think there's any way around that. You're just going to have to get used to it.
That means we have to get used to it.
The earpods. Look like putting the ears in just so I have to block.
Why is it warm? Stinking cold.
Are you headed to Worlds? Home?
Yeah.
All right, then. So here we go. Right here, right now. We've got Vanessa Veek. Okay, here's Vanessa Veek. This now is 35 off. Let's see if she can get up to a good pace there with the first couple of buoys. Nicely done. All right, very nicely done to 35 off. Great skiing there from Vanessa Veek. And that pass looked every bit as simple as the previous one on 13 meters or 32 off. Good strike off number one. She is a right foot forward skier, which means her 2-4 side is going to be a lot more advantageous for her. Also, the gate shot as well. Let's not forget the turn outside of the course is almost as important, if not more so than the remaining 6 inside. And with Vanessa Veek doing a fine job out there on 12 meters or 35 off, she now sets herself up to confidently attack the next run, which is going to be 38 off 11.25 meters. Only one person in this competition so far has gotten through 38 off, and that is Sam Dumoulin, about 2 skiers prior. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Great to have you on board for the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom competition right here in the beautiful wilds of Washington State. We're outside of the city of Arlington, which, if you wanted to locate that on a map somewhere, just a shade north of Marysville. And here we go. We've got Vanessa Veek coming in on 11.25 meters. Good strike off the first couple of buoys. She's still on top of the water. Now, and just reaching for the handle just a little bit too soon there off buoy number 3. And that just threw her over the tip of a ski. Looks like it's going to be 2.5 on 11.25 meters. One or two of our competitors experiencing a little bit of difficulty there with that particular run and that particular section of the course. So there we go. That puts Vanessa Veek in a tied position with Alicia Bagnoli, who herself scored 2.5 on 11.25 meters. So now we're down to the final 5 skiers in round 1. We've got Ali Nicholson about to take to the water next, and then we should have Chelsea Mills, Whitney McClintock-Greeny, Manon Costar, and Jamie Ball. Good effort there from Vanessa Veek, but unfortunately for her, it results in 2.5 at 11.25 meters. So, Ali Nicholson, dockside now, coming to us out of Milton in Florida. All right, here we go. This is Ali Nicholson, who's definitely been making a name for herself over the last few seasons with her slalom in prowess. Coming into the course on 14.25 meters. This is going to be Ali Nicholson. She has been known to go into the slalom course at 32 off or 13 meters. We'll take a look and see. This is Ali Nicholson. Yep, that's 14.25 meters or 28 off, so a fairly easy opening pass to deal with. Hadn't seen her ski too much here in practice prior, and probably isn't too well dialed into the water temperature conditions out here. A lot of our competitors who have come into this event of practice have decided to go with a shorty wetsuit or something a little bit more substantial than that to keep themselves warm out there. But Ali Nicholson, as you can plainly see, deciding to go with something a little less covering, so to speak. So that is Ali Nicholson. and doing a fine job with the opening pass on 14.25 meters. So, some great skiing so far from our competitors. We're a little over halfway down the list. We've just seen Vanessa Wieck compete and get 2.5 and 11.25 meters, which means that she is going to have to work some to get towards the higher echelon scores. All right, so we'll have an opportunity to talk with Vanessa in a moment, and we'll keep this short and sweet after we get done with Ellie Nicholson. Her run on 30 meters. Good strike off buoy number 1. Looking in very good shape off buoy number 2 and number 3. Getting settled in. Long pull into 5, which might have been a little bit of a cause for concern, but managing to get round buoy number 6. So, that was Ellie Nicholson, and joining me here next to the announcing point is Vanessa Wieck. So, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Well, excellent stuff. 2.5 and 11.25 meters of senior practice over the last couple of days. Probably a little bit behind the 8 ball with that score. What do you think needs to change between what you've done out there and what you will attempt to do in round number 2?
Yeah, my gates just fell off that whole set, so definitely at 38 I probably have to commit a little sooner just to get a bit of swing into 1 ball. So that's what I'm going to change next round.
All right, then. So you've had experience out there on the slalom course. You've had about, 2 or 3 sets out there. What do you think it's going to take for any of our women to advance through to the last round of the competition?
To the very last round, I would say every bit of 4 at 39. I mean, this place skis so well, so none of us have an excuse, really. We just have to go out there and give it our best.
Well, we certainly look forward to seeing you doing that. Vanessa Wieck, best of luck to you in round number 2, and we look forward to seeing you out there again.
Thank you so much, and thanks to everybody who's put hours into this event. We really appreciate it.
Indeed. Okay, there's Vanessa, and here is Ellie Nicholson. This now is 12 meters. Buoy number 1, and looking in very good shape. Oh, look at that, round number 2. She got completely off her edges off number 2, but I tell you what, she got on it again. A little exposed into buoy number 5 and 12 meters. A long pull into number 6, and there you go. Good effort there from Ellie Nicholson. So Ellie Nicholson out there on the slalom course. We're debating whether that run was on 12 meters because it looked every bit as difficult as 38 off 11.25 meters. If that is the case, I sincerely apologize for the blown call so far as the line length is concerned. But let's go on to the assumption that was 38. It is 11.25 meters. So our next line length for Ellie Nicholson is going to be at 10.75 meters. Now, that being the case with Ellie Nicholson, that means that she's the second skier that we've seen so far to make it through that particular run. And if she can get a little bit more than 2 at 10.75 meters, then she would definitely have a shot of making it through to the next round of the competition. And whilst we see Whitney McClintock-Rini set the fashion world alight, here we go. This is Ellie Nicholson, 10.75 meters. Look at her go. Long pull into number 1. Gets number 1. Gets half a buoy there. That slots her immediately into second spot. So Ellie Nicholson with half on 10.75 meters. Looked in very good shape to get to that point. So you see her here rolling onto that right edge. And just almost felt like she pulled long into number 1, just cranked the ski around, lost the line tension with the boat, and is in the water having scored half a buoy. So That does put her in second place, but we wonder whether it's enough to see her advance through to the next round. And we won't really have that much of an indication as to who's advanced, because the format of the competition is the best score out of 2 rounds. So for some of us skiers who've struggled a little bit with 11.25 meters, or even the early portion of 10.75 meters, or even lower than that, I would say, they still have another chance in round number 2 to kind of redeem themselves and put themselves in a position to go to the next round. There's your leaderboard: Sam DeMarlo with 2 at 10.75 meters, Nicholson with half, then Montavon, True Love, and the rest of the scores that you see there. All right, then, here we go. Multiple-time world champion about to take to the water. This is Whitney McClintock-Reaney. All right, then, here we go. This is Whitney McClintock-Reaney approaching the course now. Boat speed at 55k, line length 13 meters. Such is the trend these days of skiers, both among the pro women and the pro men, starting in on shorter line lengths. You see the likes of Whitney McClintock-Reaney go through 13 meters, and we saw Ellie Nicholson do the same thing for her opener as well. So, and you know, there are definitely some good wide-ranging schools of thought in regards to going in on a shorter line length pass. Obviously, going in on shorter line carries a little bit more risk. But that risk is tempered by the fact that you come in with a little bit more adrenaline to run that pass. You're into a pass that actually replicates more of the deeper passes to come after that. And then you compare that to going in like something 14.25 meters, where even though it's an easier pass and you can relax a little bit out on the slalom course, doesn't exactly set yourself up well for the deeper line length shortenings that occur afterwards. We see Manon Costard from France. She's going to take to the water next, and just trying to get the blood flowing into her arms and other extremities before she takes to the water. So now, here we go. We've got Whitney McClintock-Reaney. This now is 35 off. Of course, with conditions these good, it makes very little sense for the skiers to opt up at any time unless they've done something seriously wrong with their strategizing. But I tell you what, you're watching one of the very best in the business, and looking in very, very good shape there. That is Whitney McClintock-Reaney, who came into this facility, bringing her son along with her for a nice little trip to the Pacific Northwest, and he's about the cutest thing that you've ever seen. And Whitney McClintock-Reaney, I'm sure that Zane is looking out over the slalom course and just taking it all in. Check. All right, then. Looking down at the end of the slalom course with our cement mixer truck there, provided to us by Miles, and they provide support for this event. We thank those guys very, very much indeed. As we now get ready to take a look at Whitney McClintock-Reaney. with her next run. She started at 32, came back at 35, and now this is 11.25 meters or 38 off. Because this competition is being viewed worldwide, we'll intersperse between feet and inches and metric so far as the line lengths and speeds are concerned, to keep everyone equally informed as to what's going on. Here we go, 38 off, 11.25 meters, round buoy number 1. Good strike on number 1. Excellent round number 2. Keeping the ski moving, that's the important thing so far as Whitney McClintock-Reenie's performances are concerned. Just keeping the ski out ahead of her, and as long as she does that, she's in with a chance, and she runs 38 off, 11.25 meters. Good stuff there from Whitney McClintock-Reenie. So, whilst we bring in Whitney McClintock-Reenie, and she is shaking off what little bit of chilly water there is on her body, there we have Ali Nicholson. Yeah, there we go. Fantastic. So, Ali Nicholson, what up?
Just happy to be here. Freezing a little bit, but...
It's a little bit different from Milton, Florida, isn't it?
It's definitely not Florida. That's what I told Becky when I went to leave the starting dock. I said, we're not in Florida anymore, that's for sure.
So is that going to change what you do in round 2, equipment-wise, or anything like that, or are you keeping your long Syndicate top on?
Oh, this is the only thing I brought, so I'm going to see how dry I can get it before next round. But yeah, no, it's definitely cold, but I think I'm going to keep the heater top. I don't think I'm going bare next time.
All right, then. Excellent stuff. So your performance, half on 10.75 meters, are you fairly confident with that score to advance, or will you be looking for something a little bit more substantial in the second round?
Always looking for ways to improve for next round. I don't know that that's going to be enough. We have a very tough field here for the weekend, so going to try to push it up a little bit more next round. Especially
considering the likes of Whitney McClintock-Reenie, who's just a little bit shy of halfway down the slalom course with 2.5 at 10.75 meters. But what did you make of that performance there?
I'm not going to lie. I looked up right as she was coming out of one ball. It's great to see Whitney back. She's been looking really strong. She got her first Open win at U.S. Open last weekend. So just great to have her back, and Baby Zane hanging out around here. She looks great. I really thought she was going to get further down that line.
So did I as well. But, I mean, 2.5 at 10.75 meters, that puts her a half a buoy ahead of Sam Dumoulin. But you know what? We've heard enough from you. I mean, I'm not saying that bluntly or anything, but you need to get dry and you need to get warm. So I better let you do that. Otherwise, you're going to have a fit.
For sure. Off to find a towel.
Okay, then. All right, then. That's Ali Nicholson, ladies and gentlemen. And we wish her the best of luck going through to the next round. She is only one of 3 competitors to get through 11.25 meters, and we just saw the latest skier to get through 11.25 meters right there. Now, our next competitor to go is going to be Manon Costard. Now, for some of you who are expecting Chelsea Mills to hit the slalom course, she was actually slated to ski before Whitney McClintock-Reenie, but unfortunately an ankle injury put pay to that. But a little bit of unfortunate circumstances, Chelsea, but kind of tell us a little bit what happened.
Yeah, so we had all of that crazy wind at Nationals and the U.S. Open, and we were doing sort of a tour along Minnesota and heading out here to Seattle, and it was just training in some rough conditions and a little unexpected. I hit a buoy and just had a bad release, so lots of swelling, lots of bruising. Hopefully I'll be back. Really hoping to maybe be able to ski California, but I'm thinking about the rest of the year, Worlds, all the rest of the pro events, and I didn't want to further injure myself today.
Well, it's strange that that the injury came the way it did and the circumstances that came the way it did, because you won the San Gervasio slalom at the same tournament that Freddie decided not to proceed on with his competition, and now you're here and you're deciding to enact the same kind of thing with consideration for future events.
Yeah, future events as well as just overall health and being able to ski for a long time versus today.
All right then, yes. So looking at Manon Costar, she gets through 32 off, and I mean a lot of competitors, you included, have decided to go in on 32 off in recent seasons. Now, obviously, it carries a little bit more risk, as I alluded to a little bit earlier. But what are the other advantages of going in at 32 off as opposed to going in at 28 off?
Well, I think especially in a tournament like this, it's a good decision for some of these elite skiers because there's a lot of rounds if you do well today and tomorrow. So you could potentially be skiing 5 rounds this weekend if you get to the finals and win, or if you're runner-up or win. So the more you can conserve your energy, the better. So I think that's somewhat of the play. And then also by the time you get to 39, you're just a little less wore out.
So basically it's in terms of fatigue and stamina and that kind of thing. And I mean, what strikes me from what you said is you measure that not so much upon the whole set by pass, but pass by pass.
Yeah, even on the water as you're skiing, by the time, you run 28, 32, 35, 38, sometimes you're a little gassed. I love running 28, so I'm a little weird in that sense, but a lot of these girls, and the rhythm is different, right? So 32 rhythm is a lot more like short line skiing. 28 is still quite long for us, so it doesn't give you that rhythm set up quite yet, and I think that's another reason why a lot of the girls come in at 32.
Unfortunately, you're unable to ski in this competition, but I mean, you've been around the dock a short while this morning. What's the general vibe there right now in concert with this event?
I actually haven't been around that much. I've been kind of moseying. I watched Jen ski and Jill ski, but I think it's all good. I mean, this place is incredible. It's a little bit chilly, but if you can kind of get your body warm, you'll be doing a great job out there. But I mean, the conditions are amazing, and the team here at Hilltop always puts on just such an incredible event, along with the Water Ski Broadcasting Company. And the other thing about this event that's really amazing is the support for the women is actually, not that we need to be higher, but it is higher than the men for the first time maybe ever. And so I wish I could be skiing and supporting that, but I am here supporting it. And I think it's so amazing that we have actually, the prize money is equal and actually a little bit more in this case for the women, and we just so appreciate that support.
Yes, indeed, and we've just seen 11.25 meters there, courtesy of Manon Costard. I mean, whenever you watch skiers such as Manon and others such as Ali Nicholson, Vanessa, and maybe Elizabeth Montavon, is there anything that you see that you kind of pick apart a little bit and you say, you know what, maybe I should try some of that and see if that will help me with my own performances?
Oh, definitely. I watch that Manon made that look incredibly easy, actually, for an 11.25. She just had 0 hiccups whatsoever. And I think everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Manon is extremely good in rough conditions because she has that great knee bend. Some skiers tend to ski a bit more straight. Others have that flex. And I just really like that about Manon because she's just so set up for rough conditions or rollers. But everyone kind of has their good pieces of their skiing that you could analyze and take away, but I think the most important thing is that you develop your own style and own that and try not to be anyone else. Maybe you take a piece here or there, but you're not trying to be someone else.
All right then, so individuality in terms of technique still very much alive and kicking here with slalom. Here we go. This is 10.75, actually 11.25 meters. She went 32, 35 back. Oh, look at this. Look at this from Manon. Oh, look at that on buoy number 4, attacking that number 5, still staying balanced on her ski, and great skiing there from Manon. Ooh.
Yeah, so we were a little off on that pass. We thought she was at 11.25 before. But this was still in control.
Yes, very much in control. made that look every bit as difficult as 11.25 meters typically is, and just look how deep she gets in on that one.
Yeah, but Mana has a great ability to adjust and really know where she's at, come out of the buoy and just find that stacked position no matter whether she comes in forward or back. She's able to find the center of her ski by the time she hits the wicks.
All right, then. We actually had a look at a previous pass on 12 meters just to emphasize what we'd been saying. So it's going to be 10.75 meters coming up, and Whitney McClintock's score looks like a pretty substantial target right now. I believe, what was it? It was 2.5 at 10.75 meters.
Yeah, that was a very runnable 39 for Whitney as well. I think she will probably do more in the next round.
All right, then. On dockside, we see Jamie Bull about to take to the water there, and you see her conversing there with Whitney McClintock-Rini. Whitney's job is done so far as round one is concerned. Jamie Bull will head on out there for her adventure pretty soon. This is 10.75 meters. Buoy number one. Look at that, round number two. She is the current European slalom record holder. Look at that, round buoy number three. And she'll take a piece of number four. S-turns, gets to the wake. Yes, there you go. It is a 4-buoy count there for Manon Costar. And I tell you what, Chelsea, looking very, very impressive out there for the 4-buoy count.
Yeah, she's showing quite a bit of experience here, coming around one ball. She's so patient right there. I think if she had rushed that turn, she could have been swimming right there. But she just waited for her ski to come around a bit more and for the rope to get tight, and then she was able to go on down the lake.
Yeah, indeed, getting a little bit more of a tight line there into buoy number four. Now the S-turn is become more and more an important feature of the slalom skiers' toolkit. I mean, for someone like you or for Manon Costar, I mean, how often do you practice that S-turn?
I practice it in practice all the time. I find the offside S-turn a bit easier than the onside S-turn. It's still doable. But yeah, if I'm in practice and I'm at 39 and I'm out of shape late, I definitely practice an S-turn. I'm not willing to take a big hit in practice, but I am practicing S-turns in practice, as I'm sure some of these girls are doing the same.
And that's about as good as it gets there from Manon Costar so far as an S-turn is concerned, and it is a 4-buoy count at 10.75 minutes. Let's see who's on dockside.
So I want to thank our other title sponsor, Miles Sand and Gravel. See, we got a nice cabana for the dock, and then you see the huge cement truck down at the end. They also provided the really awesome jerseys that we're wearing. We see our leader just jumped in with the yellow with the Champions jersey from last year, as we see Freddie Winter wearing that in the men's. And all the rest are wearing these awesome pink colors. Thanks, Sand and Gravel, Miles Sand and Gravel, we love it. Thank you.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade. We'll look forward to hearing a little bit more from him. I'm Tony Lightfoot. This is the charming Chelsea Mills. How you doing?
Ooh, charming. I
yes,
like that.
There you go.
Thank you.
Charming.
Find you quite charming.
Oh. Oh, nothing could be further than the truth. Okay, so here we go.
Let's watch Jamie.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, let's move on. Okay, Jamie, 30 meters now. She made some serious inroads into 41 off last season. Scored herself the World Under-21 women's slalom record with a good piece of 41 off. So happy hunting grounds here at Hilltop for Jamie.
That's right, and she won this event last year. I was in the finals with her, and she skied amazing.
All right, then, skiing amazing here as well. 30 meters for a lot of people that are coming up through the ranks. You know, whether you're amateur and whether you're an aspiring pro. The 13-meter run and the ability to run it smooth and consistently, I mean, that is certainly important, you know, because that sets yourself up well. I mean, just look at that turn off buoy number 4. I mean, just allows the ski to roll up underneath her, then she just hooks up and goes. I mean, that's pretty substantial to watch.
Right. Jamie has some incredible handle control. You can see her handle is low as she comes into the turn, and she just has such patience, and she can feel the rope all the way through the turn. Really impressive.
All right, and there's your leaderboard. Costar there with 4 at 10.75, then Whitney McClintock-Rini with 2.5, and there you saw the remaining portion of the leaderboard. And I tell you, also check out Waterski Broadcasting, subscribe, hit that bell icon a couple of times, and get informed as to when the latest live content is uploaded to the YouTube channel. All right, then, here we go. Jamie Ball on 12 meters. Look at her go. Just hooks up and goes. Now, on passes such as 12 meters, what I've personally found, and it was several years ago, but it's no less true now than it was, it's that resistance against the boat. We'll talk more about that, but let's check in with Wade on dockside.
Hey guys, if you wonder why dock interviews, it's because we've got English weather here. Hey Willie.
Yeah, this feels great. I feel right at home. Yeah, it could rain a little bit more. That'd be a little bit closer, but temperature's about right.
I think we're in the low 60s, so everyone's showing up on the dock sort of dressed like Willie, like we're at the British Open, and but scores are good for the ladies. You guys ready to go?
Yeah, I mean the conditions are perfect here. You can tell that Gordon puts a lot of time into his site, and everything is as perfect as we can imagine. Buoy's in the right spot. The water's beautiful. No rollers, no wind. So yeah, it's probably going to be some pretty big scores today.
We'll get to let Jamie get back to her business. Back to you guys, Tony.
Oh, why? Thank you very much, Wade. And I've got the white shirt on. I guess. I mean, there isn't too much heat retention in this thing, but look at this deal. They're right there. You see, she has all the right gear. I have none of it.
Well, I'm always cold.
You're always cold?
Always.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yep, you heard it here first. All right, then. So here we go. We've got on the water Jamie Ball, who's completed 32 and 35 off, or 13 and 12 meters, if you prefer the metric parlance. Here we go. 11.25 meters. Even though she's a skier that's run this dozens of times before, she can't afford to be complacent in any way, stretch, or form. On 11.25 meters, getting down course off number 5, and that's a good-looking pass there from Jamie Ball. Impressed by that?
Yeah, absolutely. That looked great. She came in a little bit narrow, maybe to 3. So it looked like it caught her off guard just a little bit, but that's why she's a pro. She's just able to adjust, maybe pull a little stronger to the next buoy and get her width back. This is right here where I thought, oh, she maybe a little, she looked a little surprised there. Oh, the buoy's a little wider than I thought it was going to be. And then just strong pull to 4, and now we're back in it.
And it's very, very interesting to see when the line length goes this short. I mean, the obvious temptation is to just crank the living snot out the end of the turn. Okay, you love that. You crank the living snot out the turn just to try and stay in touch with the course and not allow yourself to go down course. But the fact of the matter is, you do need that little bit of distance down course to complete the turn, so you can hook up on the handle and get maximum traction against the boat.
Right. Getting everything out of the turn at the buoy really early when the rope becomes 38, 39, and I wouldn't know, Tony, but a lot more probably at 41. It's not good to get everything at the buoy. You really want to make sure you're getting your max load right behind the boat, which means you have to stay in the turn a little bit longer.
There you go. This is 39.5 off for Jamie Ball. Look at this. Look at this.
Nice.
Look at this.
It's good.
She's got this, I believe. There you go. Round 6 buoys are 39.5 off Jamie Ball.
Awesome.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And when I said happy hunting grounds, I definitely meant it.
That's right. This was a strong 39. I know Jamie runs this pretty much every day in practice, but putting it together in a pro event is another story, and she's doing that this year. She's skiing great.
All right, then. So as we look at the tail end of this pass from Jamie Ball at 39.5 off 10.75 meters, let's check in with Wade on dockside.
Wow. I'm standing here with John Travers, one of your teammates, and skiing partner. She ripped it up, huh?
Yeah, she's skiing really well, getting out of that 2-ball. We knew basically when she turns 2, she's got it. So that was a good start for her. See what she can do at 41. It's short. Yeah.
Is your back getting loosened up?
Yeah, I'm getting there. It's a little cold. So other than being cold, I feel pretty good. So see what happens.
Back to you guys.
Well, there we go. JT, a man of many words.
It's short.
It is. Yeah,
It is short.
Short and to the point.
A few times I've tried it. It's short.
All right, then. Okay, Jamie Bull, 41 off, 10.25 meters. This is where her under-21 world record exists.
With 2.
With 2 buoys, of course. Here we go. All falling in a little bit on number 1, and whenever something like that happens, the likelihood of recovering fully is just not there.
Right. It'll be interesting to see if she decides to ski again this afternoon. Clearly, she's going to be in with that, and there's a high likelihood she'll be the number 1 seed with that score. So, do you ski again?
I would say probably not. Probably not. With a score of 1 at 41 off or 10.25 meters, I mean, you look along the field, and I mean, for her to be eliminated out of the competition, you're going to have to see the greatest round of women's slalom skiing ever out of from our other competitors.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. So, you have 3 rounds potentially tomorrow. So, do you burn up some more energy? Do you look at it from a different end of the lake, maybe?
Or does she go chasing records?
Yeah, I mean, pro events are not for chasing records, so personally, I wouldn't. Okay,
fair enough. I personally wouldn't get out there on the water. I'd want to find the warmest meal that I can find in Arlington and chow down and get ready for tomorrow.
That's right.
All right, then. There is your Hilltop Pro-Am leaderboard. There we go. We've got Jamie Bull up there in the lead. Then we've got Manon Costar, Whitney McClintock, Sam DeMiller, Ellie Nicholson. There's Elizabeth Montavon, there's Jill Knutson, Karen Truelove in amongst that. There is Alicia Bagnoli, Vanessa Veek, and Jennifer Lapointe. So certainly those skiers on the bottom half of that list have got a lot of work to do, but we certainly wish them the best of luck. But I tell you what, Jamie Bull, the person who is head and shoulders above everyone else. And I tell you what, Wade, once Jamie Bull has towed herself off enough, or just gotten those gloves off at least, we'll get to hear from her.
Yeah, and you mentioned something about slalom skiing. This is the best women's slalom skiing has ever been.
Absolutely. So, all right then. So, Wade, I don't know if you're ready to go, but let's go. Wade Cox with Jamie Bull.
Hey, we're here with the past champion and now quite the pace setter. How was it out there, Jamie?
Yeah, it felt super good out there. Gordon's got this place dialed, so it's always fun to be out here at Hilltop, and it feels awesome.
And I was standing with one of your teammates and training partners, John Travers, and we saw you move through 2 on that 39 pass, and lots of space into 3 and 4, huh?
Yeah, I had a lot of space. Moving into 2 is something I kind of struggle with, so if I can move into 2 like that, I know I'm in good shape, and just trying to, not lose the space into 3, because there's a lot of time there that you can kind of mess up if you come off the handle too fast. So,
well, as she catches her breath and dries off, you guys at home will go, wow, that's cool. She's actually breathing hard, and she's in really, really good shape. So we've all got all hope, right?
Yeah.
Well done. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Wade, and also thanks there to Chelsea Mills, who provided us with a little bit of color analysis, so to speak. Finding difficulty with my words this morning. But this is the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. We're about to go into the men's competition. We've got a total of 18 competitors on this list. And we'll look forward to seeing some of the best slalom skiing in the world at this competition. We'll start with Travis Feldhiger, along with David Wingerter, then Stephen Ireland, Adam Cord, Martin Bartowski, Brian Detrick, Nick Adams, Chris Parish, and Stephen Neville in the first batch of our pro men slalom skiers, with IWWF rankings ranging from 80th in the world all the way to 28th. And then our next batch of skiers to come after that will consist of the likes of Benjamin Stadelbauer, who's ranked number 15 in the world, Corey Vaughn, 1 place higher with 14, Robert Hazelwood, who's number 10 in the world, Jonathan Travers, number 7, and then we've got the likes of Thomas de Gasperi from Italy, who's number 5 in the world, William Asher, number 4, Freddie Winter, number 3, and Nate Smith there at number 1 in the world, and that will represent the balance of our slalom skiers. But we will return momentarily here at Hilltop Lake for the 2021 Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom Competition, presented to you by Syndicate.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have 2 options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, won't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back
right, and we are back. First round of pro men. We've got Travis Feldhiger. 14.25 meter start. Not looking too bad on that Syndicate Pro. Leaving that ski a little bit behind him on 1, 3, and 5, however, but he gets the job done. A right foot forward skier, which means it's gate shot, and 2, 4 tend to be more favorable for him. There you see, coming off buoy number 1, looked pretty stable there with the ski out ahead of him, but as the pass got further and further down, you'll see a major difference with how much he's prepared to rotate that ski. Now, this is especially the case in coming into number 5, because he was confident enough to actually get the remaining buoy on that pass, but he needs to be careful about that. So, getting ready for 32 off, or 13 meters. It is Travis Feldhiger. Beautiful conditions here, and there is the team principal of Team Syndicate. There is David Wingarder, an instrumental person behind this tournament, the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, along with Miles Gravel and Concrete. You'll see one of their concrete mixing trucks at the end of this lake. And they provide gravel and concrete solutions to a good portion of the state of Washington. Had occasion to drive by one of their facilities on the way up to Mount Baker, and they're pretty much everywhere. So if you're looking for gravel and you're looking for concrete, look no further than Miles Gravel and Concrete. Here we go. Travis Feldhiger in fantastic shape out there. And just laying that ski down and then just cranking it up, just hooking up. Set it and forget it. Bit like the days of Ron Perpeel. Just turn in, just hook up on that handle and just fly across the course. 32 off looked pretty decent as we see Gordon Skog at the helm of that towboat, the owner of this facility here, and the main motivation behind the advent of this competition, the Hilltop Pro. Coming into the course right now, this now is 35 off or 12 meters. Now, keeping that ski out ahead of him, he's realized one or two of the errors that he made on previous passes, and if they were left unchecked, that may have been the end of him on an earlier pass. But there we go. That is Travis Feldhiger, and he gets through the opening 3 passes of 28, 32, and this one 35 off, or 14, 13, and 12 meters, respectively. So looking in very, very stylish shape out there, and no two ways about that there, Travis Feldhiger. Now let's see what he has. Unranked coming into this competition on the IWWF ranking, and I'm sure he'll be wanting to push out a performance that will get him onto that list. There we see on the dock Stephen Island, and originally a native out of Texas, but living in South Florida these days. He'll be our third skier out to his left, and to our right, you saw on the dock there, Dave Wingerter. Let's have a look and see on this particular run. This is 11.25 meters or 38 off. He's making it life difficult for himself. That is going to be a 3.5 at 11.25 meters. So that is going to be 3.5 is the score at 11.25 meters or 38 off the standard 75-foot line. And whilst we see that instant replay again, let's check in with Wade. Wade, who do you have?
So I'm standing here with the tower, Chris Parish, and I know it's his bag because it's not only camo, but it's got some fresh coffee in it. So you're all coffeeed up, ready to go?
Yeah, I owe a huge high five and a thank you to Adam Cord. He actually brought me coffee from the local coffee shop that he goes to. So high five to Adam on that one.
And then got you a new Omega Max ready to go?
In love with this ski. Yeah, had a good couple days of practice here at Hilltop on the new ski, and can't wait to get out there.
So CP and I got a little trip lined up. Water Ski Paradise, Acapulco, February 12th to the 19th. Is that it?
Yes, and it's going to be absolutely epic. So you've not signed up yet, sign up right now.
There we go. Adios.
Thank you very much, Wade, and special thanks there to Chris Parish, who was recently interviewed for the TWBC podcast. That episode will be dropping in the next day or so, along with several others from the likes of Nick Adams and Jamie Bull, and a good few other athletes for the TWBC podcast. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com. All right, this is a 13-meter start. The green loop for Dave Wingurter. Little lackadaisical off buoy number 1 and number 2. But I tell you what, looking very good and allowing that ski to gain traction and to go cross course right at the end of the turn. And I mean, along with the conversation that I had earlier with Chelsea Mills, slaloming at this level isn't all about how much of the end of the turn you can take out and reduce your slippage down course. It's using whatever is left after the buoy to get maximum angle and traction across course, so that you stay on top of the water and also keep adequate water speed. Because without it, any type of ski would sink without too much in the way of speed at the end of the turn. And to tell you what, David Wingert is certainly one of the best wherever it comes to preparing skis. He is the team principal of a Team Syndicate, and certainly responsible for a lot of the ski development from that brand, such as the Syndicate Pro and the Omega Max, and all that taking place. There's Wade, there is Elizabeth Montavon on the left-hand side of your screen, and there you see Stephen Ireland, who's about ready to attack the slalom course, getting a few last-moment pointers there from Wade Cox. All right, we've seen Dave Wingurter get through 32 off. This is now 35 off, or 12 meters, the blue loop. All right. Okay, so that is 13 meters. My apologies. It was actually the green loop, 13 meters. He decided to go in on 14. Half expected him to take full advantage of the conditions, but it was a 30-meter line. So he went in on 14 meters. That was 13. He's going to come back in on the 35 off line, the blue loop. But just look at his technique. Very, very solid out there, and no wasted motion out there whatsoever. Just lets the ski roll, makes contact with the line, and then it's off to the races. So there we go. Now we've got the next line length. It's going to be 35 off now, 12 meters. There's Gordon at the helm of that towboat, and let's check in with Wade. All right, then. So we'll check in with Wade in just a little bit. But here comes Dave Wingirter. It's a 12-meter line start, third pass. Now we're starting to put a little bit of pressure on the end of the turn. Now he realizes that the kind of turns that he's produced at this time, as good as there were, won't cut it on a line length shortening of 35 off or 40 feet of line to get round all 6 buoys. So that is Dave Wingirter. That is 35 off, 12 meters. And just look at how the wind just cuts around the edges of Dave Wingirter as he attempts to make it through this run. And not looking too bad out there. Dave Wingirter on 12 meters, just cranking the end of that turn on that Syndicate slalom ski. And another person who is riding the Syndicate slalom ski is Travis Feldegger. There you go. So how you doing there, Travis?
Oh, man, I'm doing great. I'm really happy to be out here. I'm a local.
Of course.
I live a couple hours south of here, but it's a great lake. And this whole event has just gotten better and better over the years. And so definitely wasn't going to miss it. I'm really excited for all the great talent out here. And I'm just really grateful to be here.
All right, the excitement that you have for this event is clearly palpable on your face, you know, and you're taking deep breaths in and everything. But that performance that you had, 3.5, 11.25 meters or 38 off, around about your capability?
No, I've gotten 4. I've seen 5 ball here.
Well, you're in the lead after 2 skiers. So you've gotten 4 at 39 in the past. You're in the lead after 2 skiers after that fall there from
Dave Wingirter.
Dave Wingirter, of course, but he had a decent approach there, and then he just boom.
Yeah,
definitely. That's sickening when that happens.
Yeah, it's always tough when that kind of shoulder drops and they kind of over round the turn there and blows the tail.
All right, then. Whilst he does that, we're going to check in with Wade in just a moment or so. Let's have a look at the last replay. Let's check in with Wade. All right, then. So that was Wade. We'll attempt to get the technical difficulties ironed out there, but that gives us a little bit more time with Travis. So 3.5 at 11.25 meters against Dave Wingirter's score of half a buoy. From your perspective, what do you think it's going to take from you to make a real dent in this competition?
There's going to be a lot of guys running 39 here today, and I don't know that I've seen anyone run 41 at this event before, but I've seen 4 and 5, and with Nate Smith here, I think that 3 or 4 is going to be the cut.
All right, then. So you hear it there from Travis Feldegger, and we'll let you get towed off and get ready for round number 2, which I'm sure is going to come in a little while. Let's check in with Wade again, shall we?
Sorry, guys. My bad completely. Can't blame that on Vinny in Florida or Alice or Tony. So here with handsome Rob Hazelwood, we got some English weather for you. You ready to roll today?
Yeah, I think so. Once I've stopped shivering, we'll be all the way. I've seen every other year the weather's been beautiful blue skies, so I didn't come very well prepared at all. But no, the lake looks beautiful, the boat looks beautiful. All the girls have been out there ripping it, so yeah, excited to go.
And we actually queued each other up about wearing the matching jumpers, eh?
Got a match. We look cool, Wade, I think. We look cool. We'll pull it off.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, then. So Wade and handsome Bob there styling up big time with the Syndicate hoodies. You can find out more by going to the HO Sports website and shop online for those rather attractive-looking hoodies. Maybe Wade can snag me one of those. All right, then. We've got Stephen Ireland on the water. He's gotten through 28 off, and he's about to approach the course at 32 off the standard 75-foot line. That leaves him with 43 feet of line to get round all 6 buoys. It is the equivalent of 13 meters for those of you outside the shores of the United States. Good hook up on buoy number 1, round number 2. Whoa, he's getting in a little bit deep there off those turns. He's got to get that situation resolved and quickly. So we'll try to confirm whether that line length was indeed 32 off or indeed 12 meters on that one. Yes, 12 meters. That is 35 off. No wonder it looked difficult and a little bit sketchy at times. That was a 12-meter attempt. So, looking in good shape for the most part. Now he's got to dig deep here at 38 off or 11.25 meters and come up with a score that's going to put a serious dent in this competition. Stephen Island. All right, coming back in on 11.25 meters or 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line, leaving him with 37 feet of line to get through a course that's 37.5 feet in width. All right, round buoy number 1, huge delay there. Round number 2, the delay isn't so much of a problem. It's the resistance that he has behind the boat as a result, and he goes down at around buoy number 4. However, that puts him in a tie for the lead with Travis on that same line length. So at this point in time, he's certainly not in the bottom position. But Stephen Island will be looking for something a little bit more substantive with the next round. So there we go. That is Stephen Island. We'll take our third skier to come. We got Adam Cord coming up in just a short while. Be sure to check out the Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel. I'm sure most of you that are watching are there already, but make sure that you subscribe and hit the bell icon a couple of times to be informed as to when new content is uploaded to that site, as well as notifications of the next live events coming through. So, next competitor up, an intriguing competitor, and I had the opportunity to interview him a couple of days ago. His name is Adam Cord. Then there he is on dockside and getting ready to take to the water on a rather unusually shaped ski. And here we go. There's your leaderboard. Feldegger, Island in the tie for the lead, and Dave Wingirter looking to come up with something a little bit more substantive with the second round. All right, then. So here we go. This is Adam Cord.
I have to announce for Adam?
All right, so. All right, Adam Cord looking very, very strong out there, keeping the ski well ahead of him. Very, very stylish and looking in great shape. And
that was an easy pass.
That was an easy pass, yeah. And the voice that you hear is that of Dave Wingirter. So, aside from what you did out there on the slalom course, how you doing?
I'm enjoying it. I wish the weather was a little better for everybody, but lake skiing great, and it's fun to have everybody up here. Have all the pros up here. It's cool.
Yes, indeed. I think the one thing that kind of took some of these pros a little bit aback is the weather a little bit. It's a little bit chilly out there. They have to go through something called, what is it, warm-ups and
Warm-ups,
stretches.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a new concept, isn't it?
I mean, it's been a beautiful summer. I mean, we've had 100-degree temps, which is rare here. But, of course, you know, the weekend we have the event. It goes back to reality. It can be like this in Seattle. But the lake's fairly warm and skiing well, so I think it'll be fine.
All right, then. So far as your skiing is concerned, I mean, you tried to get a good advance up on the boat there with 38 off, 11.25 meters. But you just blew the fin out. I mean, it just...
Yeah, you think as a ski designer I could do that better, but...
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, but you're the team principal behind the Syndicate brand, and I mean, that brand has been going on from strength to strength in the last few seasons.
We have a great team. Oh, here's Adam coming back. Why don't we watch this and we can chat?
Yeah, let's have a look on 12 meters. Oh, look at this.
As a walk in the park for Adam. He skis at Hilltop, and he runs a lot of buoys out here every single day after work, so I'm excited to see what he can do.
All right, so as we watch Adam Cord with the replay on this 12-meter line, or a 35 off for you good folks within the United States, I try and keep people informed with the feet and inches and the metric.
You do a good job. You do a real good job.
I try.
Yeah.
And as always, on the top left-hand corner before each pass, you see in the graphic. But, well, half on 11.25 meters, you kind of pop the ski out a little bit. What do you think it's going to take for you, adjustment-wise, to kind of redeem yourself to the point where you can make a dent?
Well, I mean, I ski here all the time, so I just got to kind of do what I usually do. I can get through that loop pretty easy on a good day. So, yeah, just have to do it the next round. It'll be fun to see what the top guys do.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting. I think it's going to take quite a few buoys today.
And what about this guy behind?
Oh, yeah, it's Gordon. That's the lake owner, phenomenal driver, and yeah, we're super lucky to have him and have a great place to ski out here.
All right, then I better let you go before you get your fill of hypothermia. But there you go. We've got Adam Cord coming into the course right now. He's gone through 13 and 12. This is now 11.25 meters. The handle doesn't reach outside the buoys on this line length and beyond. 11.25. There is Adam Cord. Oh, look at this. Look at this, folks. He's down course a little bit from the turn. Oh, took a big old chunk off number 4, and he's still there with the ski ahead of him round buoy number 5, and he immediately takes the lead with a 6-buoy count on that particular line length of 38 off, or 11.25 meters. Wow. Entrance gates, good stretch into buoy number 1 with the instant replay. Just didn't look at all perturbed. I mean, the ski slid down course on a couple of occasions, but you know, he stays relaxed, he stays calm, he lets the ski do what it's designed to do, and he knows what that ski is designed to do because he is one of the main driving forces behind the brand that he's on. And there we go. That is Adam Cord, and there is the ski boat, the Ski Nautique with the 6.2-liter engine, 450 horsepower, 469 brake horsepower of grunt there, more than enough for these skiers to deal with. And certainly with the boat at a 6-liter engine, it means that the pulls are a lot more consistent. It means that the engine revs less between each buoy. You know, you want to try and keep that smooth. You want to try and keep that consistent. And having a higher power engine married with a 4-bladed prop really does make the difference. At 10.75 meters, this is Adam Cord. Oh, my word, look at this. He's down course off number 3, but he's still there on 4, and it's going to be 3.5. At 10.75 meters for Adam Cord. A full pass in front of everyone else who has previously skied up to this point. It looked on from buoy number 1. That ski just whipped round and it got cross course there on buoy number 1 and number 2. A little exposed into buoy number 3, but he certainly had the turn on number 3. got a little down course, a little bit of a bounce into number 4, which might have been enough to upset the apple cart here. But I tell you what, 3.5 at 10.75 meters. He knew that there was a chance for him to score through that pass. Kind of disappointed in that regard. But I tell you what, he has made a serious dent in this competition so far with 3.5 at 10.75 meters. For all you locals out there, why not give Adam Cord a big, big cheer? He is in the lead. All right, so that is Adam Cord, fourth skier number 4. Now, skier number 5 from the sunny climes of Slovakia comes our next competitor. This is Martin Bartowski. So here we go, Martin Bartowski, 13-meter start. All right, Martin Bartowski doing a fantastic job there at 32 off or 13 meters. You could switch that microphone on now. There we go. The switch is up. And, wow, Adam Cord, you're a big old leader.
Yeah, for now. I don't know if you've seen the list after me, but it's
yeah, I've seen it.
Pretty good water skiers here.
But they're not all used to skiing in this type of water where it's a little bit chillier, where it allows the ski to sit a little deeper in the water.
Oh yeah, I'm counting on that.
All right, so tell the good folks who you are to those that have never seen Adam Cord before.
Sure, yeah, Adam Cord. I live actually up here. This is where I ski at and train at year round. And believe it or not, as cold as it is today, we ski year round here because it never freezes.
Are you serious? It never freezes here?
It maybe like every couple of years it'll freeze for like a week. Other than that, like we'll ski all year. Dry suits.
Dry suits, yeah. I mean, that takes me back to the days of skiing in England where we had to chip off the ice along the shoreline and skiing.
Oh yeah, no, I've had to shovel the dock a few times to get to the boat.
All right, let's take a look here at Martin Bartowski. He's gone through 13 meters and 12. Let's take him through this. Let's go around buoy number 1. Good hook up there. He's one of the smoothest slalom skiers that we see on the pro circuit when he has a chance to compete at that level.
Such a dark horse. You don't hear a lot about him, but he's a really good skier.
Fantastic. He gets through that pass with the greatest of ease. And I tell you what, I mean, I spoke to Adam Cord a little bit earlier on, and that episode of the TWBC podcast will be dropping in the next few days. But I tell you what, I'm amazed at your skiing, your performance out there, because you seem so calm and relaxed out there. But I'm sure there's a lot going on under the surface.
Yeah, that is a facade I put on. I'm glad you fell for it because very nervous. But I like obviously everyone comes off the water saying I wish I could have skied better, and I do wish I skied better, but I'm still pretty happy with how it went. And right now, I'm in the lead, so I'm gonna
by full pass.
Yeah,
which doesn't happen often.
I'll take it. Yeah.
All right then. Well, I better let you get toweled off and dried so you don't catch your fill of hypothermia.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Not a problem. Okay, so as Adam Cord warms up and gets ready for the next round. Yes, he is in the lead by a full pass of 3.5 at 10.75 meters, and chasing down that lead is a skier described by one of our previous athletes as the dark horse in this competition. Yes, Martin Bartowski, coming to us out of Bratislava in Slovakia. There you go. Look at him go. Tremendous effort there. That was an absolute peach of a pass. 11.25 meters. He's now going to have an attempt at 10.75 meters. But look and see how squarely he stands over the ski. This is one of our previous passes that we've seen from Martin Bartowski. This was the 12-meter run. But you can almost be certain that 11.25 meters that he cleared on the one afterwards was exactly the same as the one before. And I tell you, that is Martin Bartowski. That was the 12-meter line, and we just saw him run 11 as well, so 10.75 meters. All right, then. So on dockside there, we see the easily recognizable figure of Brian Detrick coming to us out of the NorCal area, and I'm sure that he's got plenty on his mind, including the California Pro-Am, which will take place in about a week or two's time. But let's have a look and see what that Martin Bartowski can do. This now is 10.75. And he knew that he was going to get pulled out the front, and he didn't want to risk a huge injury there. So yeah, that was 10.75 meters for Martin Bartowski, which still keeps Adam Cord in the lead in this group. Now, let's see if he got through the wakes deep enough to start. Whoa, I think I will be generous and give him one, because the handle came out of his hand as he was crossing the second wake. So, if the judges are going to give him a half, it wouldn't surprise me. But for my estimation, I would give him one at 10.75 meters. All right, so looking at this instant replay, got round buoy number one, handle came up high, and things didn't look better from there. Let's talk to Wade.
Hey, guys. Back at the dock again, Ben Stadlebar, who was a podium finisher last year. It's always nice to come back to an event. You've done well, hey?
Yeah, for sure. It's fun. Last year was a really good year. And so this year, the sun's hiding from us for now, but hopefully it'll come out, and whether it comes out or not, I think it's going to be a good event,
Well, we can't wait to see him out there defending a podium from last year. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you, Wade, and thank you there, our skier on the dock there. That was Benjamin Stadelbauer. He's the first skier out in our next group. We are in our first group of skiers. No, 9 of them. We just see Martin Bartowski scored one at 10.75 meters. So here we go. Right here, right now. Brian Detrick, who's put some scores into 41 off or 10.25 meters in the past. And would be looking for something along the same lines this time around as well. So Brian Detrick, who scored, I believe, into 41 off at the national championships not too long ago in the Chicagoland area, and had to wait a while before he found out that score wasn't quite enough to send him through to the final round of the competition of the U.S. Open. And we're just taking a look at this. The remainder of this pass at 32 off looked in good shape throughout, looking rather lackadaisical. And with that, let's chew it. Let's tune in with Wade.
So it's really cool, Tony, to be down here on the dock, as if I used to be in the mix, but Nick Adams here just cleaning his hands up. A defending champion. Hey, you're past champion from here?
A few years ago, yeah. It was a big day here a few years ago, but I'm just here, happy to be here this year and get some skiing under my belt.
So you were away a bit, and now you're back. So, yeah, pandemic post.
Yep, they let me out, so I'm here to do the best I can.
Tear it up, mate. Back to you.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade. Thanks a lot, Nick Adams. An episode of the TWBC podcast with Nick Adams will be dropping very, very soon. Here we go. This is Brian Detrick. The opening 2 passes, money in the bank. There you go. That is a 6-buoy count on 12 meters or 35 off. Looking in very, very good shape indeed. Brian Detrick keeping a good tight line. Just through the entrance gates, just flies into buoy number 1. Wasn't at all perturbed by the fact that he went a little down course, but looked in exceptional shape there for the majority of this pass. Now, there's certainly a little bit of room for error that you can exercise a little bit with a pass on 12 meters now. That room for error is shut down to almost zero at 11.25 meters of 38 off, because the handle does not reach outside the buoy line. If you were to take the 11.25 meter line off 38 off, which is 37 feet, and stretch it from where the boat goes down the middle of the course out to the buoy, the handle wouldn't even reach the buoy. It would actually be 6 inches short. Here we go. Here is Brian Detrick coming in on this pass, 11.25 meters, or 38 off. Drops in hard. Nicely done, round buoy number 3. Exceptional round number 4. Keeping the ski out ahead of him and not letting himself get too overawed by the situation out there on the course. And that is going to be a run at 38 off, 11.25 meters. So, all right, it is down to 10.75 meters off, 39.5 off, coming up for Brian Detrick. All right, then. So as we continue on, the running order for the next round of women's competition has just been released. We've got Jennifer Lapointe to take to the water first. Then Alicia Bagnoli will go second. Then Vanessa Veek will go out third. Then Jill Knutson, Karen Truelove, Elizabeth Montavon. And then the final 5 will be Ellie Nicholson, Samantha Dumala, Whitney McClintock-Rini, Manon Costar, and Jamie Ball. So those are the 11 skiers to take place in the women's second round. Here is Brian Detrick, 10.75 meters, more than 3.5 will give him the lead. Little slippage down course on buoy number 1 and number 2. Round number 3, he has the lead now ahead of Adam Cord. Now, can he extend that lead? Can he run the pass even? Oh, you betcha! There you go. Good effort there from Brian Detrick through that run. 10.75 meters. He made that one look absolutely easy. Look at this. At 10.75 meters or 39.5 off, you have to make up a deficit of 2 feet of line on the inside of each turn. Let himself get down course a little bit to allow the ski to fully rotate and to get traction across the course. And I tell you what, he's been consistent lately. He's on a roll here. So beautifully executed that run. That was at 39.5 off 10.75 meters. Adam Cord now is in second place with 3.5 at 10.75 meters. Let's see what Brian Detrick can do. Let's see if he has the stomach for a fight between himself and the skiers that are to come a little bit later on in this competition. Only the top 8 skiers, irrespective of whether their best score is in round 1 or round 2, will advance. Here we go. Brian Detrick, 41 off, 10.25 meters, round buoy number 1. He gets round buoy number 1. Does he make it outside number 3? He makes a play on 3 and gets to the wakes. There you go. That is Brian Detrick. All right, so taking a little bit of time to confirm that score because, wow, I mean, he got round buoy number 3 and it didn't look particularly hard for Brian Detrick. And I was starting to think maybe they called the wrong line length. But Indeed, it's 41 off, 10.25 meters. So for you local fans here on the shore, let's give it up, please. Your new leader, Brian Detrick. Yeah, buddy. 3 at 10.25 meters. And I tell you what, that is a serious target for our remaining skiers, not only in this group, but for the majority of the skiers that are in Group A, the top 8 slalom skiers, whom we'll see a little bit later on. But next skier to come, coming to us out of Australia, it is Nick Adams. Okay, just confirming the line length that he'll be going in at. It will be 32 off or 30 meters. It is the green loop for Nick Adams of Australia, who trains at a good few places across Australia, but in recent times he's been training at a site outside Darwin, which is in the Northern Territory of Australia. It's about the closest place that you can go to in Australia, the closest place to the equator, which means that that year-round skiing is most certainly possible in that area. So, looking at Nick Adams, opening pass, 32 off 13 meters. And as he runs the opening pass, we'll check in with Wade. Wade, who have you got?
So I'm here with Brian Dietrich, Tony, our new leader, and we hadn't seen you in a little bit, but man, you should show up more if that's what you're bringing, right?
Oh, thanks, Wade. Yeah, I was planning on coming to this event last year, had a little ankle injury, and so then with all the fires in California, work was crazy, so just wanted to heal up and, just excited to be back, last weekend at U.S. Open and now here, and then California Pro-Am next weekend. I'm excited to be back.
Well, man, I know everybody's excited to have you back because that was fun to watch. Yeah, catch your breath. We'll see you later on. Back to you, Tony.
Yes, indeed. It was fun to watch out there, seeing Brian Dietrich get through a 3 at 41 off. And as I said before, that will put some serious heat on the skiers to come within the next short while. Whew, I tell you, I'm still in shock from Brian Dietrich, if I'm being honest, but we've got to temper that a little bit and get ready for Nick Adams to come in, of course, at 35 off, which is the 12-meter line. We just see there Chris Parish getting ready with his Syndicate Omega Max here at the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom event. Alrighty, folks, here comes Nicholas Adams from the land down under. This is Nicholas Adams.
I was like the first slalom specialist, and then I did the opt up to 39, and people were missing 35, so then same thing. It was just kind of open it up. At the end of my career, Chris Rossi was just coming up, so we were both sort of getting these spots, and we were sort of, who I'm talking about, Chris Rossi. Yeah. So we always wanted to be the first one to run 39.
All right, so we're looking at we've just seen Nick Adams get through the opening 2 passes of 32 and at 35 off. All right, so looking at Nick Adams, it is a pass of 35 off or 12 meters. So we'll see what he can do with the next run of 38 off. Looking very, very smooth and very, very much in touch with what he's doing. All right, so here we go now. We have Nicholas Adams, 11.25 meters off 38 off, a pass that he has run many times in the past, a pass that he knows he's got to run here and now to be in contention with our top pros in this event. Member of Team Australia, this is Nicholas Adams. Little bit down course, but still able to continue to roll here. Round number 4. Look at this. 11.25 meters down course and all. Yes, gets that pass to go. Great skiing there from Nicholas Adams. Now, the next pass is going to be a heck of a lot more challenging. We take another 1.5 feet more out of that line to where he has to make up a deficit of 2 feet on each turn. It is going to be 39.5 off against a course of 37.5 feet wide. But just look at him go from one side of the course to the other. Just dropping his shoulder where he needs to, allowing the ski to run up underneath his body when he has to. And the brilliant looking 11.25 meter run. Now it's 10.75 meters. Now we start to get towards the nitty gritty here. We're talking about scores that need to be exceeded, such as the one buoy at 10.75 meters by Martin Bartowski. That 3.5 at 10.75 meters by Adam Cord. And of course, going a little bit further down the line, onto the next line length, 3 at 10.25 meters, courtesy of Brian Detrick. Those are his immediate targets. Let's see what he can do. If he makes a play on 2, he's gotten past Martin Bartowski, which he's gone past. Round buoy number 2 and number 3. He's put himself fairly and squarely in second place right now. And if he gets a play on buoy number 6, he's going to have a shot at 10.25. All right. Woo. Yeah, buddy. Yes, indeed, the Kangaroos are hopping in Australia. That much I can tell you. That is Nicholas Adams at 10.75 meters off, 39.5 off. Not the prettiest of passes going on 10.75 meters. He broke forward into number 3, but when is a complete 10.75 meter pass ever look pretty? I tell you what. Great skiing there from Nick Adams, all over the show into buoy number 5, but he just allowed that ski to come up underneath him, and then he skied all the way and just took out the slack line, and a brilliant-looking pass there. I think we're going to have a slalom fest here. What do you say? So there is Chris Parish taking a hard look, a rather pensive look out there towards the island where he's just seen Nicholas Adams depart from to make his way into the course. Now, Nick Adams, immediate target, the only target standing between him and the top slot at the moment. 3 at 10.25 meters. Entrance, buoy number 1. He's still on top of the ski. Does he make a play on 2? He's certainly trying to sell it, and it might well be bought. 2 buoys at 10.25 meters. That is Nicholas Adams. We'll take a look at the instant replay and see if we have another angle here. Yes, this is the perfect angle that we can view from to see whether that attempt on number 2 is good enough to be scored. Oh, whoa, we need to wind that one back. I tell you what, I don't know whether he actually made it round buoy number 2 or went inside. Wow, that was Nick Adams. We'll try and get a verified score for him. And as he comes into a dock, let's give it up, please, for Australia's own Nicholas Adams. And for my money, and I would say that is 1 at 10.25 meters. Certainly not the score, not a score that's challenging Brian Detrick right now. But 1 at 10.25 meters, certainly a decent score out there for Nicholas Adams from Australia. All right, then. The next skier to take to the water and a member of Team Syndicate. He is none other than Chris the Tower Parish.
You got what? Are you guys short on people? No, they said they wanted y'all to. Y'all had people. Whoever owns this lake said that y'all had people. They had people for the boat, so we didn't bring anybody extra.
Hey guys, here with Nick Adams, catching his breath. Man, that's some big work, big score, right?
I gave you a bit of excitement anyway. It wasn't exactly the 39 I like to run, but get it done in an event like this, you just got to get it done. The 41 was nearly away, but I was trying to go down and I just messed it up right at the exit of that one.
No, that was fun to watch. So him and Brian already put up some big scores as the big boys, get ready. They got some heat on them now. Good skiing.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade, and thanks a lot, Nick Adams. We'll take a look at this opening pass from Chris Parish. You will not miss a single moment of the action here with our instant replay. And Chris Parish looking good for a 32 off start, and skiing on a ski that he had a major contributing influence in its design. It is the Syndicate Omega Max or Omega Pro. I do beg your pardon. So good extension down buoy number 6, and just absolutely just pummeling that pass. And wow, I tell you what, the last two scores into 10.25 meters. We weren't expecting that kind of score to emerge that soon, but I tell you what, now with skiers such as Benjamin Stadelbauer and Corey Vaughn and Robert Hazelwood and the like, going all the way down to Nate Smith, they've just been served notice that they've got to be on their game now. Here we go. This is now 12 meters. This is Chris Parish. $12 meters. Chris Parish. Yeah, there you go. Settling himself down and just slicing and dicing through 12 meters like he knows what he's doing, which apparently he does. All right, then. So that is Chris Parish. And what I like about his style more than anything is his handle control. It's just a nice, smooth release and just allows the ski to just cast out wide. And then when the ski comes underneath the line, he just hooks up and goes. And there you see, just take a look and just focus closely in on where the handle is at any given time. A little bit of a pull in just to take up the slack at the right moment. And that is just some exquisite handle control, and that is courtesy of Chris Parish. All right, then, folks, let's see who we have coming up next. We got Stephen Nephew coming up next, then we got another 8 skiers to go, starting off with Benjamin Stadelbauer, Corey Vaughn, Robert Hazelwood, Jonathan Travers, Thomas de Gasperi, Will Asher, Frederick Winter, and Nate Smith. So, that's who we have. And this is just merely round 1. Here we go. Now, 11.25 meters. And still has the uncanny knack of going down course, letting the ski rip round at the end, and still be on time and be in a position to run this pass with the greatest of ease. And so, Chris Parish, who will be one of the latest episodes to drop on the TWBC podcast. You'll find out more about that by going on to waterskibroadcasting.com and also checking out your favorite podcasting apps such as Spotify and Google Podcasts and Apple as well. So check that out once you have the opportunity to. They'll be among the latest episodes to drop on the TWBC podcast. And we had a long discussion about the Omega slalom ski. And also, whilst you're on the Warski Broadcasting Company's YouTube presence, why not click on that subscribe button, and also double-click on that bell icon to be informed as to when new content is uploaded to that YouTube channel, as well as also when live broadcasts come on stream. Also, check out our Instagram as well. Warski Broadcasting has an Instagram presence, and you can check that out just by searching Warski Broadcasting. Here he comes at 10.75 meters. This is Chris Parish. He gets the turn. Gets the exceptional buoy number 2. Round number... Oh, no, and he's down on buoy number 3. Had a fairly decent start, but now he's going to be totally reliant upon round number 2 to see if he can make it through to the next round of the competition. But so far for Chris Parish, that has left him in a deep, deep trough. And unfortunately for him, that trough is around the 3 ball at 10.75 meters. And just gets in and just couldn't get himself out. But for the benefit of our locals here, one of the greatest lawn skiers of all time, let's give it up, please, for Chris the Tower Parish. All right, so Stephen Neville is our next competitor as we take a look at the tail end of this instant replay by Chris Parish. Just got a little bit off balance, a little bit off kilter into number 3, and just couldn't really hold the angle and the direction with that kind of balance. There's your leaderboard right there. We got Brian Detrick and we've also got Nick Adams, who has been adjudged to have gotten 2 buoys there. He's sold them on 2, and the judges bought on that one, so that is a 2 buoy count for Nick Adams. That will make life a little bit easier for him. Here comes Stephen Neville. Coming to us out of Canada. Spends a good portion of his time skiing on the lakes of Castingstone. Right outside Calgary, Predator Bay. And there you go with his opening pass, and doing a grand job with that. His opening pass was 32 off. A big mammoth of a man out there on the lake, just carving his way through those turns and looking in very solid shape out there. That is Stephen Neville. All right then, folks, let's see who we have on the dock side. We've got Benjamin Stadelbauer there with the full-on beanie and the jacket, and obviously a few of our competitors huddling for a little bit of warmth as they get settled into the event. This is Stephen Neville. This is 12 meters. All right, so we're looking at Stephen Neville here, and all right, and whilst we have Stephen Neville out in the slalom course, we also have on the commentary position here Chris Parish.
Hey,
how
Tony.
you doing there, bud?
I've seen better sets. We can say that. Just couldn't find my rhythm that set. Just felt kind of off, and I'll make some adjustments and hopefully get it figured out next round.
You certainly looked pretty good for the first few passes, you know, at 32 and at 35 and 11.25 meters. But I mean, what was generally off with 10.75 or 39.5 off?
Yeah, even if you just back it up to 38, I just felt like the onside was almost turning too hard, and then at the 39 at one ball, it turned so hard it overturned and I kind of got pulled up, and then I lost my rhythm at the beginning.
Is that something you can adjust personally on your slalom ski quickly, or does that involve a mechanical change?
No, well, probably a little bit of both, but I would say definitely some ski adjusting for sure.
All right, then. So let's have a look here at Stephen Neveu. This is 11.25 meters, a little bit of down-course slippage there, and also, he doesn't seem to be finding too much of his rhythm out there either.
Yeah, I mean, some guys have looked awesome, and some have been a little bit off-kilter, but they kind of stay with it, as you saw Steve do there, and he's out the gates, and it's all that matters.
All right, then. So you've seen scores into 10.25 meters from the likes of Nicholas Adams and Brian Detrick and so on and so forth, and even that 3.5 by Adam Cord at 10.75 meters is a pretty significant dent in the competition. So, based upon what you've seen so far from this lot, you included, what do you reckon it's going to take for any of those skiers, yourself included, to make a serious in-runs to the top 8?
Yeah, it's looking like probably around 2 at 41, with the way, Brian kind of set the bar and had a great score of 3, and then you had Nick to back that up and run that solid 2. I'm thinking probably a 2 at 41.
So you're basically saying that Brian Detrick has done enough?
100%.
All right, then. Well, we look forward to seeing that. Chris Parish, ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot for
Thank
his
you.
words. And one of the latest episodes of the TWBC podcast will be dropping as I interviewed Chris Parish, and that will be out on all of your major podcasting apps. All right, then, here we go. This now is at 10.75 meters, Stephen Neveu, round buoy number 1. He knows full well what he needs to do, but can he actually come through and get the job done? For the first 2/3 of this course at 10.75 meters, that is very much the case. And for the full 6, that is definitely the case. Brilliant skiing there. A 6-buoy count at 10.75 meters. And now he has a chance of making a serious inroads at 41 off or 10.25 meters. Just look at him go off buoy number 1. Now, almost grimacing with near pain as he gets across from one side of the course to the next. Stephen Neveu just round buoy number 3, just allowing that ski to just pick up its angle and get maximum traction across the course. Just look at him go. Handle up a little bit high at the end, but I tell you what, most of the job was done, and certainly him being a taller than average slalom skier, he has a little bit more room for error when it comes to putting that ski on the outside of the buoy line. But of course, whenever you get a little bit taller, it means that you lose a little bit of your center of gravity as well, which means that if you make an error in the turn, you're least likely to correct it in double quick time. Let's have a look and see what Stephen Neveu can do. This is 41 off, or 10.25 meters, round buoy number 1. Oh, nicely done. Good traction off buoy number 1. Oh, yes, I feel for you, buddy. He gets around buoy number 2. He knew he had the start. An absolutely brilliant start it was as well on 1 at 10.25. Yeah, give him a cheer, why don't you? Yeah, there you go, with 1.5 at 10.25 meters. That is Stephen Neveu. That puts him, in third place right now behind Nicholas Adams and obviously behind Brian Detrick, who currently has the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters. So we'll see how that pans out, and as Stephen Neveu swims in, we'll get ready for our top 8 group of skiers. These skiers are ranked in the IWWF Pro Water Ski Tour standings. In the top 8, starting with actually in the top 15 in the world, I do beg your pardon. We got Benjamin Stahlbauer, who's 15th in the world. He is our 8th skier from last. Corey Vaughn with ranked number 14 in the world. Robert Hazelwood number 10. Jonathan Travis number 7. Thomas de Gasperi number 5. Will Ash number 4. Frederick Winter number 3, and your number 1 skier in the world on the pro list that we use to rank our skiers. is Nate Smith. We'll be back right after this.
Careful who you cross, careful who you test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Got no limit. I got no.
All right, then, and joining me here in the announcing point, we have, well, who do we have? We have Stephen Nephew. How you doing there, sir?
Doing all right. Yeah, just trying to get the feel of it out there.
Pure understatement there from one of Canada's top water ski slalomers, and I mean, you look pretty good out there. And then just what happened round buoy number 2 at 41?
Yeah, I just got a little bent in the back of the ski. I feel like I crossed the wake into 2 and maybe lost my patience a little bit and tried to make a turn when just need to slow things down and let the ski do the work.
Well, you've got to 1.5 at 41. That score would probably put you on the bubble a little bit there. So you're obviously not going to relax between now and the end. So what do you reckon it's going to take to realistically put you safely through to the next round of the competition now?
Yeah, I think any 3 or more is going to be solidify yourself into the next spot, into the next round. But get to 3 and we'll see what happens from there. But anything more than 3 will get you in for sure.
And I tell you what, you're looking good out there. You're looking good here. I mean, it's obvious that you've lost some weight between the last time I saw you and now.
Oh, thanks. It's just a lot of chicken and salads and a lot of running.
And it's obviously worked, and worked to great effect. Well, that's Stephen Nephew. He's going to get toweled off and dry and going to get warm because you're absolutely shivering. He's decided not to use a wetsuit. He's Canadian. He's tough. Yes. All right. So that was Stephen Nephew. We're going to go into our group of 8 skiers now that represent our top seeds. Best score of 2 rounds. Top 8 women go into the head-to-head. Top 8 men also do likewise. And some good skiing to come very, very soon. Wow. We've got Benjamin Stadelbauer about to take to the water first. There's your starting list. And the name missing at the top was Benjamin Stadelbauer because that list there represents the last 8 skiers to go after him. Whew, I'll tell you what. We've experienced some great slalom skiing at this point. I mean, there is absolutely no 2 ways about it. But we're merely at the beginning because we have 8 skiers more to determine, at least for the time being, who the top slalomers are at this stage of the competition. As you saw with the format, it is 8 skiers that go through to the next round, that go through to the 3rd and last round of the competition, which is going to be head-to-head. So a lot can happen, and I tell you, we just heard from Chris Parish that a score of maybe 3 at 10.25 meters may well be enough, and I'm sure you're asking yourself, who do we think? Who are we thinking of that has a score of 3 at 10.25 meters? is this guy. It's this fella here. Brian Detrick. What up?
How we doing, Tony?
You might want to turn your mic on. Is it on? Yeah, it's on. That's good. You know how to use one of those. But I tell you, wow. I actually had a double take on that 41 off, because I was like thinking, you got outside number 3 rather, well, I wouldn't say easy, but certainly look one of the easiest approaches to number 3. It's like thinking, now hang on a second, is this really 41 off, or is this 39 and a half? And apparently it was 41 off. So congrats to you so far. So what was it like out there?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. It was a little cold, but it was good. You know, it was just trying to get dialed out there, and I didn't feel super settled, but I've got some cues to focus on next set. I think that'll help, and I missed a handle at a 2-ball, and so that's where I know coming into 3 that I needed just to play it safe there, get a score of 3, and I was hoping to be able to keep going, but just needed to kind of take a step back, in that moment, and know that a 2.5 and a 3 is a big difference in a tournament like this.
Well, at least you were early enough out of 2 to get to 3 and not having to perform an air Caldwell. You saw that last week. That was brutal, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was brutal. I mean, I know I've been known, through the years of taking my fair share, but nothing I've ever seen is compared to that. And hopefully Adam, he's recovering. I know, a crash like that, it definitely take a toll.
Yeah, he landed right on his inside, and he basically broke 4 of the ribs up here, and from what I'm hearing, a rib right towards the back as well. So that I mean, whatever it takes, man.
Well, speedy recovery, Adam. Hopefully you can recover and maybe make it back towards the end of the season.
Okay, and also as well, I spoke to Chris Parish, and he said that you're through. He believes that 3 at the 10.25 meters is enough to see you through, but
yeah,
you have a different opinion.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a stacked field. I mean, men's slalom is always competitive, and any given day, I mean, I'd say 75% of these guys have an opportunity to get to 3 at 41.
Including someone like Benjamin Stadelbauer. If you want to stay here a while, stay here a little bit of a while, Brian, if you can.
Okay.
All right, so 13. Oh, he loaded up seriously off buoy number 2 there. Look at that. 30. He made 32 off look easy, but then again he didn't. Because at the tail end of 2, 4, and 6, he got that ski loaded, almost overloaded a little bit. I mean, what do you feel about that?
When I see that, I think of Andy Mapple. He always used to say, you got to attack the first pass just like the rest of your passes, and that's what you see Benny doing. He, especially here at 2.
Look at how much traction that ski's achieving off that number 2. It's absolutely incredible.
I think he's getting a decent amount of load for 32, but you can see there he's connected, he's balanced on the ski, and he's in control.
Absolutely. So the opening pass of 32 off looking good, though, although I do question a little bit about how he's expending that much energy at 32 off and not leaving enough for 35 and 35 at 38 or 39 and a half, or indeed 41 off at this stage.
I think it's similar to what I overheard Chelsea saying earlier today. Everybody has their own style, and he's accustomed to this. This is how he skis every day in practice, and so, Benny's a fit guy, and I don't think there'll be any problem.
And I think going along with that, the technique that he's producing, it's kind of dictated what his body shape should look like, because between last year and today, you can plainly see, if you see videos of him last year and what he's doing, he's shed a heck of a lot of weight to make that happen.
Yeah, Benny's definitely lean. I'm not sure if he's still doing the CrossFit, but I know he's heavily in CrossFit, and he's looking strong out there. Another nice 12-meter pass.
Yeah, indeed, and he's really starting to fill out the water, and water's a little chilly out there, wouldn't you say? How much does it make so far as a difference is concerned between skiing in, I don't know, Southern California or even Northern California or Florida to somewhere like here? What changes have to occur to be successful?
For me, coming to the Pacific Northwest or even Canada, with some of those events, I think it was an easy transition coming from California. I think it's a bigger difference going California to Florida. So I'm sure that there's a difference for, a lot of these guys skiing in Florida that, the ski's just going to ride a little bit different. But the course is the same. We're familiar with the boats, the drivers, and, everybody's able to adapt.
Yeah, and I see that the Benjamin is not bothering to wear like a suit or a heater top or anything like to keep himself warm, so he's probably quite sensitive to making major whole scale changes like that for an event like this, so that's something to consider as well. Let's have a look and see what he's got. He's run through 13, he's run through 12. This is 11.25 meters or 38 off. Coming to us originally out of Switzerland and residing in Claremont, Florida. Oh, look at that. And this is where all that preparation at 32 off starts to come into play. Being able to load up and comfortably get from one side of the course to the next. And he made 38 off just look remarkably easy.
Yeah, you see him still doing all the work in the right place. He's getting that ski turned out of the buoy and having a great work zone right behind the boat and then riding the line all the way out.
Absolutely. Good extension around buoy number 1 there and just looking in fine shape there. This is actually one of the previous passes, but I mean you can almost see that between one pass and another, the carbon copies really with the amount of effort that he puts at the end of the turn and going behind the boat. And Vincent and Benjamin Stettelbauer, or faux pas there for a second. I'm sure he'd appreciate that. He's watching this from Santa Rosa Beach, but yes, it's Benjamin Stettelbauer on the water, and he's going to come in at 10.75 meters. Now, a lot of changes occur between each pass, like between 32, 35, 35, 38 to an even greater extent. But I tell you what, the major wholesale changes come between 38 and 39 and a half off, because you really have to be on your game, don't you?
Yeah, that pendulum just gets quicker, and it's just a less margin of error. So we'll see Benny coming in at 39.
Nice bleed off with the speed going into the entrance. Oh, look at that, round buoy number 1. Gets buckled over on buoy, but I tell you what, he has the strength to stay there. He has to stay patient. Oh, and oh my word. What happened there into buoy number 4?
Well, I think it just started, at the start, and we'd have to look back at the replay to the previous passes. But like you said, I think he had maybe had a little too much speed and just lost his hips, got behind him there at 1. So then he didn't feel as comfortable in a 2, had a big 2 there. But he was patient at 3. I thought he was going to be back in it. As you see how he waited for the line, had a nice pull to 4, but I think he just tried to get a little too much to 4, and ski got stuck a bit.
Yeah, indeed. So obviously it's going to be heavily reliant upon the score in the second round. So, I mean, it's probably going to be the total opposite to your situation, where you are currently in the lead with 3 at 41 or 10.25 meters. It must alleviate a little bit of pressure from your shoulders, but then you counter that with saying, well, you thought that maybe 1 at 41 off might have put you through to the U.S. Open finals, so you've got to keep an eye on that. But do you feel a little bit of pressure taken off your shoulders, or do you still feel, on edge a little bit?
I think, there's definitely a little weight. You put up a respectable score, so you're happy with that. And even with the U.S. Open last weekend, I came to shore and I go, I think that half buoy of getting that full 2 might be the difference. And sure enough, that was the difference. So even then, I wasn't confident with so many guys after me.
All right, then. So we're on the water now on 13 meters. Mr. Peace, Love, and Water Skiing himself, Corey Vaughn. All right, looking at Corey Vaughn, just slicing and dicing his way from buoy to buoy, and once he clears that run, let's check out Wade on dockside. Wade, who do you have?
It's on. Can you hear me? Yep. So here with defending champion Freddie Winter. So always good to back to a place with good vibes, right?
Yeah, there's been a few this year I've gone back to and worn a different colour bib, which has been nice. But some have been successful, some haven't. Hopefully, I'll keep that ratio up.
So you had U.S. Open last week. Now California coming up. Got quite a few events through the fall. So you got enough gas in the tank to get all the way through?
Well, I didn't have a really good summer. I didn't ski for 3 or 4 weeks. I've lost a lot of fitness. Not where I want to be technically. Happily, my body's sort of holding up. So it's very strange to come back. From a point of a real standing start. But I'm doing okay. US Open went all right last week, and hopefully can kind of get back into it. Obviously, want to really go for it so I can be fit for Worlds. So I'm kind of, as much as I care about these the most, like I want to really get to a point where I'm really skiing well in a month's time. So it's all going well. A funny, odd comeback from injury, but happy that there's lots of tournaments.
We're going to see him in the water soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then, Corey Vaughn on the water with the 12-meter line and doing a decent job out there with this run. And he's a skier that just exudes and just oozes, ease of movement out there in the slalom course with a technique all of his own there, Brian.
Yeah, he's definitely a fluid skier, and, they always talk about look good, ski good. I know Corey's been wearing those shorts, for a long time, so he's finally got a bib that goes with it.
Oh, absolutely. I never really thought about that, but I mean, looking good and feeling good, that what was that movie from? Trading Places?
I don't remember, but definitely, everyone always jokes about that line.
Yeah, looking good, feeling good. All right, there. That was Corey Vaughn, who comes to us out of Bumpus in Virginia, and it's kind of hard being someone from a state that far north and that susceptible to cold weather to be competitive, compared to a lot of skiers that base themselves out in Central Florida and, in your case, Northern California. So he really has to make every single opportunity that he goes out there on the water really, really count.
Yeah, and I know he takes advantage. He gets down to Florida at times, and even through the years he's gone to Acapulco and coached down there. So trying to get some warmer skiing in during the winter to keep his skill up.
Absolutely. Here we go. This is Corey Vaughn approaching the course right here, right now, with 11.25 meters. Good strike into buoy number 1. Nicely done around buoy number 2. Ski a little bit behind him though on that particular turn. But is very, very patient at the end of these turns, and that is an aspect of short-line slalom skiing that is very, very overlooked, because a lot of people, when they get into short lines and try and make turns and say, I've got to get this turn, I've got to get it in, got to stay ahead of the buoys. But sometimes the best course of action is to just chill at the end of the turn, just go down course a little bit and just allow that ski to finish the turn, and then you can get traction.
Yeah, that's totally right, Tony. I like the saying less is more. So you're less out of the buoy and more behind the boat. And like you said, you want to be patient, let the ski come around, and you want to have that work zone to be behind the boat. I like to use the analogy of a swing set. Do you pump at the top or do you pump at the bottom? You pump at the bottom. So that's the same with skiing. You want to pump, as you're coming in towards the bottom, which would be the center line of the boat.
Very good analogy. I'm thinking about that right now. That definitely sounds good.
I know we got to go back to childhood because when was the last time you were on a swing? It's been a long time for me.
I don't think there's any swing that can take my weight, to be honest with you, but there you go. All right, then. So let's see Corey Vaughn come in as we check out a little bit of the scenes on dockside. Right, here comes Corey Vaughn. This is 10.75 meters now. He went in at 32, came back at 35. He ran 11.25. This is now 10.75 meters, or 39.5 off. Oh, nicely done on buoy number 1. Gotten broken over a little bit, but look at this. If you're talking about someone who can execute the perfect aerial edge change, oh, wow. Got in a little bit deep there on some of those turns, and where did it all start going pear-shaped for him?
Well, it started at 1. You know, he got heavy 1, kind of like Benny. He, you know, led with the upper body a bit, lost the hips, and you just have that extra load early.
Ooh, yeah.
He kept his hips there. Just got a lot of load, and so you see him lose the line there. And then now, you know, you're running a different line. He's, you know, patient out of the buoy. That's why he got, you know, so far down the course. But like what you talked about, you know, the margin of error at 39, you can only have so many mistakes. And you see him patient out of 5, waiting for the rope, and, you know, tries to get outside of 6. And from that view, looks like he, you know, maybe unofficial 5.5. We'll have to give it to the judges.
Yeah, I'm giving him 5.5 on that one. So we've got 6 more skiers to go before we round off the second group of men. But I tell you what, it's been nice having you here, and hopefully your 3 will be enough to send you to the next round. If not, maybe something a little bit more if you have something left in the tank there, Brian.
Perfect. Thanks, Tony. Enjoyed it.
Not a problem. You take care. All right, then. So as we take a look at the instant replay for Corey Vaughn, a reminder to our pro skiers that have already skied to sign the T-shirts for our kids here. Yep, we're signing T-shirts. We're for our younger skiers. So if the pros can do that at their earliest convenience, that would be greatly appreciated. Now, skier on the water is Robert Hazelwood. Or, as Wade Cox has described him, his name is Handsome Bob. So there we go. Just look at his technique. Good effort there on the opening pass of 30 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. At 32 feet, the rope is 43 feet long. And compared to the course width of 37.5 feet wide, it sounds like you have a fair amount of room to get round all 6 buoys. But anyone that has ever attempted 13 meters or 32 off will know that the reality is far, far different. So we've got Robert Hazelwood on the water, a.k.a. Handsome Bob. From the movie The Italian Job, the recent iteration of that movie, at least, starring Jason Statham. Looking at the dock side there, we've got some conversations and preparations taking place. All right then, so Robert Hazelwood, out of Great Britain, originally from Lincoln, member of a Team GB water ski, and not looking too bad out there, looking in very, very good shape. And joining me here at the announcing point, my good friend here from the land down under, his name is Nick Adams. How you doing there, sir?
I'm good, Tony. I'm happy to be here, and I'm glad that you didn't take too long to check what that name was.
I just wanted to make sure, you know, because there were other names that start with Nick anyway. But anyway, so your score, what was it? 2 at 10.25 meters. Do you reckon that's enough?
To be honest, I don't think so. I think it's going to be on the bubble. I think it's a good backup score, but I honestly don't think it's enough. You've seen this list? There's some guys out here that are going to really, really have some huge scores, so I don't think it's going to be quite.
Yeah, but you say that though. But I mean, you've got the likes of Corey Vaughn and Benjamin Stadelbauer, who have, they came up short on 10.75 meters, which means that, you know, it's still very, very unpredictable. So you got to ski and be you, and then see where the chips may fall. And hopefully, more than 2 at 10.25 is what we're expecting in your immediate future.
Yeah, I mean, you just never know on the day, right? I mean, anything can happen. Like you said, both those guys can easily past that in their second round, though, you know, so it's only going to take one big score for them to put out. Yeesh, that was go, Rob. But you just never know on the day, you know.
Yeah, and exactly, and I mean, and that just exemplifies that right there. I mean, a turn that could have just dumped him in the water if he was like 2 inches narrow of the buoy.
Yeah, like I said, you never know on the day, but Rob's been ripping it up, man. I had no question there. He's going to come through and just
look
rip
at that
here.
off
I know.
too.
And here we are. And then 3 bowl, you know, he's just away. Here we go again. Anyone here that's skiing in this event, you know, the best skiers in the world, they all have the shortest memory. You look at him turning 3 like nothing had ever happened.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, taking those kinds of hits, 11.25 meters, doesn't it kind of like saps your strength a little bit, getting ready for 39.5 off, or do you reckon that youth and fitness is well and truly on his side?
I was going to say, well and truly on Rob's side. The other thing is, too, that may have just been that little bit of a snap to him to make him feel like, all right, we're in this, we're awake now, we've had that little hiccup, and now let's go for it.
Looks like Christmas has arrived for some of our younger skiers. Look like they've got the Syndicate swag.
Absolutely.
Swag
We've
box
got
out.
that swag box there. We've got heaps of skiers getting down there. The juniors are going to be absolutely decked out. It's an awesome event they're running here.
Absolutely. And we see JT there, Jonathan Travers, about to get ready and just get himself psyched up along the dockside. I mean, that must be a pretty lonely place right now in the space between your ears, you know, getting ready for your run. This is 10.75 meters. Here he goes, round buoy number... Oh, good strike off number 1. Look at him go, round buoy number 2. Oh, and handle up high of number 4. Round number 3 into 4. Look at him go, round number 5. Yeah, there you go. And he just kept that ski moving.
Yep, got it done.
Wow. Right, let's take a look at this again, because it wasn't the easiest of passes that he's run on that particular line length, but he just kept that ski rolling and just plain flat out just got the job done.
Exactly, Tony. Shortest memory in the world, a slalom skier.
Except for the average goldfish that I keep, anyway. But there you go. But look at this. I mean, out of buoy number 1, and just allowed that ski to come underneath. You know, I mean, this is some uncanny aggression that we're seeing out of Robert Hazelwood, and you know, for my money, he does. It looks like he's almost completely off balance into some of these turns, but yet he still has the uncanny cat-like reflexes to react and still stay on top.
Sure, yeah, and I think that's just a little bit deceiving. Rob's got massive core strength behind him to be able to run what he's doing and doing what he's doing there after that 2 bowl. That 2 and 3, I know that for sure he didn't quite get what he wanted at 2, but you know, he just manhandled it after that.
Absolutely, and taking a look around dockside, we're seeing the likes of JT and Thomas de Gasperi, and I'm sure William Asher is not too far around the corner, and Frederick Winter is there too, and Nate Smith was probably very, very close, and let's have a look and see. Rob Hazelwood, 10.25 meters, round buoy number 1. Good to go round number 2. Can he make it outside number 3? I don't think so. He's going to have to settle with 2. Similar to one other skier I know, but it's on the tip of my tongue.
Think of the name.
Yeah. N.A. is his initials. Yes, Nick Adams. Yes, you are currently tied with Rob Hazelwood now with 2 at 10.25. What do you see here?
I saw a guy that was going for that 3. I was not in as good a shape for that 2 ball that I was going for, you know. So he'll adjust off that and really go for his second round. I think he was just feeling out what he wanted that first round, and he'll be right second.
Yes, and he looked around and to that number 3 as if to say, I mean, it almost had the feeling, yeah, let's give him a cheer, Robert Hazelwood. And looking at this instant replay there and then taking a look behind him for number 3, it's almost as if you kind of had like a mask on top of that with your face on it. But anyways, let's check in with Wade and we'll return.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Thomas de Gasperi, who recently won the San Gervasio Pro-Am and the 8th European slalom title. Wow. You ready to go?
Ready to go. A little cooler than Florida, but, we'll manage. The scores are high, and, I got to go out there and attack.
Well, even a recent third at the U.S. Open, so ready to go home?
I'm ready to go big, It won't be easier. There's a lot of good skiers after me, so it'll be a good battle.
No, we like it. We can't wait to see Thomas on the water. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So, with thanks to Nicholas Adams and thanking him for his input and analysis, we're going to bring on our next competitor. This is Jonathan Travers, coming to us out of the town of Okahomka in Central Florida, which is the home to the International Tournament Water Skiing School, otherwise known as Jack Travers' place to a lot of folks within the industry. He trains there, along with Will Asher and a few others of Team Syndicate. Let's see what he's got. Jonathan Travers. Looking good, looking in fine form. All right, and with JT running the opening pass, let's check in on Wade.
Hey, guys, we're just grabbing Rob coming off the water, so how'd it go out there?
Yeah, hello. Nice gym workout. A few big fours in there, but no, I'm happy to get down 39, and I'm in the mix with 2 at 41. Who knows whether I imagine there'll be a runoff or tie or backup, but no. First round, haven't had a major tournament in a while, so it's nice to be back and be in the mix.
We'll see him on the water again second round, but he's got a great backup score. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thank you very much indeed. And just to remind you, good folks, that among the next few podcasts that will drop on the TWBC podcast actually have the likes of Rob Hazelwood and Nicholas Adams and the like. So you'll be able to see that on waterskibroadcasting.com and also check it out on Spotify, on Google Podcasts, and also on Apple Podcasts. It is the TWBC podcast hosted by yours truly. All right, then. So we've saw Robert Hazelwood with 2 at 41 off, or 10.25 meters. Now we are going to see, coming into the course on his second run, this is Jonathan Travers on 12 meters. Good strike on buoy number 1, is in very, very good shape for the second and third buoy. Handle up a little bit high, but that is quite characteristic of Jonathan Travers, and keeps himself very, very much in the frame there. Good skiing there from Jonathan Travers. And we'll see what he can conjure up with 11.25 meters. It is going to be the next run for him. Just looking in good shape there. Good grand shape there for Jonathan Travers. That was the 12-meter run. I'm sure that the head-to-head slalom finals, as they work out, is going to have the minimum starting line length of 12 meters. There's our starting list, our remaining skiers, featuring De Gasperi, Asher, Winter, and Smith. 4 skiers remain after JT, or Jonathan Travers, former Masters men's slalom champion, and one of the most iconic slalom skiers in the world today. Especially when you see him attempt passes at 11.25 meters, which you see him attempt now. Bleeds off the speed directly into number 1. Nice smooth approach into buoy number 2. He is left foot forward, which means his 1-3-5 side is going to be of immense advantage to him. And he skis neutral on 2-4-6, and that is an absolutely peach a pass there from Jonathan Travers. Just shifts its weight towards his back foot a little bit, and the gate shot, and just allows the ski to roll up, and then just hooks up on the line, then goes cross course, and gets set for the his onside turns, which are 1-3-5. So now let's see what we've got there from Jonathan Travers. We've got five skiers remaining, including himself. So if he can try and put a score into 41 off, or 10.25 meters, which is the pass to come after the next one here, then he could do some serious damage to the current field of athletes. So we've got Jonathan Travers, and on dockside we've got Thomas de Gasperi. There is our format, the best score of 2 rounds. Top 8 women advance, top 8 men advance into the head-to-head portion of the competition. Got a full crew here from TWBC. We thank the production crew. We've got Alice Bagnoli, who is hitting the buttons. So we've got John Waldron and Trey Melton and Adam Aber behind the cameras. Oh, look at this. Jonathan Travers, oh my word, this is 10.75 meters. Oh my word, he had such a great start there on that particular run. He was not getting too far down course. The ski was reacting well to him, and I honestly don't know what happened. He just dumped everything on buoy number 4, and he put himself in a hole that he couldn't even dig himself out of with a shovel. He's round buoy number 2. We'd taken a look at the instant replay. Everything was looking good at this point. A little bit of a shunt there on buoy number 3, but that's nothing he hasn't experienced in his career before. And then the ski comes round, and I don't know, that was just a weird fall for Jonathan Travers with the kind of start that he got. It's going to end up being 3.5 at 10.75 meters. And that is going to give a little bit of hope to some of our competitors, even earlier in this competition. The likes of Brian Detrick, the skiers such as Stephen Neveu, and the likes of Nick Adams with 2, Robert Hazelwood with 2. So, yeah, it's definitely going to open up a few things there so far as that is concerned. All right, here we go. That is Thomas de Gasperi. All right, looking at Thomas de Gasperi, we've got Jonathan Travers on the commentary position. I'll give him a little bit of time to catch his breath and recover as we see Thomas get through the opening run. Buoy number 3 and number 4 looked pretty decent, and this is just typical from Thomas de Gasperi on this opening pass of 32 off. And as he gets around buoy number 6, we've got Jonathan Travers here, and he's just swam in and gotten 3.5 at 10.75 meters. So obviously that puts you in a rather uncomfortable position so far as possibly making it through to the next round. But I mean, the first half of that pass just looked on fire, and then you just dumped everything on 4.
Yeah, that was a little weird, Tony, to tell you the truth. I didn't have the start that I wanted. The gate was a bit slow and narrow, so my whole rhythm was just off. It looked like I was probably getting some decent turns, but my line was just really narrow, so I was having a tough time controlling the rope. And then I came out at 3. I was like, oh, this feels pretty good. Just be careful at 4, and then I just fall out the back. So I always say you got to attack until you're sitting at the end of the lake, you know.
Okay. Anyway, we'll look at Thomas de Gasperi on 12 meters, but going on to the next round, obviously that puts a little bit of weight on your shoulders. Do you know enough about this lake now to make the necessary adjustments on 10.75 meters and then possibly put a deep enough score into 41 to see you advance?
Yeah, the lake's amazing. We've been coming here I think this is the 6th Hilltop Pro-Am. So I've been to most of them. I missed a few, but this lake's amazing. It skis well. The setup is perfect. It's not the lake. It's not the boat. It's not the driver. It's the skier this time. So I just need to get my stuff a little bit more dialed for the next round and do what I know what I can do.
All right, then. Well, we'll let you get into the initial stages of preparation for round 2. We'll let you get toweled off and dried. I mean, it looks like you're shivering a little bit because this is the northwest of the United States, and you live in the southeast, you know. So I mean, there's a huge temperature difference.
Yeah, the temperature change is a big difference for me, and but you know, I'm just happy to be here. Thanks to the crew that runs this event, and yeah. See you guys next round.
All right, then. Get after it. Okay, that was Jonathan Travers. Wishing him the best of luck going forwards, a member of Team Syndicate. And we, like I say, provided that he doesn't trip over himself getting up out the chair. All right, then. So we got Thomas de Gasperi right here, right now, from Italia, coming to us out of Trento in the northern part of Italy, where during the summer he runs along with his father a water ski school up there. Beautiful facility, crystal clear water, much like this water here at Hilltop, and is actually big enough to actually accommodate 2 slalom courses back to back. So for those of you out there that are looking for a great holiday destination in the summer and want to travel to Italy, his place is certainly a great one to stop. And if you're looking to do some endurance training on 2 back-to-back slalom courses, this guy is the man to get in contact with. So far as the slaloming is concerned, on the water right now, he has run through 32, 35, and 38. That is 13, 12, and 11.25 meters back-to-back and consecutive runs. Now, Thomas de Gasperi riding on a ski which is significantly wider at the tip than most others that are within that product range that he's on right now. And the design of that ski is so that he gets a little bit more tip pressure at the end of the turn, more support, and it keeps him on top of the water a little bit higher, so he doesn't have to work nearly as much to bring that ski in to gain traction. All right, then, that was Will Asher that you just saw a glimpse of, and he's getting ready to take to the water. And Thomas de Gasperi now 39.5 off 10.75 meters. Has already won a pro title this season in San Gervasio, which is in Italy, a little way south of Brescia, somewhere between Brescia and Cremona. And that is certainly one of the best professional sites in all of the world. Certainly, if you have an opportunity to ski there, certainly take it. Here we go. This is Thomas de Gasperi at 10.75 meters. Oh, look at this. Takes a big chunk out of number 3. Number 4. And ladies and gentlemen, another pass at 10.75 meters, and it belongs to Thomas de Gasperi. Beautifully executed run. Hardly putting the foot wrong. Maybe a little bit of a hitch on one of those turns. But I tell you what, Thomas de Gasperi, who's literally been on fire this season. There have been some instances, some seasons, where Thomas de Gasperi, suffered a little bit from injury and just couldn't make half the tournaments that he was scheduled to ski at. But in the last few months, he's gotten healthy. He's looking in very, very good shape on top of the water, and the results, as you can plainly see, have been very, very good. Gotten through 10.75 meters, or 39.5 off, and now 41 off, or 10.25 meters. All right, so Thomas de Gasperi now 41 off, 10.25 meters. Let's have a look at some of the targets that he'll be challenging. The 3 from Brian Detrick, the 2 from Nicholas Adams, the 2 from Robert Hazelwood, the 1.5 from Stephen Nephew. That's what he's aiming for. Anything more than 3, and he'll take the lead. Let's have a look. Buoy 1. Boom. Hits that one. Excellent. Round buoy number 2. Look at this. Round buoy number 3. He's going to make a play on 4. Does he get outside buoy number 4? He tries to set it, but ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for him, please. Thomas de Gasperi. Whew. Are you not entertained? 10.25 meters, 41 off. Oh, look at this on the instant replay there for Thomas de Gasperi. Does he get outside buoy number... No, I don't think he made it outside buoy number 4. But let's give it up, please. Thomas de Gasperi. All right then. So as Thomas de Gasperi, we're looking at this instant replay, and by we, it's me and Robert Hazelwood here.
That looked like a big 2.
Yeah, very big 2.
No, but it looked like I only saw the end of his 39 and the start of his 41, and it looked like he was really kind of cranking that offside. And yeah, he got a beautiful one. Needed that big 2, but no, he looked good.
All right then, folks. Just in case you were wondering who that voice was, it's Handsome Bob.
Oh no, not you as well.
Yes, we just need to get the big razor and just shave your head off, and give you a Jaguar or something like that, and then that will complete the picture.
I think I might be a little told off by a few people for that one, including me.
Indeed, yes. Robert Hazelwood, you've scored earlier 2 at 10.25 meters. Do you reckon that's enough, or do you need to come through with something bigger?
I'm going to say the same thing everyone else has in this position, that I think it'll be a good backup. I mean, who knows in the final? We all know that the conditions are going to stay absolutely perfect. So who knows? Hopefully I'll be going off near the end, so at least I can know what I need to do if I need to go out again, or if I need to... I mean, I'll definitely be going out again, but what I need to do to get myself in the final.
All right, then, and to be aware that it's 8 that go through to the next round of the competition, and right now you're currently in a tie for third or something like that. All right, then, so here we go. This is someone you know.
Yeah, he looks like he always does. Pretty smooth, pretty aggressive, dominating the early passes. Yeah, that looked really nice.
That's smoother than a well-buttered banister.
Oh, Tony. Yeah, no, that was a really nice pass from Will. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. He's been looking good all week. We flew in on Wednesday, so he's had some practice here. And yeah, he knows exactly what to expect.
But just look at that. I mean, it almost looks like he's about to fall forwards going into that number 1, but then that ski just comes round at the right time. Just there, just boom.
Yeah, you've described skiing there pretty much. It's just controlled falling, really, and Will's one of the best of it.
Certainly, and his 2.46 side is something that dreams are made of.
Yeah, I've watched that a few times, safe to say.
All right, then. So, obviously, you came onto the scene about a year or so ago, I guess, in the pro ranks, under 21 World Championships, all that kind of stuff. You've had some injury worries and stuff like that, So I mean, for the benefit of our folks here, I mean, this is one of their first opportunities to actually see you ski at the professional level in an event like this.
Yeah, no, it's good to be skiing at these kind of events. They really prove your mettle. Really, there's no hiding from anything. Everything's on the webcast. It's not a rankings tournament where you ski bad one round, no one knows, and you just hopefully put it together better in the next round. But I mean, Will's doing a perfect job here of 35, looking smooth, feeling the ski out, feeling the side out a little bit more, and I mean, I'm sure he'll be very happy with that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's just smooth. I mean, there's no wasted motion. Let's just put it that way. Everything that he does is very, very deliberate, very smooth. He just hooks up and he goes and.
Yeah, no, he does a great job of staying on the handle nice and long, really riding up on the boat. And yeah, just so smooth, so strong, and yeah, it looks, like I say, it looks how Will Asher usually does, really. I'm sure this is where it starts to get a little more tricky. Obviously, everyone knows 38. It's the first pass that gets a little bit harder. So I'm sure Will will smash it, but I'm excited to watch.
All right then, and riding on a ski that you're quite familiar with.
Yep, yeah, I'm on the Pro, so he's on the Omega on that side of the Syndicate skis. But I love both skis, to be honest. The Pro's just a little more aggressive for me, whereas Will's a lot more smooth on top of it. So that's one of the reasons why he likes it. But no, they're both great skis, and yeah, we'll see how he puts it to work on this pass.
Yes, and I mean the Syndicate brand has been going on from strength to strength for many, many years now, and it's great that they offer skiers the choice of skis that actually complement more of their style, from a smoother ski to a more aggressive athlete, such as yourself.
Yeah, there's no just making a new ski every year and putting a graphic on it. They put a lot of effort in as a team to make skis that ride like this. I mean, nice one, beautiful two, hooking up nice out of 3. I mean, it looks like you've just put a...
Are you sure this is 11.25?
I was going to say, it looks like you put a replay on of his 32, to be honest. Little hitched up at 4. I'm sure he'll be figuring that one out and ready to kind of put that to work on 39. But I mean, his start was great.
Doesn't get much better than this, does it?
No, not really.
So looking in very, very good shape. All right, so Team Syndicate out in force, on the water and off the water. How you doing there, Jamie?
I'm good, thanks, Tony.
There you go. Oh, you gotta love this, you know. You're surrounded by you're surrounded by a couple of raging Cajuns, dude. Now, oh, you gotta love it.
Rob's coming.
Yes,
I'll be there at Nationals, cheering on the Cajuns.
Yes, over at Bennett's in Zachary, Louisiana, and that's actually going to be your final national championships, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be. I should be graduating in May, so this will be the last one.
Good. We certainly wish you the best of luck in that endeavour. But let's focus on Will Asher. He's multiple-time slalom champion, world level, collegiate level. I think he still actually has the collegiate national slalom record from as far back.
He does.
Yeah, from the early 2000s. But here we go, Rob, or Handsome Bob. Here we go.
All right, Willie's coming in nice and fast on the gate. Beautiful one. That's the Stahli one. Hooking up out of 2. There we go.
There you
go. Oh. Everyone seems to be getting a big 4 today, but yeah, he's through the exit gates.
Oh, that is as stylish as it gets. Top banana there from Will Asher. Absolutely.
It's a shame we don't have the strongest pull on this weekend. I think there'd be some 4 balls challenging each other this week, but other than that 4, that was a pretty nice pass. A little hitched at 3, but no, pretty solid.
What do you say, Jamie?
Yeah, I think Rob's right on that one. He had a decent start, good out of 2, and then just kind of some loose line at 3 that kind of stopped him, but classic Willie 2-4, and 4-ball was able to get him back in the game.
And I see the separation that he gets from the handle going into his 2-4 that just allows that ski to just carve in on its inside edge and just allows it to just grab and go a little bit. That's been a hallmark of Will Asher's slalom skiing for as long as I can remember him skiing, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people wish they could have a 2-4 like Will, me included.
There are people that are prepared to give their right arms up for that. But then again, if you give up your right arm, then you can't have a 2-4.
There you go.
All right, then. So there's your leaderboard right there. There's Detrick. There is De Gasperi. They're both tying for the lead. There's you, Handsome Rob, in 3rd place right now. Now let's have a look. Okay. What would you say? What would you say is the buoy count here?
Oh, I don't know. What are we going to see? I mean, Willie Asher, he knows his way to 3 boys usually, so we'll see. Getting a nice gate pull out. Let's see. It'll be a nice and aggressive gate. There we go. Lovely swing up on 1. Not the one he wanted. Is he going to get out of 2? Yeah.
Yes, turns and ties with you.
Yeah, that's not the start that you usually see on Willie. Normally he's attacking that 1 boy at 41. He knows it's his weaker side. But yeah, that's just not the one he wanted. Made it outside of 2. And I'm sure he's not going to be the happiest of chappies, but get some...
He took a couple of attempts to bleed off some speed into his gates, though.
Yeah, well, that's what Will always does, but yeah, just making outside of 2. I mean, like we've all said, that's going to be a nice starter score for him. He's going to go out there, he's going to be somewhat near the end of the running order, so he's going to know that he's probably going to need to get a piece of 3, but no, that was... What can you say?
All right, then. So he's got a little bit of work to do. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Will Asher. And, you know, I mean, we said this right at the very beginning there, Rob. And you said it perfectly. Water ski slalom is controlled falling.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened into buoy number 1 there.
Yeah, well, uncontrolled falling on that. His ski got a little bit hitched up. I'm sure he'll be thinking about that, but I know he's pretty dialed in on his setup, so I'm sure he'll be back in the next round getting a lot further down that pass. I know he'll definitely want to, so I'm sure he'll be on it.
All right, a 3-way tie for 3rd between you, Nick Adams, and Will Asher right now. We still got, who is it, Brian Detrick and... Freddie and Nate are coming up next, but the 2 leaders right now, we've got Brian Detrick with 3.
Mm-hmm.
Who else has 3 at the moment? T-Gas has 3 at 3. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Brian Detrick keeps making a habit of coming out there fairly early on the starting list. I know he's a busy chap. I think he works, so he kind of pops up at these pro tournaments and more like, what's he going to do this time? And
I think he works for PG&E, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but he keeps popping up at these pro tournaments. We're all not sure what to expect, and he keeps going out early and putting out some big scores, and he did it at US Open last week. I'm pretty sure he was the first one to go for the opt-up move that everyone was doing, and yeah, he keeps on putting it out there. It's impressive stuff.
Okay, so let's talk about the opt-up as you mentioned it. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Under what situations would you ideally invoke the opt-up?
You can pretty much use these conditions as when you wouldn't invoke the opt-up. I mean, just Freddie's coming in here now on his first pass. I know he's coming back from he's had a little bit of a shoulder injury these past few weeks, but I mean, he looks pretty strong on the water. Yeah, it looks nice out there. But yeah, I mean, like you said about the opt-ups, these aren't really the conditions we'll see people opting up. If there's I mean, in the way that we're all trying to run, we're all trying to get 3 at 41, so in the tailwind, that's not ideal. I mean, we can all do it, but we're going to be winning that headwind for that 41, and these conditions are perfect for that.
Because, I mean, Jamie, in terms of the opt-up, I mean, you would only really want to throw the opt-up in if you felt that the wind conditions were not optimal enough to take your critical pass in a certain direction, not so much for fatigue or fitness purposes, I would say.
Yeah, correct. I think most of us could start at our easier pass and not have any issue in terms of fatigue getting through all the way to our hardest pass. So I think opt-up usually comes into play when there's a bit of wind and you want to take, as Rob said, a headwind on your hardest pass. So sometimes you want to start at your standard starting pass. So for me, start at 32, but maybe it's a headwind off the dock, and I was hoping it was a tailwind, so then I would opt up maybe to 38 so that I can get a 39 head.
All right then. And speaking of keeping warm a little bit, we've got our fashion models here now. We've got the Syndicate hat, the beanie, and the camouflage jacket.
It's a toque, Tony.
It's a beanie this side of the border.
We've all raided the HO factory this week, so we've all got our fresh swag. But here's Freddie coming in on 35. That looks much better start. Looked a little unbalanced on his 32, but this is more like the classic Freddie we see. Yeah, looking strong out there, looking nice. I mean, it's a beautiful warm-up pass, really. Yeah, looking strong. I'm sure he'll take some confidence into his 38 after a little bit of a shaky first pass. I don't think he practiced here, so I'm sure he was just
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I think he was just feeling things out from...
But he did win here last year, though.
He did win here last year, but he's come from 100-degree Florida to 62-degree Seattle, so it can feel a little bit different. And, I mean, Freddie's been around long enough. He knows what to do.
And look how he hooks up on 2-4. He kind of like drops the handle down a little bit below his hip and then hooks up from there and just uses the ski direction to tighten up the line and his arms going through. That's all Freddie right there.
Yeah, that's Freddie. I mean, when Freddie's on form, he does a great job of staying connected off the second wake, really kind of riding that line up the boat. And yeah, I mean, it looks like textbook Freddie out there.
Absolutely. So, and a little bit earlier on in the season, he was competing in the San Gervasio Pro-Am as we have a look at the leaderboard and see where you're situated there, Robert. You're currently in a three-way tie for third.
Worst places to be.
Yeah, but in San Gervasio, he actually decided halfway through the head-to-head finals not to continue on through the semi-finals because he was thinking more ahead of tournaments like this coming up.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see if that played off here. I know he's been battling that shoulder. He was having some trouble when he was back home in England, but yeah, he's looking pretty strong out there. I mean, lovely one. Yeah, I mean, just looks so early, so easy, showing us how it's done. He's the first one not to dip his shoulder in out of 4-boy, but no, he's looking good out there. And I know that for him at San Gervasio, it would not have been an easy move for him to pull out. We're all here for competition. We all want to win. We all fly out to these countries, and the last thing any of us want to do is pull out. So he must have had a fair bit of pain to pull out halfway through the head-to-heads. But no, he looks strong out there. A little bobble at 5, but I'm sure he'll figure that out for his 39.
Yes, indeed. And also at San Gervasio, none of his equipment arrived.
Oh, I think I remember that. He was on a random ski, a 65 or something like that.
66.
Yeah.
He normally skis on a 67.
Yeah, so I'm sure that felt a little bit funky paired with a dodgy shoulder. Yeah, but either way, your equipment or not, it's another challenge. And he took to the challenge pretty well, but obviously just the injury was a little bit too much and wanted to save himself for days like this.
And actually, speaking of equipment, you skied out there in the first round. You were actually skiing on a ski that you hadn't been on before, maybe about once before, was that right?
Yeah, we had some equipment troubles, we can say, on Thursday. So yeah, we had to get a new ski and. Yeah, I had one set on the Thursday. It felt good. I liked it. So yeah, we're out here. We had a few adjustments, but I mean, beautiful start for Freddie there.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this is his best pass by far coming in. Oh, that's no.
Oh, one of those famous. Oh, that's gotta hurt. That has got to hurt.
That has to be one of the most impressive bits of skiing I've ever seen from Freddie. I mean, he's got a bad shoulder already. I don't know how healed it is, but that was a huge hit out of 6. He could have sat on the back platform and picked that up. That's some real brave stuff to be taking that. Most people would be planting their nose on the front of the ski after that.
Well, I think it's safe to say that if you are in possession of a huge quantity of ice, please proceed down to the starting dock immediately.
Yeah, I mean, but the start, and that's the weird thing, the start was so beautiful. Lovely 1, lovely 2. Pretty sure his 3 was textbook as well. And then just, I don't know what the hell happened at 4. Got a little ski overslid on him.
Ooh, a little bit of slippage.
Took a big hit there. Needed a perfect 5 and did not get it at all. Ski bit.
And I bet he was grateful that he had a 67-inch slalom ski under his feet rather than a 66.
I bet he was looking at the bank and going, hopefully I don't end up in that, I think. But that was some seriously impressive stuff there from Freddie.
Oh, yeah.
And now, but the thing is, he can forget that. That's the great thing about slalom. He's come through his 39. Yeah, it was a mess at the end, but he's coming in on 41, exactly the same as we all do. So it all gets rewritten, and I'm sure he's excited to see how far he can get down this.
Well, this is nice. The sun's starting to come out a little bit. It's starting to get a little bit warm now, Robert.
I was going to say my English blood was very frozen this morning. Did not bring enough clothes. But anyway, here's Freddie coming in, coming around the turning island. And let's see what he does here.
All right, then. Let's see what Freddie can do. We've got one skier to come after him, and that's Nate Smith. But All right, let's see what he's got. Freddie Winter. This is 41 off 10.25 meters. There's a multiple way tie for third place with 2.
It's not a bad one. Needs a good 2. He gets it. He'll be outside of 3.
Is he? Or we get, and now we've got a multiple way tie for the lead with 3.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't look happy with it, but
No,
sure
he doesn't.
I'm sure he should be after the state of that 39. I think that's what his aggression will have been at. I think after the end of that 39, he'll be happy to get a piece of 3 and kind of should solidify his place in the final. I'll be very surprised if there's a problem at 3 at 41, but
He'll be happy to see some person on the starting dock with a whole bunch of ice.
yeah, I imagine so. I mean, the 2 saved in there. He got a big 2 again, and yeah, I mean, that should put, I mean, I don't want to say it too early, but they should put him in the final. So
It should.
I'm sure knowing Freddie will go out there in the second man whether he's in or not and try to feel out his ski and feel out his setup. He's obviously got a few little nerves to shake out, and I'm sure he'll be back ready for more in the final.
All right, then. So it's going to be 3 at 10.25 meters for Freddie Winter. Wow. It's a slugfest out there.
I was going to say that looked like an interesting set for Freddie, but like I say, that's the great thing. You can forget about the 39. He got 3 at 41. He's up there at the top of the list, and like I say, I'm sure he's probably punched his ticket into the final with that score. It'll be a great tournament if there's a run-off there. But yeah, I mean, we have Nate here. He's going to be feeling confident. I know he didn't come out and practice, but he's never actually skied here before. But it's a textbook lake. It's going to ski pretty perfectly, and I'm sure we'll see Nate come out now
And only
put on the show.
only 2 of the current top 8 right now have not registered a score into 10.25 meters. That the score from Benjamin Stadelbauer and Corey Vaughn. So basically, the top 6. I mean, right now into 10.25 meters, and we'll see how that pans out. But I tell you what, some fantastic skiing.
Yeah, that's good. That's what you'd expect at a pro event. It's great to see most people getting through the 39s. It's not an easy pass. I mean, you turn up to these events and some people make it look easier than others, but everyone just expects it to happen. So it's not easy to get through, but it's good to see. It's definitely going to be a piece of 41 to make the final, I think.
All right,
Nate making
bold
a
move here. He's thinking of the finals already with a 35 off start or 12 meters.
I was going to say that's an odd move there. I don't really know. I don't really know why he'd pull that move. Maybe he hasn't been skiing too much, but he looked strong at US Open last week. Unless there's a little bit of a mistake there, it seems odd that he's going to take his 41 tail. But I mean, maybe like you say, he's testing out for the final, seeing if he can get through that 41 tail, and maybe he's looking for 43 head. Who knows?
Well, it's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see if that works out.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is he's done it very often. He goes out at 35. He's been at it many times, and it's not a huge issue, especially for Nate. 38's just as much of a warm-up pass as 35. So, yeah, I'd love to speak to him and see what his thought was behind this move, but I imagine it's something to do with trying to test out that tailwind and see how his 41 tail feels.
All right, so okay, immediately on to 11.25 meters. I mean, he's gotten through that pass. It looked pretty straightforward, really. Skier who recently acquired his private pilot's license and is working his way throughout the stages, like with instrument rating and all that kind of stuff, so he can fly himself to a lot of these tournaments.
That sounds like a pretty good deal. That at least you know your ski bags are going to turn up with you, which is the worst. Right, we have Nate coming around the turn island here at 38 off, and we'll see what he can do. I assume this will be a nice, easy warm-up pass for Nate. Like I say, he's never skied at this lake before, but he obviously trusts that it's a beautiful sight. He's seen everyone skiing well, and I mean, he's making it look.
And just have a look at how smooth his ski transitions off the wake. I mean, it just looks like there's hardly a bump there to work with, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's just a textbook 38. They're the kind of things that when I was younger, I would screen record and I'd watch that again and again and again just to see what he does. There's so much there to watch. There's so much there to see. And yeah, that was... I'd be confident saying that was the best 38 we've seen here today. That was beautiful.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can just take a look at that ski as it rolls onto its right side edge and just... I mean, it almost feels like that. It almost looks like there's no wake there. Really.
Yeah, I mean, he just does a great job of staying still. I mean, I know we talked about Will not really moving too much, but Nate kind of takes that to another level, and just it looks so effortless. And I mean, he's got a 39 head here. This should be a pretty solid pass for Nate, and he's going to have a lot of confidence coming off that 38.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, having hardly skied here at all, you know, I mean, I don't think it. Did he practice maybe about once before this competition?
No. I was speaking to him this morning. He's had no practice. He was like, it's an American perfect lake. It's been beautifully man-made. It skis as beautiful as it looks. And there's nothing for Nate to worry about really here. It should be fairly stuck skiing. I know he's been in, I think it's Indiana. He's been there since nationals. So it's a similar water temperature, it's a similar air temperature, I believe. Maybe it's a little warmer, I think. But
absolutely. It's certainly not Florida, I can tell you that. So coming to us out of McCordsville in Indiana, this is Nate Smith at 10.75 meters.
Beautiful.
He decided to go in at 35, hence the opposite direction that you see this pass attempted. Look at this, round buoy number 4. Doesn't get much better than this, does it, Robert?
No, there was no heavy falls there. If he would have had the strongest pull, he was losing that one. That was a beautiful pass. That headwind was just helping him keep in that tight line. And yeah, I'm sure, like I say, it's all about confidence, this sport, and that's given him a lot of confidence into this 41. And I'm sure we'll see some good skiing here, hopefully.
Yeah, and in previous years when we had the strongest pull contest with the likes of Nate Smith and the likes of yourself and the other pros, he normally pulls like about 250 pounds less than most other skiers.
Yeah, well, he's a tall guy, but he's a light guy, so But I mean, he was kind of the first one that came onto the scene that just skied different. He skied so light on the handle, and I know a lot of people were kind of scrambling to see how he skis like that, how he does it, and seeing if they could kind of copy him. But no, that was a beautiful 39, and excited to see what he gets on this 41 here.
Always imitated, never duplicated, is what they say.
That's the one. But yeah, I mean, it's easy skiing out there for him. It looks amazing. It looks like he's skied there all his life. So yeah, let's see this 41 as he comes around the island. I'm sure he'll be thinking about what he's going to do, but let's see what he does.
He's thinking about the pass, but he obviously has to think the pass one buoy at a time. You can't think about the entire thing because it's the extremes of them. All right, let's have a look. 10.75 meters, round buoy number 1. A little late, but he's round buoy number 2. Keeping the flow going. He's keeping the speed up on the buoys. He's round number 4. How on earth could he run this pass from there? But I tell you what, that looks like 4.5 at 41. Let's give it up, please, for Nate Smith.
Yeah, I think that'll be, if they give him that 4, I imagine it'll be 4.25. It looked like he let go of that handle just as he went round that buoy. Like I said, I call that probably a 4.25 just off the first view. But I mean, yeah, that was not a perfect one, but it's all he needed for 41, and he got out of there with speed. He got out of there early and managed to make it down to 5. That was
didn't get the tight line that he needed off buoy number 1 though.
No, that's what I'm saying. But it's with Nate, he can get away with a little bit, but it just froze there, as you see. His hips never quite made the picture out of 3, and it was a little bit of a scramble from then. But Nate kind of showing why he's one of the best out there and making it down to 4.5.
Or 4.25, but certainly enough to take the lead right now, and probably has the inside track on making it through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, I think he'll be sleeping easy tonight and knowing that he's made the final. Whether he skis in the second round, who knows? But that's for him to decide. But no, that was really good skiing. He's going to take some confidence out of that. And yeah, he's the man to beat at the minute. That was nice.
All right then, so we're taking a look at the final replays here for Nate Smith. We've had some great skiing. I mean, yourself included, you know. So I mean, the top 7 scorers in this competition, including Nate Smith, they're all into 41 off. So I mean, that gives you an idea of the talent and the competition and how intense it's going to be from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it shows how great of a site this is. Gordon and the whole team have done an absolutely fantastic job of making sure everything is perfect. I mean, I've come over here from England, which is this kind of temperature, but you jump in the water and it's so clear, it's so blue. And yeah, it's one of the most beautiful lakes that I've ever skied at. I mean, just the grass is spotless.
Yeah, indeed. I think Gordon will definitely appreciate that from
Yeah,
you.
no, the site looks perfect. They've all done a great job. I know, and I think a lot of people have said it in the past, but the best thing about coming to this tournament is the people are so great. They're so willing to help and volunteer and make it a great tournament. And it's good to chat to them all and meet everyone here. And everyone's so passionate about skiing, and that's what we're all here for. So, no, it's great to be here, and hopefully we can ski a little bit better in the second round.
Well, with that in mind, we thank Robert Hazelwood here. He's a man who speaks so eloquently about the sport, and you can check out his YouTube videos as well on slalom instruction. A member of Team Syndicate, this is Robert Hazelwood. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and we've got the Open Women's second round coming up next. But this is the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and we'll return right after these.
Careful who you cross, careful who you test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter.
Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with a releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes.
Well, okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. We will resume competitive action on the water at 12:45. The current time now is 12:05, so in about 40 minutes we will resume with the action on the water. Also, prior to that 12:45 start, there will be a skiers meeting at 12:30. So at 12:30 there'll be a brief skiers meeting, and at 12:45 we will resume with the Pro Women's second round of competition. For those of you that just tuned in and watching, my name is Tony Lightfoot, and this is the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and we will return with live water ski action from the top slaloming pros in all the world at 12:45.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Got no limit. I got no.
Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's to get on edge.
Driver cam negative, boat cam positive. Driver cam is searching for...
Careful who you cross, careful who you test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Got no limit. I got no.
Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Got no limit. I got no.
Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate aids for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter.
Well, hello and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We return to continuing action of this, the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom Championship. My name is Tony Lightfoot. I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company once again as we continue to roll our way through these competitors. We've got the Open Women to come up next. And the list of skiers will be as follows. It's going to be Jennifer Lapointe first out, followed by Alicia Bagnoli, then Vanessa Wieck, Jill Knutson, then Karen Truelove, Elizabeth Montavon, Ali Nicholson, Samantha Dumala, Whitney McClintock-Rini, Manon Costa, and finally Jamie Bull. Now, taking their scores into account from the previous round and tabulating them against the scores that they'll produce in the second round, we will produce the top 8 competitors that will compete in the head-to-head brackets, which form part of round number 3. For those of you waiting on the Open Men's competition to come afterwards, the running order looks like this. Dave Wingirder will head to the water first, followed by Travis Feldhager. Then Stephen Ireland, Martin Bartowski, Chris Parish, Adam Cord, Jonathan Travers, Benjamin Stadelbauer, and Corey Vaughn. And then the remaining group of skiers will consist of Stephen Neville, Nick Adams, Robert Hazelwood, Will Asher, Brian Detrick, Thomas de Gasperi, Freddie Winter, and rounding off finally with Nate Smith. And again, the same deal exists there. The top 8 skiers, irrespective of the round in which they have their best score, will advance through to the head-to-head brackets, which will form part of round 3. We're just getting everything squared away and looking on dockside to see Alicia Bagnoli about to take to water. But first off, we're going to have Jennifer Lapointe, and all that is to come in just a few minutes. So grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite seat, and we will have some top-class water ski action coming your way in just a few moments. Just sit tight, folks. We're about to crew up our boats.
We have 2 people in each tower. Answer.
You just switch because there's 2 available and 2 on there.
You have 2 people?
Have 2 people, Ron and Larry.
Scoring's here too, by the way.
Right, so glad to have the pleasure of your company, whether you are tuning in from closer field here in the United States or around the world. Excited to have you present and ready to rock with some of the world's top water skiing action in the slalom event. So it's Lapointe, Bagnoli, Wieck, and Knutson in that order, our first 4 competitors. All right then, folks, getting ready to resume action, and coming in at 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line, it is going to be Jennifer Lapointe. All right, the boat now accelerating up to speed. Speed being 55 kilometers an hour, 55 kilometers an hour. Looking in very, very good form out there on the water, Jennifer Lapointe. Very, very smooth on that opening pass indeed. Taking a look at this from the boat side angle. Not really too much to pick apart on this this particular run. Looking very, very smooth. Looking pretty good on the opening run. As we take a look at Alicia Bagnoli, who is our next competitor to take to the water.
We're about skiing right now.
And looking down at the bottom end of the lake, we should find Jennifer Lapointe about to come back into the course. And our floating camera there looking in on some of the activity on dockside as we continue to rock away through to the next run. It is going to be 13 meters for Jennifer Lapointe. Here she comes. Looking in very, very good shape, as a matter of fact, all the way through all 6 buoys there on that particular run. And just look at her extension going into the to the entrance gates using this instant replay angle. A good piece of aggression there from one side of the course to the next. And at 13 meters, a pass that she's run on so many occasions. The former world slalom record holder from way back in the mid-80s. This is Jennifer Lapointe. And just trying to keep her posture, trying to keep her poise out there on the slalom ski, and just making life look pretty easy so far on that Lapointe ski. All right, the pass coming in now. It's going to be the 12-meter line. Here she comes, 12 meters. Scored 4 on this particularly line length in round number 1. Ooh, getting a little bit broken over off number 2, and unfortunately will not progress more than 4. So that for all intents and purposes, will eliminate her from continued action in this particular event. But it is a score of, I believe, 2.5. It's going to be 2 1/2 at 35 off. 2.5 at 12 meters. Just got a little bit buffeted out of buoy number 2 and just couldn't get the turn that she wanted. So it's going to be 2 1/2. So she swims into the shore for the benefit of our local crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for her one more time. Jennifer Lapointe. So, Jennifer swimming into the shoreline. Decent effort. as we now get ready to bring on our next competitor from Italia. It is Alice Bagnoli, who in the previous round scored 2.5 at 38 off, 11.25 meters. And so far as possibly making it through to the next round of the competition, it's still very much within her reach in the second round, because Alice Bagnoli scored 2.5 at 38 off, and currently 8th place is held by Jill Knutson. All right, coming in, opening pass, 14.25 meters. Let's see what she's got in store for us in this round. Good attacking posture, well wide of number one. Certainly the thing that stands out in my mind is her aggression through the wakes. And her sure-handedness with the turns, even though she came in a little bit narrow on number 5. She looked impressive enough to get round buoy number 6. We'll pull out to shorten for the next line length of 13 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line, which left her with 43 feet of line to get round, which will leave her with 43 feet of line to get round all 6 buoys. Now, she started at 28 off. 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line leaves a skier with 47 feet to get round a course that's 37.5 feet wide. So plenty of room to spare, and Alice Bagnoli used every little bit of it for that run. And looking at the starting dock, we take a first look in this round of Australia's Vanessa Veek, looking to redeem herself somewhat with this second round of competition. So here we go. This is Alice Bagnoli. And coming into the course on 13 meters now. Here comes Alice Bagnoli. Good strike on buoy number 1. Off number 2, round number 3. Looking in very, very good shape indeed, and making some early inroads there on that particular run. Excellent skiing there from Alice Bagnoli. As we take a look at the instant replay one time, just rolled onto that right edge and just got all the acceleration that she needed, and just allowed herself to get separated away from the handle in the pre-turn, and just then allows the ski to track back in and gives her the traction to go from one side of the course to the next. So there we see Vanessa Veek on the starting dock, getting ready, just bouncing down, up and down, just trying to get some blood flowing through her veins, and we'll see what our wonder from down under can do. And here we go, Alice Bagnoli. 12 meters. Let's see how she gets along with this particular run. Entrance gates, nice wide stance on buoy number 1. Falling in a little bit on buoy number 2, but she manages to still stay on top of the water. This is Alice Bagnoli. Oh, beautifully executed pass all the way through. Very, very aggressive, and staying with her keys, especially with the entrance gates, where she just drove that ski all the way through both wakes and then just absolutely hammered the turn. She is a left foot forward skier after all, which means that a 1-3-5 side turn is always going to be a little bit better, a little bit more manageable than a 2-4-6 side. And she used that to great effect there off buoy number 4. A little neutral side turn, checks up a little bit on 5, knew that the pass was very much in the bag. So a good, straight, simple edge off number 5 and just enough to get round number 6. And a great, great effort there from Alicia Bagnoli. All right then, cutting back to see Vanessa Veek getting ready for her turn out there on the water. But Alicia Bagnoli herself has got unfinished business to attend to out there on the slalom course. Okay, so Alicia Bagnoli coming to us out of northern Italy. We'll see what she's got for this pass, 11.25 meters. Round buoy number 1, keeping the flow going. Round number 2, a little bit back high-sided there. So Alicia Bagnoli will not improve upon her a 2.5 buoy score, which, for all intents and purposes, has eliminated her out of future contention. 2 buoys at 38 off and just kind of got in deep there on buoy number 2 and just could not make a play on number 3. So there we go. That was Alicia Bagnoli, and she has to make do with scores of 2.5 and 2 at 11.25 meters. Now, let's see who comes up next. Skier next, coming to us out of Australia. Her name is Vanessa Veek. So 28 off start. All right, here we go. Vanessa Veek, 28 off, or 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line, leaving her with just 47 feet to get round the slalom course. Let's see what she's got. Opening run. Looking in very, very good shape indeed on the opening pass of 28 off. Can't really fault her too much for that. So just the opening up, her shoulders a little bit coming into number 1, and likewise on number 2, just allowing the ski to continue on its path on the outside of the buoy. So that was Vanessa Veek on pass number 1, and she's got plenty of passes to come her way, I'm sure, as we cut across and see Jill Knutson ready herself. She will be next out on the water. And Jill Knutson could well find herself into the next round of the competition without realistically skiing to a possible full potential, because she's currently in 8th place with 3 at 38 off. And if that score is unchallenged with the next competitor, Vanessa Veek, then she could find herself in the next round of the competition in the last 8. Or a little bit back on the ski there for Vanessa Veek, a little bit of a problem there with that particular turn, so And coming back at 35 off with the next run, and Vanessa Veek looked okay for the good portion of that run. And Vanessa Veek will be looking for something along the lines of 3.5 or 4 at 38 off. Went in at 14.25 meters. The pass you just seen her run was at 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. All right, and Vanessa Veek now coming in at 35 off. Entrance gates, buoy number 1 at 35 off, just trying to keep everything moving. Looking in great shape there, 35 off. Certainly better than 32, the run previous to this one. We'll take a look at this again, starting off with a gate pull-out, which was a very, very stout pull-out there. Good glide. Then just rolled herself into the entrance there for buoy number 1. And just allowed the ski to run a little bit down course. Certainly the topic of discussion with 1 or 2 of the skiers that I had in the latter part of the first round of the slalom event, extolling the virtues of allowing yourself to run down course for the sake of actually allowing the ski to come back underneath the line and establish some good cross-course angle without rushing into the turn. So now here comes Vanessa Veek. It's going to be 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Good entrance, buoy number 1, almost rolling completely out the back of the ski, but I tell you what, she's still very much in the game. Number 3 is good. Number 4 is okay. Now continuing to roll on. Oh, and number 5 makes a play on that. But that might well be enough to see her through to the next round of the competition. We're going to have to wait and see for Vanessa Veek. It's going to be 4 1/2 at 38 off, 11.25 meters, which betters the score of at least 2 other competitors that ranked above her after round number 1, those 2 being Karen Truelove and Vanessa Veek, and also the score of Elizabeth Montavon, who scored 4 buoys. So some great skiing out there from Vanessa Veek. And now, who do we have skiing next? It is Jill Knutson. All right, coming in with the opening pass at 14.25 meters. It is 28 off. Looking good, looking very, very strong out there, Jill Knutson. Let's look at the instant replay as she rolled a ski through the entrance gates and attempted an absolutely stellar number 1. All right there, so Jill Knutson looking in very, very good shape indeed on the opening pass, taking a hit or 2, but managing to keep the ski moving. Now, at this stage into the competition, I think she's kind of figured this one out. She's currently on the outside looking in, as we see Karen Truelove strap on her gloves and get ready to rock and roll out there. Jill Knutson will be coming back into the course on 13 meters. All right, here she comes. This is Jill Knutson, and 13 meters is the run that she will attempt. Entrance buoy number 1, exceptional round buoy number 2. This is 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. And a good, very, very good effort there. Consistent out there with that run, as y'all take a look at the instant replay for Jill Knutson at 32 off. All right then, folks. On the water, here we have Jill Knutson. Now, here's the situation that exists. Because Vanessa Veek came through with a score in this round that betters the 8th best score in this competition after round 1, she has shifted Jill Knutson down 1 spot, which means that Jill Knutson has got to fight back now with every ounce of her being out there on the slalom course. She's cleared 28, 32, and 35. She's attempting 35 off, as a matter of fact. And there you go. Give her a big cheer, folks. Encourage her along. That is Jill Knutson. Okay, because of the score from Vanessa Veek, it shifts down the bubble score needed to make it through to the next round of competition. And that bubble score is currently in the possession of Karen Truelove with 3.5 at 38 off 11.25 meters. So let's see what occurs here. So there is Jill Knutson now, currently on the outside looking in, because Vanessa Veek has put herself through to the next round of the competition. We're going to start putting asterisks to the sides of each name that is qualified through to the next round of the competition. So now, here it comes. We've got Karen Truelove on the starting dock, who you see on your screen. And now she's looking out towards the end of the lake to see her challenger for one of the last spots through to the third round of competition, which is bracketed head-to-head. This is Jill Knutson. She gets round number 1. Good to go round number 2. If she can get number 3 and make a play on 4, she could well have... and it's going to be 3.5. And it could well come back down to backup score. But we won't know the backup score of the second competitor in that frame until we see Karen Truelove. Let's give it up for Jill Knutson. All right, then. So here is the situation as it plays out, and how I look at it. And let's see the instant replay on Jill Knutson. She got round buoy number 4, couldn't grasp onto the handle, which puts her in a tie with Karen Truelove for the best score. Now, when you consider backups, Jill Knutson, therefore, has a 3 at 38 off, 11.25 meter score as her backup, which means that Karen Truelove, because she has the same score of 3.5 at 38 off as the best score, she would have to go through and beat Jill Knutson's backup score to advance through to the next round of the competition. In that instance, it means that Karen Truelove has got to go better than 3 at 38 off, 11.25 meters. We're going to bring Jill Knutson here to the announcing point and have a quick word with her and put her in the hot seat, as it were. 14.25 meters for Karen Truelove, opening pass. So I have Jill Knutson sitting next to me. We're going to have her just kick back, this is the hot seat now.
Do I have any boogers on my nose?
No, you're good. That's good, yeah. Yeah, we are in HD, so, I mean, that is a valid concern.
It is a valid concern, yes. I am not expecting to be in the top 8 here because this girl I have been competing against since I have been 17 years old. And I do have the experience on her. I believe I'm a couple years older than her. But just, I think, a couple. Yeah.
Yes.
I turned 50 this year.
Oh, wow.
Just putting it out there for,
just
okay. All America. and international. Yeah, there's some international.
Yes, indeed. There are quite a few
supporting
people.
Their kids.
Yeah, there are quite a few people out there in America and across the world that remember fondly the name Jill Knutson. And let's have a look and see what Karen Truelove can do. This is 32 off.
Did she start 28?
Yeah, she started at 28.
Yes. Nice and easy for Karen. Gordon Skoog is the driver today, and he just feels phenomenal. It felt to me, obviously, this is my home lake, and this is my driver that I train with, so it just felt like home to me. So hopefully it will for the rest of the crew.
I noticed you have one of those fitness watches on underneath there.
I'll
be intrigued to see what the data looks like on that.
Yes. I love to wear it.
How many calories did you expend on that little effort?
I got to stop it right here, Tony. So what I like to do, it paused on me. Usually I get up to like 172 beats per minute when I'm out there skiing. So it's a workout.
Yes.
Yeah, you've skied before.
Yeah, of course I have. I've skied many times before.
Yes.
Not at your level, mind you, but I've skied enough.
Yeah, that was a piece of cake for Karen. I don't expect there'll be any problem for her to get through 35 off or 12 meters. Sorry, I have to be more international now.
No, 12 meters, 35 off. It's all good. It's all good. They understand. They understand. They're smart. All right, then. So this is now 35 off. So we're about 9 buoys away from determining who makes it through in that final 8th spot, whether it's Jill Knutson or indeed Karen Truelove. Now let's see what happens here. Good stretch into buoy number 1.
Not an issue. Karen is so good about just getting her handle back and just getting into that lean.
Little down course off number 3 though, but managing to recover
yes.
And that's the thing, though. Give her a big cheer, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Truelove, all the way out from Central Florida and originally out of North Carolina. But here's the discussion that I had with a lot of our skiers. It's about the whole notion that as you get shorter and shorter down each line length, you have to rush the end of the turn. You've got to get that turn in. You've got to get across the wakes first. But another approach is to allow the ski to actually do what it's designed to do and go down course and do it. If it requires you to go down course, then so be it. And then you just hook up on the line, go across it, because you gain more time doing it that way rather than rushing.
Exactly, and it's difficult for us older, wiser skiers because we skied on skis that you had to push on them to get them going. And so you always go back to those old habits. So for me, I am trying to always evolve and learn, and that's the beauty of why I'm still skiing. But I am trying to ski like Freddie Winter and Nate Smith and John Travers. I mean, I seriously, like, watch them all the time and, like, put a visual in my head of waiting. And here we go.
Here we go. If she gets more than 3, then it's a done deal so far as she's... Oh, a little bit down course, though. Round up. She's... it's going to be...
We're exactly tied. But
exactly
I think
tied, the perfect tie.
But she beats me out because she has IWSF score, and I do not. And this is the fate of Karen and I. Yep, she always likes to just beat me out just a little bit, all the time.
I think you might be onto something
yes,
there.
Yes.
All right, then. We better let you get toweled off and all that kind of stuff. But
yes.
It's been an absolute pleasure having you.
Too.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Jill Knutson. Whoa. Hang on a second. Breaking news. Breaking news. In the event of a perfect tie, there is a runoff. And that will take place right after the last skier has gone. So in the event of a perfect tie, in which the skiers tie for the best score and their backups, then it goes to a runoff. Just heard that word from the master himself, Freddy Krueger. So I have no excuse or no need not to trust him.
Hey, what's happening? Is Alicia back on it? Alicia in the house. Alicia, you back on it?
So, well, certainly Freddy Krueger, one of my best friends in all the world of tournament water skiing, he certainly was on the ball there. He inquired right from the get-go in the event of a perfect tie what the situation would be. So in this case between Karen Truelove and Jill Knutson, the advent of a runoff situation comes into play. And we have Elizabeth Montavon on the water, going in on 14.25 minutes, and joining me on the mic here is Corey Vaughn. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, Tony. Happy to be out here at the Hilltop Pro-Am. Sweet conditions today. We saw a lot of great skiing in the men's and women's side. Some people that need to pick it up a little bit more, and some that just need to hold fast and do what they did in the first round. I'm not aware of Elizabeth's first round score, but I'm thinking based on where she is.
4.5.
Okay, so she wants to get through that 38 pass. She's going to try to dial some things in here in round 2 and get a score up there at the 10.75. But looking pretty nice there on the opening pass.
So Elizabeth Montavon, who's definitely put herself out there so far as her foray into the digital realm with her podcast, Ski or Die. You can find out more about that podcast by going to Spotify or to YouTube or to Google Podcast or even Apple Podcasts. And I've gone into that field as well. And Corey, I believe you've gone in done a little foray into that field as well, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I love how much content we water skiers are putting out there these days, starting with the Water Ski Podcast and now yours, Elizabeth's. It's great to see so many skiers' voices being heard and allowing people to get more access to the sport. Of course, this webcast right here is the creme de la creme of the content.
Oh, why, thank you. All right, then. So that is Elizabeth Montavon. She went in on 14, came back on 13. That is 28 off and 32 off for those of you who are not quite into the whole metric system deal. But there you go. There is Elizabeth Montavon just sinking in. And let's have a look at the instant replay again.
Yeah, well, my impression from the first 2 passes here is that Elizabeth's looking pretty dialed in. You can see she keeps a nice tight rope through this whole pass, which means she's establishing good rhythm from her gait, you know, carrying the handle out nicely, moving in sync with the boat here each turn, which is exactly what she's going to need to keep doing all the way through that 38 and to have a shot at putting some pressure on the leaderboard at 39.
Excellent stuff, and good skiing there from Elizabeth Montavon. I think she knows what the deal is. She's 4.5 at 38 off. That score enough on its own would be enough to send her through to the next round of the competition. So she's got no worries about not skiing tomorrow, anything like that. So with that kind of pressure alleviated from your shoulders, what's the deal?
Well, I mean, that's exactly the situation you want. I mean, this is basically a free round just to get another feel for the water, another feel for the boat. She's coming out of South Florida, so the difference in water temperature is probably about 15 degrees, and that's going to feel a little different on the ski. Each round she's got a chance to feel a little bit more dialed in, know how the ski is going to move in this cooler water. She likes to really load up and carry that load through center, and with cooler water, that speed's going to carry a little bit more. So she may be making some fine-tuning adjustments here just to make sure she's not arriving too quickly at the ball.
Yes, and the water up here compared to South Florida isn't quite as viscous or possessing viscosity.
Right. This water feels a little firmer. Down in Florida there, you feel a little more glued to the water. It feels kind of soft. Here it's going to feel a little bit firmer. And that's going to make you carry some speed on the gate glide and through the course. But, again, pretty tight rope there, which means she's moving nicely. She's using the boat to her advantage.
Let's check in with Wade on dockside. Wade, who do you have?
Hey, guys, I'm actually standing right beside Allie as she's getting ready. We're talking about biting fish, and CP signing autographs, and he's talking about Cajun fish fries. So things aren't always super tense on the start, Doc. Back to you guys.
Well, what do you make of that there, Corey?
I think we caught Wade just a little too late to interview Allie. She needed to be in the zone there. She's putting her boots on. I know she's not counting Elizabeth out right here. Just wants to be good and ready. Let's see if Elizabeth can take down this 38. This is the pass she really wants to get through, and this is what she wants to feel out for tomorrow.
All right, so let's have a look and see.
Nice one ball.
Elizabeth falling in a little bit there on buoy number, what was that, number 2? And number 4 getting broken over a little bit of 38 off. Come on. There you go. Round buoy number 6. Yeah, that was the kind of performance that she's been looking for all season.
Well, what I like there is, she really attacked that pass. She skied on offense, skied with a lot of confidence right there. There were probably a couple of moments there where her heartbeat rose just a little bit, like you pointed out, off of that 2 ball. Nice tight line out of 1. A lot of load into 2 there, and then... it looks awfully nice. She's in good shape here coming into 3. Ooh. Strong. I think it's this 4 ball. She got a little bit more loose, a little bit broken at the waist, but really played the 5 ball smart, did exactly what she needed to do to get out around 6, knew she could just take it a little down course. That's smart skiing.
And there was no sign of celebration at the end. That was that is actually one of her better performances this season under that kind of duress, But, the way you view something like that differs with a lot of skiers, and it's interesting to see that with Elizabeth Montavon, and she was actually genuinely ticked a little bit after the end of that pass that she didn't ski it as better than she did.
Yeah, well, I know she wants something at this 39, so you want to feel like you got a clean 38 to give you confidence for 39. Looks like a nice gate pull out here. Let's see what she can do.
All right, now she has a chance possibly to move up the rankings. There you go. It's going to be 1 1/2. Let's give it up for Elizabeth Montavon, folks. Now, with a score of 1 1/2, that keeps her in the bottom, the bottom section of the brackets, which means that she will ski up against the number 4 seed. Currently, Elizabeth Montavon, with her score of 1 1/2 at 39, is bettered by 4 other people, therefore putting her into 5th. And whenever you set up the brackets, 4 goes against 5th, 6th, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, that 4-5 matchup, that's the closest pairing. So she's put herself in a good position here. If she's going to end up being the 5th seed, she has to face the 4th seed, which is, pretty close. That's a lot better than being the 8th seed facing the 1st seed. So she set herself up nicely. She's not going to have the choice to go first. She's going to have the 4th seed skier is going to have the chance to decide that first, but she's in a good spot.
All right, then. And with that, let's go over and check in on Wade. Wade, who do you have?
Hey, guys, I'm here with Dave Soundgarden Wingirder. And so Dave, Yeah, that's to you, Bob Marley. I love that. So, hey, this is very cool. Dave is vice president of Syndicate, HL Water Skis, and tournament host here. So, and your own personal ski leg, right?
Yeah, we're skiing at home. Pretty cool. Lake's beautiful. Weather could be better, but big thanks to all the help, Gordon Skoog, the family, all the volunteers. Yeah, we couldn't do without you.
Miles, Sand, and Gravel, thank you guys so much. Back to you guys. Thank you.
All right, then. So some great competition so far. We've got Ali Nicholson next. And why don't you kneel down over here, Nessie? How you doing?
No, you stay.
Okay, so Vanessa, how you doing there?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I'm nice and warm now.
But now your score of 4.5 at 11.25 meters has put you fairly and squarely through to the next round of the competition, leaving that runoff situation between Jill Knutson and Karen Trulove very much in play. I'm guessing you're fairly pleased that you don't have to go for all that rigmarole.
Yeah, I actually wasn't paying attention to the top 8. I was just trying to ski to my best ability. And I really don't feel like that's happening right now. So it'll be good to go home, have a rest, and kind of recover and process a few things, and then come out swinging tomorrow.
Yes, indeed, all guns blazing. So any message you have for the good folks in Australia, especially our good friend Heather, especially?
Oh, big kisses, big hugs for her, big g'day. Yeah, we miss you, Heather.
All right, then. So there we go. Vanessa Veek, she's through to the next round of the competition, provisionally. And, so Corey, let's have a look at Ali Nicholson. She has a style that just screams of, like, being free-flowing out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ali's super light on her ski, keeps everything nice and fluid. I mean, that was a very easy opening pass. I know she also wants to get through this whole pass at 38 off here and put a score on the board at 39. It's going to be pass by pass here to get dialed in, but she's looking pretty solid out there.
All right, so a lot of great skiing to come. We've just seen Elizabeth Montavon. What did she score again? She scored
1.5 at 39.
1.5 at 39. That puts her in 5th spot right now. And we're actually going to be talking to her in a little bit. She's definitely moved herself up on the rankings. But first of all, let's quickly take a look at Ali Nicholson. Looking in good shape, though, but this is what her deal is. She almost feels like she's constantly falling off that slalom ski with each turn, but she has some great turns and acceleration across the boat.
Yeah, well, as light as she is, when she falls a little bit, the ski doesn't fall too hard. Like you'll see it right here. I think this is 3 ball. She got a little deep and far off the edge of her ski, but it was not enough to take her down. The gravity's not acting on her as hard as some of us, and she keeps moving, and that's really the key. She doesn't stop moving. Even if she loses balance for a second, she finds the line and keeps swinging off of the boat there and came out the end.
All right, then. So let's pass over the microphone there to Elizabeth Montavon, who's just seen herself a vault from I think about 6th or 7th all the way up to 5th right now. And you probably were assured of skiing in round 3 in the head-to-head bracket. But what does that performance do for you, confidence-wise?
It's my first 38 I've run here at Hilltop, so that feels really good. This is going to be my first head-to-head tomorrow, which I'm really excited about, just for the experience. Of course, I'm going to try to throw down my best, but I'm just really excited to get to have an experience in that format. And everybody felt great. The boats felt great. The drivers felt great. So it's just been a great event.
All right, then. Your potential opponent could be Samantha Dumoulin if the results stay the same. How would you feel about skiing against her?
You know, she's a worthy opponent. It would be an honor. I've always admired Sam's style. She, came back from a back injury, I think, over the winter, and she's still skiing as good as ever. So I would love to ski against her, and she's a fellow South Florida girl. All right, then, as we take a look at
whoa, wow, that was a bit of a jolt there at the end of 35 off. That was actually 38 off, as a matter of fact. And so she has put herself in the frame to quite possibly challenge your score and move herself back up the rankings because you took her spot at the end of your performance. So as you continue to watch her, why not give a quick plug to Ski or Die?
Yeah, so thanks everybody for the support we've had on the West Coast with Ski or Die. You guys are very much living our mantra here, skiing when it's cold, skiing when it's nice. So couldn't be more grateful for the support, and we're just going to keep it rolling.
Excellent stuff. Well, we'll let you get toweled off and dry. We congratulate you. We look forward to seeing you ski in the third round.
Thank you.
All right, so Corey, we've got Samantha Dumoulin about to take to the water. Speaking about her, so she'll want to try and move herself a little bit higher up in the bracket so she gets an easier opponent from here on out. So we're not talking about so much as making it through to the next round of the competition now. We're talking about putting yourself in a position where you could go through an easier bracket.
Well, and here goes Allie. She's fighting for her spot in this seeding, too. Big one ball, long to two, but two's going to be it, and that puts her above Elizabeth, who had a 1.5. So that does her some good. I think that moves her up into that 5th spot.
All right, then. So it looks like the consensus appears to be 2 on that one.
I didn't hear through the radio here, but it looked like 2. It's a good reminder to tell everyone who's watching at home and listening here on the shore that we are trying to call this thing live. What we say is not necessarily official. We do have to always get confirmation from the judges. We're going to give you the best look that we can, but we do have to wait for the final score, and what ends up in the scorebooks is the official score.
All right, then, and with that in mind, Ali Nicholson gets 2 at 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. So that means that she ties the score of Samantha Dumoulin from the round previous, which means that if Samantha Dumoulin gets more than half at 39.5 off, which is Ali Nicholson's backup score now, that means that Samantha stays ahead and stays in the top part of the bracket.
Yeah, we're seeing a tight battle here in the top of this women's event. I mean, we're seeing the same thing in the med side, a little bit of cluster. We're going to see if everyone can differentiate themselves here in the second round. That's what Sam's looking to do here. Opening pass, 32 off for Sam.
All right, looking at this opening pass, just look at a counter rotation and a position on the slalom ski. It is absolutely something to behold, and certainly something different from what we typically see. And as she rounds her round buoy number 6, we'll check in with Wade on dockside.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Ali Nicholson and that big smile. So a nice Saturday in the books for you, huh?
Yeah, happy to get 38 down both times. Last few events haven't really gone my way, so a little bit of a monkey off my back. Still in the same spot going in right now for the next round with 2, so I should be in the 5th spot, I think. So just excited for tomorrow. Yeah, ready for the head-to-head.
Sure does make dinner a lot better tonight, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay, back to you guys.
Why, thank you, Wade, and yeah, I mean that's a great point. You know, I mean the dinner at night is always going to taste a lot better and feel a lot better once you've gotten a performance there that sends you into the next round of the competition and in a high enough seeding.
Yeah, that's right. You sleep a lot easier too. Instead of staying up all night thinking about what you could have done or should have done differently, you just go ahead and get rested up, have some sweet dreams, and get ready to crush it the next day. And we wish Allie the best tomorrow.
All right, there. So we see Whitney McClintock-Reaney on the starting dock, and we will see what Samantha Dumoulin can do. She has a score in the round previous to this one of 2, which is matched by Ali Nicholson. So I mean, both are through to the next round of the competition, no doubt about that. But if Samantha Dumoulin wants to keep herself in the top half of the bracket, then she's got to run at least one more pass. That was, I believe, 35 off coming back.
Yes, sir. That was 35. I think we're going to get the replay here, and I really got a chance to see this up close. Watch her stand. Oh, We're going to go right from the turn. But even look at that stance. She really emphasizes what she does with her shoulders there. You'll see it in the next pass, even when she takes off from the wakes and then as she comes up into her glide, something that's very unique to her style.
And I mean, I'm looking at that, and I'm like saying to myself, what is the deal with that? And then I'll look at it further, and this is very, very akin to snow skiing, like giant slalom type deal, where you try and face your hips out a little bit and carve those turns that way to make them nice and smooth and still maintain high water speed.
Well, you certainly don't want to give anything back to the boat, and I think starting at the gate, thinking of the rotation of your body and using it in such a way that captures your power, keeps it moving outbound, and using the boat's power to give you width is probably part of her technique there.
And around the starting dock area, we see Manon Costard getting ready to take to the water. She's had a rough few hours, I would say, and we'll explain more about that once we get to her. But let's have a look and see. Oh, Samantha Dumoulin on 11. Oh, and that is actually going to be quite significant because that moves Ellie Nicholson into the top half of the bracket into fourth, and would, in all actuality, keep her in the same bracket against Samantha Dumoulin.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. I thought she had a nice connection off of 1. Didn't see any drama or anything to worry about there. She's on the line good. Heading for 2. Looks all right here. But as she comes back, really gets stood up right there, loses a lot of time and space, goes for a big 3, but she's narrow and just kind of lays it down there like a motorcycle.
All right, then. So, okay, let's assume that Samantha Dumoulin is 5th and Ali Nicholson has moved up into 6th. So Ali's going to get the choice, right?
That's right. I think you mean Ali up into 4th. So Ali will have the first choice about going first or picking her boat/driver. We're getting the chance to ski behind both boats and both drivers here today. So if you have something that feels better between those two, that's an option. But also, everyone should keep in mind for the head-to-head tomorrow that the skier, the higher-seeded skier, can choose to go first, and the second skier has to beat the first skier. If the second skier ties the first skier, the tie break goes to that first skier.
Yes, the second skier must beat the first skier outright, cannot tie.
Right, which is a hard format, but that's why these qualifying rounds are so key. Everyone's fighting for that seeding spot, and here we're seeing where we stand at the moment. Still, well, let's see, we're not subject to change from here as far as 4 down. The top 3 could move their position by improving their score, but everyone is above that 2 at 39 mark, so none of these 3 can become in the lower part of the bracket. All 3 of these skiers getting ready to come off the dock are going to have the choice tomorrow about going first or selecting the boat. So they're very safe. They're just going to get another feel for the boat, feel for the water, try to improve upon their scores, get the highest seed possible. And here's Whitney. She looked great in the first round. Kind of overturned a 3-ball at 39 and went down quick, but she had to start to run that pass.
And I tell you, in regards to target skiing, these are the immediate targets ahead of her. She's got 2 at 39 and 2.5 at 39.5 off on round 1. That's in the books. But if she can get more than 4 at 39 or more than 1 at 41, then it moves her into second or first respectively.
Sure, and I mean, she's capable of those scores. She's the U.S. Open champion last weekend, so she's dialing her game in. Zane, her son, just turned 1 year old, and pretty amazing skiing 1 year back after delivering a baby.
So looking at Whitney McClintock-Rini. And we're also going to take a chance to get a quick word or two with Samantha Dumoulin. Yeah, that keeps you very much in shot, okay? And Corey, if you can pass that microphone over and keep it on. So Samantha, I know you really wanted to try and get into 39.5 off to be on the top half of the bracket. So kind of what happened?
I don't know. I thought I had an okay start, just a slow 2, and I couldn't make it up at 3.
That's very simple. That's very
Yeah,
succinct. So now, based upon that, you are on the bottom side of the bracket. You are currently riding in 5th, and if nothing changes in regards to the remaining 3, then you'll be facing Ali Nicholson. What do you reckon to that pairing?
I'm excited for it. I haven't skied against Ali in a head-to-head, I don't think, so that's always fun whenever you get a new competitor in that head-to-head format. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm glad I was able to make the final today. So, yeah, looking forward to another opportunity to ski tomorrow.
Excellent stuff. Well, we certainly congratulate you on making this to this section of the event, the third and last round bracketed competition, and we wish you the best of luck going forward.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so we've just seen Whitney McClintock-Carini go through her opening 2 passes. Did she go in at 32 off, or?
I believe she did. Again, we're a little unofficial. We were talking to Sam there, so we better make sure we have our facts straight. But I think that was the case. I think she just ran 35 or 12 meters.
Mm-hmm.
And everything's looking very solid and dialed in right here. Whitney looks super fluid. She looks strong. 35 is not really a challenging pass for her. She's just trying to get all the feels right to make a clean run at 38 and leave gas in the tank for the start that she needs at 39.
All right, then. So under the assumption that Whitney McClintock is coming in at 38 off, 11.25 meters, let's see what she does. Now, there isn't a tie between her and any other skier at this point, so she's skiing to feel out the conditions and see if she can't get a little bit more than 2.5 at 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters, and she's going to have an opportunity to do that with that effort. Give it up, please, for Whitney McClintock-Carini.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very clean 38. That's exactly the type of pass you want to have to set up your 39. Just not a single moment of concern through the whole pass. Just trusting her movements, trusting her equipment. Looked very at home out there. This is one of those ones where you come in on the 39 and feel like you don't really have to make many changes or adaptations. Sure, it's going to be a little bit tighter of a look, and you got to really make sure that you ski it without mistakes, but that's what this pass was. All she needs to do is replicate and stay strong, and she's going to see if she can move herself on that leaderboard.
All right, then. So the kind of path, the kind of score that she's looking for. Okay, in this situation, she's number 3 seed, and number 3 goes up against typically the number 6 seed, right? So
That's
3,
right.
So 3 versus 6. 3 versus 6. That'll be against, I believe it's Elizabeth Montavon.
I think that's right. Yeah, we keep trying to call this as it goes, but it does keep shifting around on us, and that's the exciting part. That's what we want to see. Whitney is going to have to go past 4 ball here, or at least get a full 4 to have a chance at changing her seat. So let's see what she can do with her start.
All right, look at her go. Ooh, look at that round buoy number 1. Round number 2.
Good 2.
This is some good stuff there from Whitney McClintock-Carini. A little reared up on number 4. She knew she had the start to potentially run that, and it's going to be 4 at 39.5 off, which gives her 1.5 buoys more than what she did in the previous round, and actually ties her with Manon Costard. So now here's the intriguing thing. If Manon Costard scores 2.5 at 39.5 off, then she keeps her ranking as number 2. But if Manon scores less than 2.5, then she moves down a ranking and is replaced by Whitney McClintock-Carini.
That's right. I mean, both women will stay in the top of the bracket. We're talking about the second or third. Of course, Manon also has her eyes on Jamie Bull with the 1 at 41. If she's able to get through the 39 this round and put a little pressure on Jamie, our leader, she could get a full 1 and force Jamie to beat 4 at 39 to keep her spot, or try to get past 1 at 41 and take the new lead. So there's a lot of variability still, even with the last 2 skiers. We're seeing a real fight out here, and that was a great effort by Whitney.
All right, let's just look at our potential pairings. I mean, or just look at actually the skiers that have made it through before we even get that far. Vanessa Veek is already through to the next round. I'm putting an asterisk next to that name. I'm looking at Elizabeth Montavon. She's through. I'm looking at Ali Nicholson. She's through. Samantha D, she's through. Whitney McClintock, she's through. Manon Costard, she's already through, and Jamie Bull is through as well. But here comes Manon Costard. So, looking in very, very good shape there with the opening pass of, I think it's 32 off.
Well, the graphic up there showed 28. Again,
Okay.
we're unofficial. Last round she did start at 32, so I don't know if this is a strategy change or if we are not quite sure what the situation is.
All right, let's check in with Wade on dockside.
Hey, we've got Coach Freddie Winter at this moment. So she's already in the round for tomorrow, but what are maybe some adjustments she might be making?
Right now she's third. She needs to run a 2.5 to get to second, and obviously second is a better spot to be in than first, just for setting up who you're going to ski against, getting the higher seeding, she's going to want to run 39 and take the top seed as well. So I mean, she's looking for at least a 2.5 to improve her seeding from where she is now. And honestly, she's had a rough 24 hours. She skied really well earlier, so I'm proud of her for going out there and ripping it up.
She's got a lot of fans watching at home. We know that. So back to you, Tony.
All right then. So we've got Manon Costard on the water, and when I watched her a little bit earlier, I kind of had to take a little bit of a double take and look at Manon Costard and say, there is something off here a little bit, and I found out the reason why, and I will tell you a little bit after this run. This is Manon Costard.
I think we better save that story until she's at the other end of the lake, Tony, not this end. So we'll let people know what we're talking about there. But she looks focused and in the moment right here, and that's what really counts.
This is 32 off.
Made it look easy.
Now she started at 32 off in the previous round. She started at 28 this time around, so she already knows she's through to the next round. There's no worries about that. So is she testing the waters a little bit, so to speak?
Yeah, she could be seeing which end of the lake she likes better. Tomorrow, I'm pretty sure in the head-to-head that women are going to have to start at 32 off, so she knows she's comfortable there. That's a good thing, but it may be the case that I don't know in the final pairing if they have to start shorter than that or if there might be some strategy that comes into play during the head-to-head. But it's good to see different passes from different ends of the lake. Every once in a while you do find that you prefer one end versus the other, and I'm sure that's what she's trying to sort out right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that is Manon Costard. Looked okay out there for that particular run of what was it? 12 meters or
that was 13.
That was 13 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Here is Manon Costard coming into the course. All right, so here she comes, 12 meters. She knows that in order to maintain her ranking, her number 2 seed, she has to score more than 2.5 at 39.5 off. That's the backup score of Whitney McClintock-Rini, because currently as it stands between Whitney McClintock-Rini and Manon Costard, both of them scored 4 at 39.5 off. So, all right then. So she is at the other end of the lake, and
yeah, so we've heard this story. I heard it from Freddie earlier today. Obviously, I was not there, but the short version is that there was a short-tempered kind of manic passenger on their airplane yesterday as they got into town, and Manon was actually assaulted on the plane. She was punched in the face with a cell phone, almost like pistol whipped, and it has given her a black eye and a cut above the eyebrow or on the eyebrow by a female passenger on that aircraft. Just one of those situations that no one expected. The woman was being impatient, trying to push her way to the front of the plane, and acted very violently in a moment, and Manon was unfortunately the victim of her apparent rage. And so that's never the way you want to land in a new city, especially when you're trying to focus on winning a pro event. But like I said, Manon looks very focused out here. She's put that behind her. She's bandaged up. She's being really tough about this black eye, and she's going to go ahead and take her revenge out on the water here.
Oh, absolutely. There's certainly a special place in you-know-where for people like that. And, oh my word, and she goes down there at 35 off, which means that elevates Whitney McClintock-Rini into second place, and Manon Costard is now in third.
That's right. That was 38 off, but maybe a couple spots a bit rocky in this pass. Overall, pretty good. That was just a really large amount of slack rope off of 5 there and got her a little broken. I thought for a second she may still ride it out. But also no reason to hurt yourself when you're already in the finals. Just save that strength for tomorrow. Come out guns blazing. And I'm sure that's what she's going to do. Yeah, right there. Got really deep off the 5. Got a little crushed. And just decided to let go of it right there rather than worry about taking slack hits and all that type of thing. But she'll be ready for tomorrow.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a big cheer, ladies and gentlemen. Manon Costard. So there, now it means that Manon Costard has relinquished second place to Whitney McClintock-Rini. Now that's going to be significant because that changes the whole complexion of the pairings now.
Yeah, and now Jamie Bull's in a very advantageous position right here. She has the highest score of the day. She has nothing to prove. She cannot lose her spot as top seed. So she's really just skiing for feels. I'm sure that if she gets into a dicey scenario and she has to take a hit or something like that, she too will just ski out of it and save her body, save the strength for tomorrow. No load on the body right there, though. That's about as smooth as you can make an opener.
So looking in very, very good shape on that particular pass. And
yeah, I've really been admiring Jamie's gates this year. I mean, obviously that's a foundation point for great skiing, which is exactly what she's been doing, but she's so in sync with the boat. She just has her marks down. She's dialed in, establishing a rhythm right from the pull out, the glide, the turn in, coming into one ball with the energy that she's going to take all the way through the pass. Yeah, anybody watching this right now, you're getting a free clinic on good fluid gates. Take some notes here on what Jamie's doing. This is as good as it gets.
All right, then. So we've got a lot of possible permutations here. The one thing that we do know is that Jamie's opponent is either going to be Karen Truelove or Jill Knutson because they have to run off.
That's right. We're facing a runoff after this, which will be exciting. The crowd here will like it, and I hope the viewers at home are going to enjoy that as well. Jamie now at 35 off. Just looking clean and cruisy out there.
Not looking bad at all for the most part.
She's going into the dock. She took 2 passes to feel the water. She does not have to prove any more. And I can tell you from experience, 38 and 39 put a lot more load on your body, even when you ski them well. So this is a bit of strategy by Jamie. She's taken that top spot and taken some rest. Skied a little bit. You're required to ski both rounds. So she got a taste. It looked very good. And she's going to have one of those nice, happy dinners tonight and get some good rest for tomorrow.
And she's wearing the yellow bib that signifies that she is the defending champion of this particular event, the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom Competition. And we're going to cross over to Wade and check out who he's got with him. Wade, who do you have?
Hey, Tony, we're here with Miss Jamie. I'm sure she's going to be nice and have a quick word with us. She says only for me. So Miss Jamie, what was your strategy there? Have you made any changes to your ski since the first round, or you just feeling it out again?
Yeah, I had to ski the second round. I'm in top seed and I knew that going out. So just went out to get on the water and then save some energy, keep my body feeling good for tomorrow, so I only took 2 passes.
I like that. So that was a rule I did not know. You had to ski, so I kind of like that. Rocker sponsors, Miles Sand and Gravel, thank you guys. So we get to see her tomorrow. Have fun tonight.
Yeah, and on that note that Wade just said, I want to personally say, and on behalf of the skiers, big thanks to all the sponsors and hosts for making this event possible. This is a beautiful place to come and ski, and we feel really fortunate that Gordon Skoog and HO and the whole team here has wanted to put on this event again. Seems like it's picked up momentum from last year, and I hope that it will continue to do that going into the future. And before we move into the men's now, we have an exciting showdown here. We have a runoff between Karen Truelove and Jill Knutson. It looks like Karen is suiting up to be our first skier. They're going to be going off the dock at 35 off. Right now tied up at 3 at 38. So Karen's going to set the tempo here for us. And I was glad to see once I heard the rules and you clarified them, Tony, that we are going to run off for these positions. I think that's the fair way. Let's have everybody compete hard and see what can be done on the day of the tournament, and runoff is the way to settle that.
Well, actually, in fairness, that information was given to me by Freddie Kruger, who, I mean, he's a consummate professional. I mean, even before the tournament starts, he wants to know exactly what the situation is in every conceivable scenario, whether if there was like a perfect situation for 8th spot, time for the best score, time for the backup score. So he had that information. A lot of other people might have made the assumption that based upon the IWWF rankings that would have taken precedent, but no, he got that information. He relayed that to me, and kudos to him for taking the time out and verifying that for us. All right, here comes Karen Truelove. This is the last complete pass that she ran, 12 meters or 35 off. Look at that water out there. Look, it's absolutely perfect out there. Can't ask for much better than that.
That was a pretty nice pass. It looked like maybe Karen came into that with a little lower energy, almost a little sleepy. I mean, her usual opening pass is 28 off, so she may have slightly put a little less power into that gate. The 1 and 2 were kind of building up the energy, and then she really, you'll see here, the 3 ball, she realized that she had to go ahead and ski it like 35 off. She set a new line right here at 3 and then finished out the pass really nicely.
Indeed. So a lot of people who've come here have talked about their line into the buoy. Kind of give us a little bit of an explanation as to kind of what that is in simple terms.
Yeah, well, I think that's another way of saying your path through the course. And really, when you pull out for the gate, go through your glide, make your turn in, and start generating some acceleration into the wake, if you could hit a pause button and freeze time when the skier's right behind the boat at the gate, they've already established a rhythmic line that maybe an astrophysicist could continue, or an engineer could continue that path mathematically. And if that line, that path, wants to easily overlay 6 buoys with the physics of slalom, then that skier is going to have a pretty strong chance of running the course. If the continuation of that line falls short of the 6 buoys, the skier is going to have to make an adaptation somewhere, which of course is a hard way of going about things. We want to keep it simple. And here's Karen into 3, going for 4.
Ooh. Well, that's definitely going to be a target for her opponent to chase after. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Karen Truelove. And once again, just taking a look at buoy number 1, gets a good strike into number 2, a little bit late on her approach there. And then taking a big old hit off number 3 into number 4. And with that, let's send it over to Wade and find out what's going on the dockside.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Marcus Brown of Flowpoint TV, the Flowpoint Method. So enjoying your weekend so far, Marcus?
Yeah, for sure, man. This is phenomenal. The site's great. The weather couldn't really be better for skiing, actually. There hasn't been any wind, and some of the best skiing we've seen all year so far today.
So your girl, Jamie, you had a little post-chat. We know she had to do her 2 passes, but let's sort of combine how we saw her practice this week and how her Saturday was. Let's do sort of a general wrap-up.
Yeah, so basically coming off the U.S. Open, didn't do what she wanted to do last week. Practice was pretty good this week. She went out, ran 141 today. She's in first place. Second round, she didn't really need to ski. She just went out to try to feel the conditions and be ready for tomorrow. And I couldn't be more proud of what she's done. I know Team Syndicate feels the same way.
Awesome, Marcus. Thank you. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade. And now we bring in Jill Knutson, a Washington native. Let's see what she's got.
Yeah, coming off the dock at 35 off. No easy task by any means. These runoff scenarios always make it exciting. Ooh, a little slow at 3. Let's see if she can make up some time. Ooh.
Oh, and unfortunately there, just couldn't get up to speed there with 35 off straight off the dock. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give you up one more time, Jill Knutson. And no matter what happens, she always leaves the water with a smile on her face.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're playing a sport, and it's the one that we love. And as long as you walk away healthy, you can ski another day. I like Jill's start right here, actually. She had a nice 1 ball, got a little tipped at 2, but she was strong off of there. But she lost some time on the backside of 3 right here. Ski wheeled up a little bit, a little slow off of 3, tried to make it all up here at 4, and just got a little stood up the front bit just a tiny bit and couldn't keep it moving.
Yeah, I kind of feel that by about the time that she got to number 4, she was growing a little impatient towards the end and tried to reduce that distance going from the end of the turn towards the wakes. But, you know, good effort from her. I have to give her that.
Absolutely, and it's been fun sitting here chatting with you, Tony, but I've got to ski here in a little bit. And
do you now?
Yeah, I got to go out there and do a little bit better than the first round. So I'm going to leave it to you and all the good people that come and join you. And basically, my goal is just to not be sitting here with you tomorrow. I hope to be working tomorrow. And by working, I mean playing on the water.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Mr. Peace, Love, and Water Skiing himself, Mr. Corey Vaughn. All right, now we're going to dump some gas in the boat, and while all of that is taking place, we'll cut over to a few of our messages. This is the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am Slalom Competition. We'll return right after these.
Careful who you cross, careful who you test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are just moments away from starting the men's slalom round 2, and before we do that, let's put up on the screen the leaderboard after round 2 of women's competition. Well, there you go. Jamie Bull could not be beaten in this round so far. The only person to get through 10.75 meters and holds the top spot. She will meet up against Karen Truelove, the number 8 seed, after she made it through the runoff situation. Winnie McClintock-Reaney with 4 at 10.75 meters is above Manon Costard due to backup score, which means that Winnie McClintock-Reaney will go up against the number 7 seed, which is Vanessa Veek. Conversely, Manon Costard, with her third place score of 4 at 10.75 meters, will therefore go up against the number 6 seed, Elizabeth Montavon, with 1.5 at 10.75 meters. And the fourth and last pairing in the first round will go between Ali Nicholson, seeded number 4, and Samantha Dumoulin, also with a score with 2 at 10.75 meters, but because of backup score, Ali Nicholson stays on the top half of the bracket, while Samantha Dumoulin will stay on the bottom end of the bracket, and therefore Ali Nicholson actually has choice of either boat or skiing order. So, that is what we've got going on, and we've got the first of our male slalom skiers in round 2 to take to the water. It'll be Dave Wingate, the team principal at Team Syndicate, and we will take him out onto the water. We will go with open men's slalom in next, so stand by for some more great skiing to come. I'm sure our skier will, if we take a look at the dockside area and see if Dave is ready to go. Yes, he is. He is in the water. So coming into the course on what I project to be a starting line length of 14.25 meters or 28 off, it is going to be Dave Wingate. Here he comes, Dave Wingate. Pass number 1. 14.25 meters. Oh, actually, he's decided to go in on 13 meters this time. A little unsure as to what pass he went in on, but with the rope swinging that wide, I would say that it's going to be 14.25 meters or 28 off. Good, successful opening pass. Nice. Yep, 14.25 meters has been confirmed by our officials. And Dave Wingate doing a really, really fine job out there. Producing a little with shades of Will Asher out there. Allowing the ski to come out underneath the rope and just being a little bit flat-footed at times, but that's no bad thing for some elements of slalom skiing. So that is Dave Wingate on pass number 1. It is 14.25 meters or 28 off, and we'll see what he's got in store for us with the next pass, which is going to be 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line, or 43 feet of line in total. There's the specs on that boat, 465 horsepower of pure grunt foot torque there. So here we go, folks. Dave Wingate now. It's going to be the 30-meter line. Looking really, really smooth out there. Certainly a lot smoother than he did in round number 1, although he did overload a little bit on 5. And managing to get the ski all the way around all 6 buoys on that particular run of 30 meters. Good strike off buoy number 1, looking in very, very good shape there around number 2. Keeping a level of composure that was certainly a lot better for him this time around than the first round of competition, where he actually scored half a buoy at 38 off. That was 32 off, so he's got one more pass to complete before he gets within striking distance of what he needs to better his first round score at least. Now, so far as making it into the top 8, it is going to be a tall order to say the least, because all of our top 8 competitors in round 1 have scored into 41 off, or 10.25 meters, starting with Stephen Nephew with 1 1/2 buoys on that line length, and working their way up through the buoy counts, 2 buoys at 41, 3 at 41, and then you've got 4 1/4 at 41, which is the lead score by Nate Smith. All right, we are now on 35 off for 12 meters. Don't forget, folks, the boat speed for our competitors in the men's competition, in the open men's competition, is 36 miles an hour or 58 kilometers an hour. The highest speed for the women is 55 kilometers an hour, which is 34 miles an hour. Okay, so needing a score of like 1 1/2 buoys at 41 off to put himself in a position where he could advance. That's to exceed that particular high score, which represents 8th place. Then you've got to consider the backup score, which for Dave Wingirter at this time isn't all that high. It's his first round score, which is 1/2 buoy at 38 off. So if he puts himself in a position where he can get to 41 off, that will be all well and good, but he's going to have to go in a little bit deep with that particular run, because the second score that he has isn't all that great, and that could potentially take him out of the running. Now, here he goes, 38 off, 11.25 meters. All falling in on buoy number 1 and getting exactly, and I mean exactly, the same score he did in round number 1, 1/2 at 38 off for Dave Wingirter. But please give this man a big round of applause. He's a good portion of the reason why Syndicate is behind this event 100%. So there we go. That is Dave Wingirter with 1/2 buoy at 38 off. A decent score, but unfortunately it eliminates him from further competitive action in this competition. Our next competitor on this list is going to be Travis Feldhager. Yeah, he's enjoying life there, Travis Feldhager. All right, dipping himself in the water, getting ready for his opening pass, which I believe is going to be 28 off. All right, getting confirmation from our officials. It is 28 off the standard 75-foot line. It leaves him with 47 feet of rope to get round a course that is 37.5 feet wide. And, of course, you do not need to be a mathematician to figure out that with the rope being at 47 feet in length, against that course width, that gives him about 9.5 feet to get round all 6 buoys on this line length. Oh, a little bit jittery into buoy number 1, keeping the back arm pressure on a little bit too long into buoy number 1, but managing to make the right movements to compensate, and that is Travis Feldhager. Or Feldhager, I do beg your pardon. Oh, almost overloaded too much into buoy number 1, as a matter of fact, looking at the instant replay. Of course, for those of you guys that are watching on shore locally, you can actually tune into the webcast by going to the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel and clicking on the latest live event, which you see at the top of the Waterski Broadcasting YouTube channel. also, at the same time that you are there, whether you're deciding to use a browser or an app, you can subscribe to the Water Ski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel, and by hitting the bell icon a couple of times, you will be informed as to when new content is being uploaded to the website or when live events come on stream. All right, so here and now we've got Travis Feldegger. Nicely done off the first couple of buoys. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at his cross-course motion and action. That is 32 off the way it's meant to be run. There you go. Starting to feel a little bit like that Will Asher vibe out there on the slalom course. The ski's the same, a very, very well performing Syndicate Pro. That's definitely more suited to the aggressive skier. Like, as it would seem, Travis Feldegger, who just brings the ski on the outside and then just allows the ski to whip round underneath the line and then go cross-course like he knew what he was doing. All right, then, joined by my good friend here from way up in the northwest. It's Mr. Dave Wingooder. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, Tony. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Half of 38 in the first round, half of 38 this time.
I had a little trouble at one ball today. I don't know what was going on, but...
Were you hiding a shovel in your backpack back then, because you were digging yourself a big old hole out there?
It's kind of silly how we do that. Oh, here's Travis coming in. Let's watch Travis.
Yes, absolutely. This is 12 meters and looking to keep the ski out ahead of him. And it's just remarkable to see that ski, how well it whips round and allows for the skier to stay in complete control on top of it.
Yeah, Travis, I mean, he rides the ski really well. He's a technician. He's from the Northwest, and he's skiing on an HO, so we love to see him running buoys.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. This is the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. Obviously, you've got your complete roster of skiers skiing here, including from lands as far afield as Australia, in the form of Nick Adams, and I mean, I'm just amazed at the development of the product that Syndicate continues to put out there year to year. With the Pro, and you've got the Omega Max for the skiers that require a little bit more width on the tip of their ski, especially for 34-mile-an-hour skiing.
For sure. And CP's riding the Omega Max today at 36, and yeah, he loves it. And we've got Will Asher riding an Omega, John Travers, Jamie Bull riding Pros, and he's riding Alpha. So we got a lot of skis on the lake, and they all seem to be working pretty well.
Yes, absolutely, and I look back at Robert Hazelwood a little bit, and it didn't take him long to get used to a new ski that he jumped on about a set or two.
Just jumped on it, yeah.
Just jumped on it and went straight away.
We got 38. Let's watch Travis.
Here we go. Travis at 38. In the previous round, he'd scored 3.5 on that run, which is not going to better this time around. So
it's
too
bad. He can run 38 quite well. I've been skiing against him a long time up here, and I know he's gotten around 3 and maybe 4 at 39 in tournaments here. So bit of a bummer there, but phenomenal skier. Great technician.
All right, we'll take a brief look at this instant replay, and then we'll get back to you in just a moment there, Dave. But first of all, let's go over and check in with Wade. Wade, who do you have?
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with Will Asher, who's won every tournament there is to win. Whole bunch. So, how's your Saturday going so far?
So far, so good. Yeah, like we kind of said earlier, it's feeling very British out here. So we got some good British weather. But the first round was great. The site delivered how only Hilltop can. Perfect weather. I mean, I love the little bit of cool water, a little bit of cool air. This round, Becky first round, we're going to get to ski behind Gordon the second round, so that's going to be great.
So you're going to take a piece of 3, or is there going to be a runoff at 2?
Blame me.
You'd like to believe the scores are probably going to go up second round. I think people are going to be a bit more comfortable. Sun's going to maybe peak a little bit, warm up just a little bit. So you'd expect the scores to be a little bit higher.
All right, we heard it from the man. Back to you, Tony.
And I love the way that they model so beautifully the Syndicate swag out there.
They're doing their job, yeah, for sure. Wearing all the gear.
All right, then. Here we go. This is Stephen Island. We'll take a look at him for. You'll stay here for at least a couple of passes. But Stephen Island trying to make a name for himself in pro slalom skiing. And let's have a look and see what he does on 30 meters. Round buoy number 1, and kind of falling in a little bit on his turns and just making sure that he's got that second hand on the handle by the time he powers up at the end of each turn.
Yeah, he fell over a little at 2, but I mean after that looked great, man. Smooth it out at 3 and 4, and I think he's just feeling it out, feeling off the lake, feeling off the boat and the driver. He'll be dialed in at 35.
Now, there are certain schools of thought as to how you approach the entrance gates. Now, a lot of skiers that I know put a little bit of squat into their knee bend before they turn the ski and roll the ski in. But someone like Stephen stands rather tall and cranks it down that way. What are the benefits and advantages, disadvantages type deal?
Well, it's hard to say, really. I mean, I think you want to be all lined up when you turn in for the gates. I don't think you want to squat too much. I always listen to Wade Cox. He was my coach and hero growing up, and he's got a great eye for that. And he always says, just try and turn as far back into the wake as you can. That's the key to the whole thing.
All right, then. So let's have a look at our leaderboard. This takes into consideration the scores that we've gotten already for the top 8. And right there, you see Nate Smith in the lead, and Will Asher and Thomas de Gasperi and Freddie Winter and Robert Hazelwood's in amongst that. So all the way down to Stephen Neville, and slotted in between there is Nicholas Adams. But before I let you go to get towed off, can you give us a little bit of an idea of what's on the horizon with Syndicate going into the off-season?
We're just keep working, man. We've got a new ski out, the new Omega, and we're already beginning on our ski for next year. We'd like to release a ski every year, and we're not slowing down. That's for damn sure.
Excellent. And we see Stephen Island there with a 35 off pass, successful all the way through. Stephen Island, who's got 3 on the next pass, hopefully looking for something a little bit better than that. But Dave, so glad to have the pleasure of your company. We'll be talking a lot more between now and the end of the weekend.
Right on. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, then. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Wingirter, the team principal at the Syndicate team. We'll get him a chance to get himself toweled off and dry, and we'll look at the other skiers who will be riding out there as we look at the instant replay for Stephen Island getting through this pass of 35 off. Got about halfway through 38 off in the round previous to this. All right, then. So the remainder of the starting list. There's Martin Bartowski on the dock side, and we'll look forward to seeing him in a moment. And then Chris Parish, Adam Cord, Jonathan Travers et al. And here we go, Stephen Island at 11.25 meters. Oh, nicely done off buoy number 1. Didn't fall in nearly as much there on buoy number 1 as he did on the previous passes. But I'll tell you what, he is struggling out there on 38 off. He is working this one. Come on, get round buoy number 6. Oh, yeah! He made that one look hard, didn't it, Travis?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the prettiest pass, but he got the job done. So that's what matters, right?
Absolutely. As long as you can get round 6 through the exit gates, then it's a pass no matter how you do it. And, I mean, what else did you see out here?
Well, I mean, he was getting slack, but he just kept moving and he stayed patient. I mean, mentally, he won that pass.
And there, just looking at that number 4. Ooh, getting in a little bit deep there, but he controlled everything for number 5. Now, the temptation here is to come away with your best turn on number 5 to prove that you can. but it's just as beneficial to do a safety check on 5 and then pull all the way to number 6, even at 38 off.
Yeah, that was a nice pass. So he's coming back 39?
Absolutely. 39.5 off. He's already exceeded his score from the previous round. Potential targets. He could get more than 1 and exceed Martin Bartowski, who's yet to ski. More than 2, he'll better Chris Parish. More than 3.5, he'll better Adam Cord and Jonathan Travers. More than 4, he'll better Benjamin Stadelbaum. More than 5.25, he'll better Corey Vaughn. And then we're talking into the realm of 41 off. Now, here comes Stephen Island, round buoy number 1. Round number 2, a little bit late off number 2. He gets round number 3. Does he S-turn for the wakes? Yes, he does. It's good for 3. So there we go. That is Stephen Island. And that puts him just ahead of Chris Parish now.
Wow, nice job, Stephen.
So what do you see here there, Travis?
Well, definitely a little bit of a long pull into 2. It's tough to come out of that with the right line tension. But he made it around 3. Little safety turn there, back into the wakes for the full buoy. Nicely done.
All right, then. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Nate Smith, who will be our top seed for a second round. So I just found out not only has Nate not skied at Hilltop, but you had not skied in the state of Washington before. That's hard to believe.
Yeah, I've been to Washington one time to visit D3, and that was it. But, coming here to Hilltop, these guys are putting on such a great event. The conditions, it's perfect. The ski lake's amazing, and, all the sponsors are here to help support us. It's just, it's been a great weekend so far.
So we've enjoyed watching. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you, Wade. Thank you very much indeed. As we get ready for our skier on the water right now, we've got Martin Bartowski out of the nation of Slovakia. So Martin Bartowski has been looked upon as a dark horse in this competition. Let's see if he can come through in the clutch. He scored 1 at 39. Or 10.75 meters in the round previous to this, would need to better that by a whole pass or more to slot himself in a potential position to ski in the 3rd bracketed round. So there we go. That is Martin Bartowski. That, I believe, was a 32 off start. And looking in very, very good shape for his opener. Yep, so 32 off on the opening pass for Martin Bartowski. Coming to us from the nation of Slovakia, which for those of you who are not quite up on their geography 101, or at least European geography, it's bordered by a number of countries such as Germany and Poland and the Czech Republic, and I believe Austria as well thrown into the mix. Hungary most definitely. But yeah, it's right smack bang there in the Central Europe, and Martin Bartowski comes to us from that nation's capital of Bratislava. The Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, let's have a look at the top 8 as it stands right now. No change in the top 8, but you see that there are some people there in 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th pace that could potentially have something to say before this day is out, and each of them needing to exceed their previous round scores to make a dent in the top 8. So here we go. This is Martin Bartowski. He's gotten through 32. This is 35 off, and oh my word, that is an absolutely exquisite looking run there. Pulling out and getting ready to shorten that line down to 38 off, 11.25 meters. It is Martin Bartowski. And be sure to subscribe to the Water Ski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel. Also hit the bell icon a couple of times, and you'll get informed as to the latest events when they are uploaded, and also some great skiing events. Also tomorrow, starting Starting a little bit earlier than this event will be the first rounds of the IWWF U17 World Championships. That will take place starting tomorrow. And at the same time, we will have our third and final rounds of both the amateur and the pro competition. For the very first time, 2 water skiing events being brought to you by one company, the Water Ski Broadcasting Company. And that will take place tomorrow. All right, so we have got coming into the course Martin Bartowski, 11.25 meters, a one-handed gate shot. Little tentative with it, though, but he's a right foot forward skier, which means he can just whip that ski round around his 2-4 side and keeping everything in alignment. Nicely done there, Martin Bartowski. Another round in which he's scored 6 at 11.25 meters at least, and we'll now see if he can attack 39.5 off or 10.75 meters. Now, let's see if we can break this down a little bit with Martin Bartowski. If he gets through 39.5 off, which he has done in the past, he would need to get, I would say, at least, I don't know, about halfway through to give himself a chance of getting into the final round and staying there, because the potential for some of our other competitors to get in just into 41 off still is very, very much there. I mean, we could have, I don't know, at least a couple of skiers, maybe 3, that would ski into 41 off and get like a half or 1 or those, and still be on the outside looking in when it comes to getting the top 8 competitors ranked. So if Martin Bartowski harbors any wishes to get through to the next round of the competition, he's got to run this pass and about halfway through the one next, which is 41 off, to give himself a fighting chance. He's round buoy number 1 at 10.75. He's round number 2. Look at this. Look at him go. He's round buoy number 3. Continuing to roll. Round number 4. He's still there. He's still got the handle in his hands, and he's got a 6 buoy count at 10.75. This Slovakian is not going to go down without a fight. So now, with Martin Bartowski to move himself directly into the top 8, he would need to score more than one and half a buoy, 1.5 buoys at 41 off, 10.25 meters, which just happens to be the next pass. The deeper he gets into the pass, the better, because that would help him fend off potential challenges from the skiers to come next. So right here, right now, crunch time for Martin Bartowski. 41 off, or 10.25 meters. To the best of my knowledge, his personal best is somewhere around the 3rd or 4th buoy on this run. Let's see what he's got. The Slovakian national men's slalom record holder. Here comes Martin Bartowski. Buoy number 1 takes a good stab at number 1. He's good to go round number 2. And he takes the big hit off 2. He gets a full 2. Let's give it up, please, for Martin Bartowski. Okay, that puts him in a 4-way tie for 5th. For the moment. All right, so Martin Bartowski, looking at that instant replay again. I bet that shoulder hit hurt like nothing you've ever felt. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for him, please. Martin Bartowski! And while we're looking at the instant replay one more time, Martin Bartowski taking the big old hit. And we'll check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Adam Cord, who just happens to be another homer like Dave Soundgarden. And so a little weird skiing at your home lake in a pro event, or what?
Oh, it's spectacular. Are you kidding? It's great. And, you know, if you're going to go out and ski well, it's got to be at your home site, right?
Any added pressure from the Adam Cord fan club?
No, actually, my family, they weren't here this morning. My kids weren't, and now they're here, which is how normally when I'm skiing, got one eye on the kids in the water and stuff. So now they're here. So now I'm in my zone. It's good.
So Adam, part owner of Denali Skis, father, number one in the fan club. Obviously, how are you going to do today?
I don't know. We're going to go find out here. Got to follow these guys, so we'll see.
All right, he's going to have fun. Back to you, Tony.
Okay, so we're going to bring in Chris Parish into the course for his opening pass. I believe it is going to be 32 off. So now we have a four-way tie for fifth place between Nick Adams, Robert Hazelwood, Will Asher, and now Martin Bartowski. That moves Stephen Neveu out of the top 8 right now, and he is yet to ski. Looking in very, very good shape. Good effort there from Chris Parish, round 32 off, looking in fabulous shape out there on that Omega Max ski by Syndicate. So I'm sure you mathematicians out there have probably worked it out by now. We have, how many skiers we got left in this first bracket, in this first section? There are 5 skiers remaining, including Chris Parish. There's Chris Parish, Adam Cord, Jonathan Travers, Benjamin Stadelbauer, and Corey Vaughn. We have a tied situation here, a 4-way tie for 5th place. Now, let's just imagine for a second that all of these skiers come away with a score of 2 at 41 off. Then it comes down to backup scores. So then it becomes a whole great big mathematical nightmare as to determine who gets to ski in the third round of bracketed action. So we don't really want to broach that point just yet, but the skiers that we've got coming up next, we've got Adam Cord, we've got Jonathan Travers, Benjamin Stadelbauer, Corey Vaughn. Then you've got Stephen Neveu, who's just seen his score of 1.5 at 41 off be eliminated out of immediate contention for a spot in the third bracketed round. And then you have the likes of Nick Adams, Robert Hazelwood, William Masher, so on and so forth. Here we go. This is Chris Parish. Now, let's see if he can ski his way back into the conversation here. He scored 2.5 at 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters. He gets 6 buoys here at 35. He's about 2 passes away from where he wants to be. We'll see if he can get there. So just looking at his posture out there, it just allows the ski to come round, makes contact with the handle, goes cross course. A little bit of lean lock off number 3, but managing to control it effectively into 4, bleeding the speed and just directing that ski out rather than to the buoy. And let's check in with Wade.
And him here with Martin, and Martin, a big score. You joined the bubble, right?
It'll be close, I think. Right now, I think it's 1.5. So as of right now, we'll be in as long as the guys don't improve. But my first round was not very strong. So if we get equal scores, then they're gonna be in. I won't make it.
So yeah, he's on the hot seat. He's on the bubble, we call it. So we'll see how it goes. But good skiing, Martin. Back to you, Tony.
And certainly Martin Bartowski has put himself in a pretty darn good position with 2 at 10.25 meters. He joins a 4-way tie for 5th place. So at this moment in time, he's probably made it through to next round. But I'm sure that there are some skiers that are coming up after him, including Chris Parish, that will have something to say about that. And he replies with a 6 buoy count on that run of 38 off, 11.25 meters. So the battle rages on here. Now, Chris Parish, just for your information, scored 2.5 at 39.5 off, which is this next pass coming up. And 2.5 at 39 he would love to have as his backup score, because that would mean he has something higher, something substantial that he could possibly take through to the next round of the competition. So, there we go, Chris Parish. So when it comes down to comparing scores and comparing high scores and backup scores and all of that stuff, Martin Bartowski is the only one in that tie for 5th place right now that actually has a quote-unquote backup score. He's the only person in that section who's actually skied twice. So it's really looking like a battle between the backup scores, so to speak. Here comes Chris Parish, 39.5 off. In the round previous to this, he scored 2.5. He's already gotten past that. Look at this guy. Look at this. Look at this. 39.5 off. Yeah. Get up it. Ooh. Well, I tell you what, the pickle's working. And just look at this for excellence out there on buoy number 2. Just drove the ski ahead, just allowed it to carve its own path. 39.5 off. And now he is within striking distance. If Chris Parish gets 2 at 10.25 meters, he will actually go into a 5-way tie for 5th place, but with a superior backup score. So that could well determine how many of those tied 2 buoy counts actually advances through to the next round of the competition, if you see where I'm getting at. All right, so we've got Adam Cord there in the foreground of that shot, and we just saw Chris Parish in the background. Becky Lathrop at the helm of that Nautique towboat. And now running up to speed, ladies and gentlemen, here comes Chris Parish, 10.25 meters. Entrance gate. Buoy number 1, a little bit down course. Does he get round number 2? He settles for 2, and he's now in part of a 5-way tie for 5th place. So looking at this instant replay with Chris Parish, drove his shoulders into buoy number 1. And just got on the back of the ski. Almost looked like he was safety checking number 1 at 10.25 meters to make sure he got round number 2. Skis for the wake, gets the 2. And now we have a conversation with Wade.
Island, who's part of a podcast crew now and making his debut in the professional water skiing. Wasn't your best day, but you did okay, right?
Yeah, I actually tied my PB. Definitely wanted more out there, but, I mean, it's a childhood dream of mine just to be out here with these guys, and it's such a great sight, such a cool experience.
So tell us about your podcast.
Hey, Ski or Die podcast. Elizabeth's right behind us, and she's a co-host, and we developed it kind of for skiing, for skiers. You know, we could develop this Ski or Die mantra, in order to just give back to the sport, create more content for the sport, and it's been a really fun project. So go check it out everywhere where podcasts are distributed.
Kind of like Ski with Wade, cut more rope. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, and if we are mentioning a little bit about podcasts, why don't I direct you to the TWBC podcast? You can check that out on Spotify, Google webcast, Google Podcasts, and also Apple Podcasts. There is your Pro-Am top 8 right now. And bear in mind, of course, that tie for 7th between Robert Hazelwood and Nick Adams and Will Asher, that extends outside as well. So yeah, we've got a little bit of a logjam in amongst all of that, because obviously the 2 scores that you saw in that tied situation represent skiers that have actually skied twice already. All right, then, here we go. We have got Adam Cord coming into the course. I believe this is 30 meters or 32 off. For him to make a run at this, he's got to get in the realm of 2 buoys at 41 off, because now that we've established that there is a 5-way tie for 2 at 41 off, that means that the very minimum that you've got to score to actually get in that realm of the top 8 is 2 at 41 off. So no 1.5s, no 1s at of 41 off. They just will flat out be not enough. And we'll see what Adam Cord can do with the opening passes. He's gotten through 32 off and is now going to get ready for 35. All right, then. So here we go. We've got Adam Cord coming in. Come on, Adam. There you go. A good recovery there off number 4. What a turn. Beautifully executed pass towards the end there for Adam Cord. Looked a little lackadaisical for the first 2/3 of that pass, and then beyond number 4, then things started to get a little interesting. That was 35 off for Adam Cord. He started off at 32, dropped in over the tip of his ski. Not always the best thing to do with the ski that he's currently riding right now, but he makes it work for him. It better make it work for him, because he has a huge influence on the design of that ski that he's riding. Good extension round buoy number 5. Good acceleration from 5 through to 6, and there we go. That is 12 meters. Now, 11.25 meters is going to be a slightly different kettle of fish there for him. He has really got to get on the ball very, very quickly indeed, and make some serious inroads onto this run. So, all right, then, on the foreground of that shot there, you see Jonathan Travers getting ready to throw everything into this effort, getting all KT taped up. And here we go. This is Adam Cord, originally out of Indiana, but living in this part of the world, in the great state of Washington. He's getting round buoy number 3. How on earth was he able to recover up to that point? I do not know. That was 11.25 meters an attempt, therefore, so it's going to be 3.5 at 11.25 meters, a 3.5 at 11.25 meters. But give him a big cheer anyway, folks. That was Adam Cord. So Adam Cord with 3.5 at 39.5 off with the opening round, and a score of 3.5 at 11.25 meters in the second round. Unfortunately, eliminates him from further contention in this competition. Therefore, that tie with 2 at 41 off, or 10.25 meters, is still very much in play. A 5-way tie with that particular score, and because that score has because that bunch of skiers has a combination of skiers that have skied two rounds, and those that haven't even hit their second round yet, then we can actually separate them into ties for 5th place and ties for 7th place. So try and work that one out if you can. All right, then, Jonathan Travers. Okay, 32 off, or 30-meter start for Jonathan Travers. Leaderboard as it stands, taking into consideration scores that have been posted in round 2. You see there on the left side of your screen. Here comes Jonathan Travers approaching the course. Right here, right now, skiing out of Okahumpka in Florida. And not only is he involved in skiing, such as you see him here, he's also involved very much so in course surveying and as a technical controller in a great few tournaments worldwide. Has been to a number of sites all across the nation and some points around the world, getting their sites checked over and setting their slalom courses and jump courses and what have you. And also is one of the folks behind the international tournament water ski facility in Central Florida, otherwise known as Jack Travers' place. And he's also a new father to a son, Alex, who I'm sure is watching this along with his Mrs. Natalia Berdnikava. I'm sure that she's probably typing up a little comment or a message on the side there. I don't have access to those messages right now, but I'm sure that she will be writing very, very soon. All right, then. So here and now we've got Jonathan Travers coming in on the next pass at 35 off, or 12 meters. All right, here we go. This now is Jonathan Travers. Looking good, looking in very, very good shape here with the second pass. That was 12 meters, 35 off. Looking in very, very good shape indeed. No real cause for concern at this time with Jonathan. All right, then. So as we look at the instant replay of Jonathan Travers looking in very, very good shape, let's check it with Wade Cox on the starting dock. Wade, who do you have?
Hey, guys, I'm here with the tower, Mr. Chris Parish, and it went good out there, huh?
Yeah, I'm really excited, man. It was a huge round. I just went full attack mode. I did not hold back at all. I had a plan. It was simple, and it worked, and took a huge hit at 6-ball, and I'm kind of feeling that tricep right now in the Terry's Major.
Well, we were all fired up, man. You had the place buzzing, man. So it was good to see that. Yeah.
Enjoyed it. Thank you, Wade. It means a lot. And, yeah, people were fired up, and it's really cool to kind of feel that energy for sure.
Awesome. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much indeed, Wade, and also to Chris for his analysis. And we'll see what pans out at this time. We have got Jonathan Travers now, 11.25 meters. Good strike into buoy number 1. Successfully negotiated that turn. Keeping everything moving forward on a tight line around all 6 buoys. Whoa, takes a big head off number 5 and managing to get round buoy number 6. Oh, man alive. That was a little close there, too close for comfort. As we see Becky Lathrop, her driver, pull JT all the way to the end of the lake and getting ready for 10.75 meters. a pass that that Jonathan Travers has run on several occasions, but in the round previous to this, scored 3 1/2. All right, then, let's have a look at Jonathan Travers. Jonathan Travers knows the situation. He's got to get through this pass primarily. And then he's got to score more than 2 on the pass to come after that. There we go. That's number 3. Here he goes for number 4. Little loose off number 4. He's round buoy number 5, and he will run 10.75. Woo! Now things are starting to cook. We're at the point earlier where things were starting to simmer. Now they are starting to get really, really hot out there on the course. Jonathan Travers now has that target of 2 at 10.25 meters, and the good portion of the reason as to why he's actually made it to that point started off on buoy number 1. Again, an absolutely fantastic turn and keeping the ski out ahead of him. A little loose into number 3, mind you, but still allowing that ski to do what it's designed to do. Just absolutely just whipping the absolute snot out of that buoy, especially off number 5. And just bag that pass. There we go, a 6 buoy count at 39.5 off. So let's see what he is capable of with the next run coming up. If he can get more than 2, it will certainly help his cause. If he can get 2, that might help as well. But he's got to bear in mind what the other skiers to come are capable of doing themselves. So here we go. 10.25 meters or 41 off. Round number 1. A little on the... Oh, and inside buoy number 2. And unfortunately, however good that performance was with 1 at 41, it unfortunately eliminates Jonathan Travers from future contention in this event. It still leaves two sections of ties, a tie for 5th and a tie for 7th, with those scores of 2 at 41 off in each instance. So there we go. That is Jonathan Travers. But ladies and gentlemen, as he comes back into the shore, give it up for him, please. Jonathan Travers.
I used to play basketball. I can launch a football, but let's ski it, John. I mean, I'd like to, but I feel like there's like a bunch of numbskulls I'd be playing with.
So on the starting block right now with a score of 4 buoys at 39.5 off in the round previous to this, it is none other than Benjamin Stadelbauer.
No, I said at my school. I didn't say you. They're a friend of ours.
How many people go to your school?
1,000, I think.
Oh, dang, I got a lot.
Glacier Peak, yeah. Okay, Becky. Yeah.
All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our next competitor coming to us out of Switzerland, but residing in Claremont in Central Florida. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer. Looking very, very stylish, and as I've said before, very reminiscent of a one Andy Mapple from way back in the day. His style, his technique, his aggression out there on the slalom course, and that was a 32 off start. 13 meters there for Benjamin Stadelbauer. Then, so continuing to roll right along, we have got Benjamin Stadelbauer out on the slalom course, getting ready for his shot of potentially making it through to the next round of the competition. If he can get round 2, if he can get beyond 2 at 41 off, then that is going to do his cause a lot of favors. But anything less than 2, it would eliminate him. If he does get 2, he is in a potential runoff situation. Let's have a look and see what he's got. This now is 35 off. All right, great athleticism there from Benjamin Stadelbauer. We'll take a look at this instant replay from him. Okay, so looking at this instant replay there for Benjamin Stadelbauer, and as we look at the tail end of this, we'll check in with Wade Cox. Wade, who do you have?
Thanks, Tony. I've got Canadian Stephen Nouveau, who now is a Texan, and you're making your debut for the year. How did it go this morning?
Yeah, I just had to shake the cobwebs out and kind of get the feeling going again, and same thing going on this afternoon, just kind of get that mental state figured out again.
So I see you getting warmed up. We sort of broke your routine. You have a specific routine for every tournament?
Yeah, I try to keep it pretty typical. Most events have the same kind of thing going on, and just clear my head and get ready to go.
All right, we're going to let him do his deal. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much indeed, and we're going to get ready for Benjamin Stadelbauer to attack the slalom course full force now, with his attempt at 11.25 meters off 38 off. Bleeds enough of the speed out so he can rotate the ski for his entrance gates, which he just did. 11.25 meters, good acceleration, good strike off buoy number 3, exceptional round buoy number 4, keeping everything working, going forwards. And there you go. That is Benjamin Stadelbauer with 11.25 meters under his belt. Now, here is the situation. The next 8 buoys are going to determine whether he makes it through to the next round of the competition or whether he comes up short. So looking at Benjamin Stadelbauer one more time, using that Syndicate slalom ski of his to cut across, and in the off season after last season, and now we've gotten heavily into the whole CrossFit regimen of conditioning with the weights, with the cardiovascular side of it, and that's really slimmed him down. It's a leaned him out, and just looking very exceptional out there, and using that lighter frame to good use while still retaining a good portion of the strength that he retained from last season. So let's have a look and see what Benjamin Stadelbauer
can do. Here he comes, folks. 10.75 meters, a pass that he needs to run. Entrance gates, buoy number 1, gets a good strike off number 1, in good shape round buoy number 2, almost overloaded it off number 2 as a matter of fact, but almost breaking forward into number 4, stabilizing himself round buoy number 5, safety checks on 5, and another skier that's gotten through, 10.75. 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. So now it comes down to pure target skiing. Anything 2 or above puts him in great shape for advancing through to the 8 skier final round. However, we still have a multiple way tie, folks. We got a 2-way tie for 5th and a 2-way and a 3-way tie for 7th. That is occupied by the skiers who have scored a 10.2 at 10.25 meters, either in this round or in the previous round. All right, so Benjamin Stadelbauer getting ready now for 10.25 meters. It's going to be more a case now of not so much actually getting the top score, not so much getting the highest score. I mean, if he gets to 2 at 10.25 meters, then it's going to come down to his backup score to determine whether he moves on through in comparison to a lot of other skiers that have that same score.
Trash can too, and
Let's have a look and see. Benjamin Stadelbauer, well aware of the situation. He needs 2 to possibly advance. Round number 1, a little bit of a slide off number 1. Oh my word, he gets in. Does he get inside buoy number 2? He's certainly not selling it on actually making the second buoy, which means that if that is indeed the case with 1 at 10.25 meters, then he has quite, in all probability, eliminated himself from future contention in this championship. Yep, definitely inside buoy number 2 on the instant replay. And there, Benjamin Stadelbauer ruining that mistake and finding that he has eliminated himself from future contention in this competition. But give him a big cheer. That is Benjamin Stadelbauer. Looking at the instant replay one more time from another angle to check, and he is inside buoy number 2, so it is 1, and we're going to check in with Wade Cox.
Tony, here with John Travers, who didn't have the best Saturday of your life, but you get to go home and hug little Alexander William now.
Yeah, today wasn't my day. Round 1, I felt amazing. Something happened out of 4-ball at 39 that was just different, and I fell off. And then that round, I got through 39, and then I was just trying to get a good gate and get a good 1 for an onside. I knew I needed to get a piece of 3-ball to kind of get my ticket in for the head-to-head. And I just came out of 1 with a loose line, and, there's always another day.
Well, you guys got something coming up at your place, which most of you guys know about. But you're hosting the World Championships. Big event or no?
Yeah, it's a big event. It's the biggest one we've been part of. We're super excited. It's a lot of work. Most places get 2 to 4 years prep. We get 6 months. So I've been busting my butt at home trying to get ready. My dad, my brother, my mom, everyone, Natalia, has all been putting their time in trying to get our site ready for this Worlds, and we can't wait for October to come.
Well, I can't wait because I'll be there as well. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you, and we will certainly be there as well. TWBC will be bringing to you exclusively live coverage of the IWWF Open World Championships. And hopefully a skier who will be part of that deal is on the water right now. Corey Vaughn out of Bumpus in Virginia. Mr. Peace, Love, and Water Skiing himself. Gets around all 6 buoys at 32 off and sets his effort in motion. So Corey Vaughn, who scored 5 1/4 at 39.5 off in the previous round, can elevate himself into a position where he could be skiing tomorrow in the third bracketed round of competition if he can get to buoy number 2 at 41 off and ski beyond that. If he can ski beyond that, as a matter of fact, it would elevate him as high as 5th outright. But as it stands right now, with a number of skiers that have skied 2 at 10.25 meters, who have also skied their second round, those skiers are currently in a tie for 5th place right now. Those 2 skiers whom I mentioned are Martin Bartowski and Chris Parish. Now, whenever you look down to the other skiers who have scored 2 at 10.25 meters, there are 3 of those, and they have not skied round 2 yet. So they are currently in a 3-way tie for 7th. All right, so let's have a look and see what Corey Vaughn can do with this second pass, 35 off, 12 meters. And as he gets around number 5 and number 6, we'll check in with Wade Cox to see who he has with him.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Travis Feldhager, is another one of our local skiers. So how many times over the years have you skied here at Hilltop?
Hilltop, let's see. So I live a couple hours south of here, so I've skied here probably 15, 20 times over my life. But, I mean, I've been coming out here since I was a little kid. This is my favorite lake for sure in the state.
So I follow Travis on social media, and you guys should too. He is a water ski fitness coach, and he's a great water skier. So if you need any help, you can look him up.
Yeah, for sure. My name's Travis Feldhager. You can find me at TravisGF on Instagram, and I post some things about skiing, and I'm really into basically just helping athletes to basically find how to ski well by working with posture and body position and things like that.
There we go, and we all need help with our skiing. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much, Wade, and good information there by Travis Feldhager. As we look at the leaderboard, taking into consideration the scores that we had from the previous round, and also the scores that we've just gotten from this particular round. A lot of sorting out to do, a lot of consideration being drawn towards the backup scores in this competition. As we see 11.25 meter attempt or 38 off for Corey Vaughn. Round buoy number 4, an exceptional run into number 5 and number 6. So there is Corey Vaughn out of Bumpus, Virginia. A 6 buoy count at 38 off 11.25 meters. Now, his next pass is going to be 39.5 off, and he scored 5 1/4 for that effort. He's going to need all 6 and then another couple of buoys above that on 10.25 meters to make a seriously viable shot at making it through to the third bracketed round of competition. Now, within about the next few skiers, we might well be in a position where we can start sectioning certain skiers and pairing off certain individuals, but even then it's going to be difficult because of the potential runoff situation. We have 2 potential runoff situations that could arise and could manifest themselves. We've got a 3-way tie for 7th. We've got a 2-way tie for 5th. Both of those sections, the runoff situations, have scores tied with 2 at 41 off for 10.25 meters, with the 2 that are tied for 5th belonging to skiers that have already skied, that have competed 2 times in this event and gotten at least one of their scores as 2 at 41 off. Here we go. This is Corey Vaughn, 10.75 meters, round number 5, and he is better this time. 6 at 39.5 off, 10.75 meters for Corey Vaughn. Whew, yes, indeed. All right, let's see what Corey Vaughn will do for us with the next run. The next run is going to be 41 off, 10.25 meters.
All right, so Corey Vaughn about to approach the course, originally out of Virginia, the Old Dominion itself. Here he comes. Corey Vaughn, 10.25 meters. If he can get round number 2, he stands himself a pretty darn good chance of advancing. More than 2, and it would almost be certainly an advance through to next round. If he needs to get a piece of 3 here, but unfortunately no, that means he is in that tied situation with a multitude of skiers. Let's give it up, please, for Corey Vaughn. All right, so. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, Corey Vaughn, with his score at 2 at 10.25 meters, has put himself in a tied 5th place right now, because here is the situation. We have 3 skiers that have skied twice in this competition, with each of them with at least 2 at 10.25 meters as its highest score. Therefore, they all tie for 5th. And there could well be a tiebreaker between them whenever you consider their backup scores as well. In that instance, Corey Vaughn has the inside line in that respect. And we'll bring him over and have a word with him if it's entirely possible. But there is your current leaderboard as it stands right now. Now taking their initial round score and their top score into consideration, Corey Vaughn has put himself in 5th place at the moment. By no means safe in terms of making it through to the next round, because we do have a whole bunch of other skiers to come. But above him are Freddie Winter and Thomas de Gasperi and Brian Dechtrit. They all tie with 3 at 41. Nate Smith with 4 1/4 at 41 off. But there you see the remainder of the scores. It is very, very close indeed. And there is a 3-way tie for 8 between Robert Hazelwood, Nick Adams, and Will Asher. All of them have 2 at 41 off. But bear in mind that none of those 3 competitors, whether it be Hazelwood, Adams, or Asher, have skied yet. So none of them have a backup score to differentiate themselves from each other at this time. All right, then, we're going to change judges and do some other stuff, but this is the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am, and we'll return right after this.
Careful who you cross, careful who you test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down.
right then. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've got sitting next to me here Mr. Corey Vaughn with 2 at 41 off. With your backup score taken into consideration, that does differentiate you from the competitors that have skied twice and actually have 2 at 41 off as their best score. So, do you reckon that's going to be enough?
Well, according to my just mental calculation here, I think I'm kind of the bubble guy right now. Steve Neveu is next to ski. He has a 1.5. So if he does anything less, then that leaves me in this kind of stack up with the 2s and my backup score ahead of the ones before. Or one of these other 2s, I guess if they were to get less than 5.25 at 39, could get me in. But basically, I'm the bubble guy. I'm just going to be sitting around bubbling and seeing how the chips fall.
Bubbling hot.
Is that a song or something?
It is a song.
My pop culture is...
Yeah, a little bit of... Anyway, that's a song from a long while ago. You don't need to know. Anyway, so for those of you that are tuned in right now using the YouTube player and you're on the YouTube channel, I'm going to give you a few moments to see if some of you would like to ask a question of you, Corey Vaughn, and comment in with a question. We'll see if we can read them out. And yeah, I mean, looking definitely looked better this second round than he did on the first. So what was the difference? What was the key?
I think I relaxed a little bit. I took a practice set last night when I got here, which I think was the right idea, but I left home at 4 a.m. yesterday, and when I practiced here last night, it was 10 p.m. my time, so I probably just wasn't really feeling right, but it felt like a bad dream. I just couldn't do anything. So I was a little bit concerned about that in the first set, but first set, I felt okay, just couldn't translate it. This set, it all felt a little bit more like normal. I wouldn't mind having that 41 back to try to attack it a little bit more. I went a little conservative to at least get the 2 and not get less, but it was feeling so good out there, it makes me believe that more is possible.
Yeah, because even a little bit of 3 on 41 off would have put you way above the likes of Nicholas Adams and Robert Hazelwood and Will Asher. You know, could have potentially putting you straight through to the next round before we even got any news about those particular scores.
You're telling me.
So you know, it's a quarter of a buoy, but it can make the world of difference in some instances.
On the other hand, I was worried about the scenario of a 1.5 or a half with going for too aggressive of a 1 ball. So I was trying to be a little bit ensuring the full 2. I got to pull towards 3, but just too conservative to really make that look at 3. That's kind of a different line as we talked about earlier.
So the difference between instant death and instant ecstasy is just like that, isn't it?
The space of a moment, I suppose, right?
Absolutely. So,
but hey, look, if things go my way and I get a chance to get in there tomorrow, then the head-to-head is an opportunity to let it all hang out. So,
all right, K. Ian comes in with a question: how much do you bench?
Oh, well, K. Ian, I wish I had a good answer for you. I have not put myself under a bench press bar in quite a long time. I do a lot of training, but bench press has not been a part of it. From what I've gathered anyway, from my resources at the Flow Point Method, shout out to Marcus Brown and Jenny LeBaugh. I really appreciate their training. I feel like it has made a huge impact for me. Bench press isn't in there. I don't own a bench. I don't own a rack that goes with a bench. I think the last time that I bench pressed was maybe in college, and I think I wanted to say I could do my weight at that time, which was about 190, maybe 200. I weighed a lot more then. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. It's not that much. It's nothing really impressive, I can promise you. I can do a lot of push-ups, if that makes you happy. Push-ups are good. Do push-ups.
There you go. Well, that was a pretty good answer. We'll let you get toweled off and all that kind of stuff, and then you're going to sit and have that very nervous wait with you alongside Martin Bartowski, along with Chris Parish and all the others that have gotten a 2 at 10.25 meters. So we wish you the best going forwards. And K. Ian says, thank you very much for the response. You've got to love the digital world.
For sure. Well, thank you, Tony. Thank you for the webcast, everybody that's working on that. And thanks, everybody, for putting on the event. It's been a pleasure to ski here, and I hope I get a couple more sets out of it.
All right, then, coming to us out of Old Dominion himself. There we go. That is Corey Vaughn. And now approaching the course for his opening pass, this is Stephen Neville out of Canada, although he has said in recent times that he does reside in the Lone Star state of Texas. Look at him go. All right, that is going to be a 6-buoy count on the opening pass. All right, so we're looking at our skier on the water, Stephen Neville, looking at 32 off, and actually a question has come through, something that Marcus Brown is probably going to answer if he has a chance. Come on over here for a second. Looking around for someone who could answer this question. What do you think a skier should focus on most in practice? Grab yourself a microphone there, Marcus, and answer that question for me.
Color coordination.
Color coordination?
Yep. That's the most important thing. It's looking good. If you look good, you feel good, you ski good. That's all.
Are you
No. I think, for the most part, if you're not enjoying it, I know that's cliche, but if you're not enjoying it, then you're not going to be your best. And water skiing ultimately is about enjoying your time on the water.
Mm-hmm.
So finding things to keep you excited about skiing and finding ways to stay excited about each day of skiing is important.
Like watching this.
Like watching this guy. Look at this, a 6'7" beast.
Absolutely.
Steven.
There you go. This is Stephen Neville.
Looking good. He makes it look so easy.
And he's actually shed a bit of weight from what I can see.
Yeah, he's looking lean and mean. I was talking to him down there earlier between rounds. You know, I don't even think he ate lunch. He's just trying to stay lean and mean. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing something that looks really good. First round looks solid.
I had tacos for lunch, and you've now made me feel tremendously guilty.
You shouldn't.
I should feel guilty.
You're not out there skiing anymore like you used to.
Well, I could slap a slalom ski on and give you guys a run for your money.
Look at this replay. He keeps he's always keeping connection to the boat. You notice Steven's one of the best skiers at keeping the rope tight. So as he's moving outbound, there's hardly ever any droop in the line, any slack in the line, and he's just kind of always in connection with the boat. And I think that's one of the things, aside from a few others, that makes him so good.
A little bit of a dip there, but managing to keep the ski moving, and that's another thing to consider as well. I mean, it's not just a case of just like coming into the turn and just like ripping the back end of that turn and then going cross course.
No.
But that digs you into a really, really deep hole that only a shovel would get you out of.
I think the best thing you can do at short line slalom is not use the front of the ski to turn.
Okay.
Yeah. We can talk about that later, but here he's coming 38 off, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line. 37 feet of line to get round all 6 buoys on a course that's 37.5 feet in width.
Looking pretty good.
Looking all right. Looking in great shape, as a matter of fact. He gets round number 4. A little bit loose into that number 4, though, but managing to stay in very, very good shape indeed, Marcus.
Now, Tony, if you guys got a replay going.
Yes, we do.
Watch his turn at 1. He is one of the best skiers at keeping the front of the ski out of the water enough so that it doesn't overbite. Right here, he makes the move. Actually, he didn't make it early enough. But one of the things with short line slalom is trying to keep the rope tight at the finish, right? Would you agree?
Yes, absolutely, of course.
So to keep the rope tight at the finish of the turn, the best way to do that is if you can stall the ski at the right time.
Okay.
And to stall the ski, do you want more ski in the water or less?
Is that weight shift, though?
Yes. It's weight shift, it's ski design, it's ski setup, it's mechanics into the turn that allow you to make the proper move at the finish of the turn to kill your speed and keep the rope tight so that you pick up the boat soon.
Boom.
Yep. And you have the longest time to accelerate between the pickup and center line.
All right, then. So we have got Stephen Neville. This is now 10.75 meters. If he wants to make a run at getting into the next round of the competition, he has got to get in the realm of 2 buoys at 41.
He's at least got to beat Corey Vaughn, correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So he's at least got to get to a full 6.
Yes, absolutely. If he can get more than 5 1/4, on this pass will essentially run it.
He's a little late out of 3. Oh, he's a little late out of 4. No.
Easy. Oh, no. And that is going to be a score. What score was that? 4.5, would you say?
I think 4.5. I don't think he held on to the wakes. I will say this. I talked to Steven between rounds, and he said up until last week, he's only been skiing about once a week. I know he's in the real world now, making money. So once a week's not really going to cut it. And he skied really well considering he hasn't had much water time this year.
All right, then. So we're looking at the tail end of Stephen Neview's run, and whilst we see that, we'll check in with Wade Cox and see what he's got going on.
Here, Whitney's little man Zane is sleeping. So Whitney, quite the comeback now. Champion from last weekend.
Yeah, that was fun. I've just been on this comeback train. I'm just really trying to go and run 39 off, and I'm frustrated that hasn't happened yet. I definitely planned on being back faster, but I'm really thankful for the win last weekend. I felt like the stars aligned, and it was Zane's birthday, so it was a feel-good weekend.
There you go. We've all got the good feels going now. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much indeed, Whitney McClintock-Rini. Now, Nick Adams, who has already scored 2 at 41 off in the round previous to this. Now it's a case from here on out with these next batch of skiers as to what their backup score is going to be.
Yeah, exactly, because they all have 2 or greater, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Yep. Nick's looking pretty good, too. He told me, I spoke with him early, did a little interview. He said that this is kind of his beginning of his season right now.
It is.
Yeah, because it's been off-season down in Australia, and he kind of just got over here, just got started, and he just kind of feels fortunate to have gone out and put up a 2 at 41 on the first round.
He's actually been skiing a little bit as well. He actually had to move up to Darwin, which is right at the tip of the Northern Territory, almost as close as you can get to being in Australia, as close to the equator as you can be, really, while still being in Australia. So.
Sounds like a cool place. You been there?
No, I haven't been to Australia at all.
Look how smooth he is here on his opener. Just
yeah,
not
indeed.
making any movements at all.
Yeah, it looks a little lackadaisical for my liking.
He's true. I think he's just conserving. He's just, there's no rush. He's got plenty of passes to figure it out, get early.
All right, then. Looks like we got another one. They're taking advantage of you, Marcus, with these questions. Okay, we'll ask one more.
What do we got?
Marcus, what does your preset physical mental warm-up look like?
Oh, man. Well, what it used to look like when I skied was about 45 minutes before I skied, I would get my heart rate up. I'd do some stretching, some things like that. And then I would go into visualization practice. And then about 15 or 20 minutes before I skied, all the way up until I skied, I would just enjoy comrades, hanging out on the dock, getting ready to ski, and not think too much about it.
All right, then. That's a pretty good answer, and you can find out more answers to some more pressing questions by going to the Floyd Point Method website, which is?
Yeah, floydpointmethod.com.
Excellent stuff. All right, here we go. This is good skiing there from Nick Adams. He's run through 32. This is 35, and just really getting through that pass. And he actually was in a runoff situation for the Australian National Championship. He beat out Jack Christie for that title not too long ago.
Yeah, there's some good skiers in Australia. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to see a good few of them at the World Championships coming up in October. That competition brought to you exclusively live on TWBC.
It's going to be fun to watch. One of the things that Nick's really good at, you notice he hardly ever leans really hard away from the boat, but as he comes into his reach, his pre-turn, he always has the handle a little lower than his waist, and then he brings it up to finish to go out to full reach to finish the turn. One of the things that Nick's really good at is line control, line management. And I think not spiking the load on the way into centerline helps him manage that swing outbound to apex.
Now, I keep hearing that word from time to time, spike in the load.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, there's all kinds of different ways to spike the load. I don't think we have time to get into it now, but one thing you want to do is you want to maximize the amount of load on the rope for the amount of load through your feet. So if you have 500 pounds through your feet, you want to be standing on your ski aligned and in the right place such that all that load generates angle to the wakes. So if you spike it, it doesn't work as well.
No, indeed.
Then you get rebounded into the next buoy.
All right, then. So coming out of Australia, this is Nicholas Adams. 11.25 meters. Looking in very, very good shape here.
He's just a little behind here at 4. A little narrow at 5. I think he's gonna get it though, because he's a veteran now,
and seems to be very, very light on that ski in a lot of situations. Hence, spiking the load, or rather, not spiking the load this time.
I don't think that's the kind of 38 he wanted to run, but it doesn't matter. He's through it.
Yeah, indeed. It's 6 buoys, or whether you run it cleanly or whether you roughhouse it, so to speak.
How many style points are there?
None.
Okay, good.
Absolutely none whatsoever.
You know, one thing about spiking the load is, let me rephrase that. Why can Freddy Krueger still jump 230 feet?
Because he's light and efficient on his jump skis, and he makes maximum use and efficient use of what he's got.
But he's also, I think, he's one of the best people at being able to take as much load as he gets and translate it to lift off the ramp.
Mm-hmm.
He's so good at knowing exactly how to stand when he hits the ramp, and that's critical. If you want to spike the load, you're also going to have to learn how to stand on your ski and how to manage the load from the boat as you swing out into the next buoy. The better you get at that, the more able you are to spike the load and get the benefits of it, which is more angle, without it detrimentally taking you straight at the buoy.
That's something to certainly think about. All right, let's have a look and see. This is 11.25 meters. 10.75. I do beg your pardon. We just saw 11.25 meters run by Nicholas Adams. 10.75 meters. If he can get through this one, this will certainly help him. He's in all kinds of shape, but he's still able to run it. Oh, my word. Nicholas Adams.
Wow.
2 successive rounds of skiing into 10.25 meters.
That's consistency right there.
All right, Nicholas Adams. Now, if he could get past 2, it would be effectively a done deal.
True. He would be out of that bubble position, or we wouldn't have it. Where are we at right now?
Okay, so we got 4.5 for Stephen Neveu. I mean, he's effectively eliminated because he's got 1.5 at 41 and 4.5 at 10.75.
Yep.
So, I mean, there are skiers that have 2 at 10.25 meters that have skied the second round and achieved those scores at that time to consider. So, we're probably going to have a runoff situation. We're not too sure how that's going to manifest itself towards the end. But let's have a look at the leaderboard, why don't we? There we go. We've got Nick Adams currently in a 3-way tie for 8th place right now with Robert Hazelwood, Will Asher, and himself, Nick Adams. So if he can get past all of those with just a play on 3,
it'll
be done deal.
Here we go.
Here we go. Nick Adams, 10.25 meters off number 1. Oh, does he get outside buoy number 2? He's trying to sell something there, but there's
he's trying to sell it.
Yeah, he's trying to sell it. And even if it's 1, it's not going to be much of a deal breaker because he's still got that 2 from the previous round, so he might still have a chance of making it through just on the basis of that score. Look at that aggression going through the entrance gates into buoy number 1. He really wanted this. Now, let's see if we can slow this down. Slow it down. Inside 2. Inside buoy number 2.
Unofficially, but inside.
Yeah, unofficially, but we know it's inside.
Yeah, exactly. You always say unofficial, even when you're sure. When I'm at home watching the webcast.
Yeah, I don't want these guys in the tower start giving me an earful.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go. Right, where's he go to? He's up on the shoreline, and he's going to talk to us down here. But ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those of you on the local side, let's give it up, please, for Nicholas Adams of Australia. Whew. Now it's starting to get exciting. We've got Robert Hazelwood coming up next.
Hazelwood, I've never heard that name.
Haven't you?
Maybe.
And I'm sure he's got some family back home in England right now. What's the time difference? It's normally 6 hours from Central Time. It's 8 hours. So what's that now?
Yeah, so what is it? 3? So it's like almost midnight.
It is. Yeah, exactly. It's maybe about 50 minutes to midnight.
Yeah, they're watching.
I know they are. I know the likes of Jill Asher and Adrian Asher and, Mike Hazelwood, MBE, and Tim Hazelwood.
What's MBE?
That is Master of the British Empire. It's one of the awards that are given by Her Majesty the Queen for exceptional services to the sport of water skiing.
He did some exceptional stuff when I was a kid growing up watching him on ESPN, so I'm glad he got that MBE thing.
Yes, indeed.
That's awesome.
Aren't that many water skiers that have gotten an MBE? I believe Andy Mappel was the only other competitor. Philippa Roberts, or actually Philippa Shed, as an MBE as well. So there you go. We've got Robert Hazelwood.
He's a powerful skier.
Yep, this is pretty powerful stuff here from Robert Hazelwood. It's a 30-meter line start. And what do you think about his outside arm coming into the turn? Because
overrated.
What do you mean overrated? I mean,
because at the end of the day, your ski doesn't have eyeballs. It doesn't know what your arm is doing.
But doesn't the weight distribution fall out off kilter a little bit whenever you wave your arm and do the whole...
I would say yes if somebody who didn't do that just started to randomly do that. But think about it. That's what he's learned to do to keep his weight distribution ideal. So I think it's more of a stylistic maneuver. I don't think it's necessarily that bad. When you start getting into, if that blocked him from doing something important at the finish of the turn, then I would say, yeah, that's an issue. But his 135 looks pretty solid.
Anyway, but the flip side of that is even though some people frown upon that kind of technique, it does actually bring the outside of your body round a little bit quicker because it adds that little bit of momentum out from the outside. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, and if that's what you want, which I would argue maybe that may not be exactly what you want at times, but he makes it work.
Good.
Swimmingly.
Yes. And a person who makes his technique worked impeccably for him is Will Asher, and he's on the dock coming up next. Here we go, Robert Hazelwood. Do you know that Robert Hazelwood and Will Asher are actually related?
They're cousins, right?
Absolutely. Here comes Robert Hazelwood, looking in very, very good shape and superbly through that pass. Now, Robert Hazelwood in the round previous to this scored 2 at 41. He's one of the bunch of skiers that come into round 2 with that particular score without having skied that second round. So there's still a lot to play for when we factor in the scores coming up now and put it into the leaderboard and then factor in the backup scores and so on and so forth. I mean, it's absolutely crazy out there.
Watch Rob's alignment. When he comes off the buoy into the wakes and through the transition, his arms and his core are connected at all times. That's one of the best things, I think. He's one of the best at it right there on the acceleration phase just before the first trough. He is so stacked and aligned that he gets every bit of acceleration that's possible out of that ski.
But there's no additional movement off the turn, though. That's the thing that kind of gets me a little bit. He brings the ski around the tail end of the turn, stacks in, gets into one position, and he's got to use that one position to get from one side to the other. And sometimes, in certain situations, that might not be enough.
He's making a good dynamic move, but I think he does it so well you just can't see it necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
A little slow out of one.
Look at him go. This is 11.25 meters. And using that great stack position there. Absolutely right there, Marcus. He gets into that stack position, and it doesn't look like it, but he's still moving on his ski, and he's still moving that ski out and around.
He's definitely more dynamic than it looks. That's what you'll notice is, I've interviewed some folks today, and one of the things they've talked about is they've admired certain people who are still on their ski. In other words, they don't move a lot, like Chris Parish or Bob Lapointe. And when you watch Rob, it looks like he doesn't move that much on the ski. But what I would argue is, even though these folks like Bob and Chris Parish and Rob Hazelwood don't necessarily look like they're moving a lot, they actually are very dynamic. They're just doing it in such a way that they're doing it when it counts and when the boat isn't going to punish them for it. So it looks like stillness, but it's really smooth, dynamic movement.
And what's your whole theory on the whole deal with, like, as you turn in for the gates, holding your breath and then taking one breath and just using it for the entire pass? Are you in favor of that, or certainly more cardio involvement?
I don't know. I haven't heard that. Is that a thing? Holding your breath?
Oh, some people do that. People just like to just take a deep breath and just hold it all the way through the pass. You know.
I'm gonna watch him right now at 39, see if that works.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what he's doing?
From what I can see, yeah, or it's not very apparent. But let's have a look and see. 10.75 minutes. Oh, look at this around buoy number 2.
Oh, little
handle up a little bit high. That's really put him off kilter, but he recovers.
Look at that.
Like you would not believe. There we go.
Wow.
10.75. Did you see that 3 into 4?
He was almost out the front in the 4. I don't know how he recovered and then turned 4 tight. What a pass.
Wow.
That's a veteran move from a kid. He's still a kid.
Wow, we were about this close to picking bits and pieces of his up in the middle of Skoge's living room.
Gordon, he would not have been happy about that.
No, I don't think so.
So watch this. Pretty good too. I bet you he probably, I don't know, it's tough to say, but he had loose line at the finish anyway. And he ate it up. Oh man. Watch this 4. Tail slide, keeps the rope tight, stays stacked, does not panic at 5. Waits for the rope to come tight. What a boss. I saw him take a few breaths. I didn't see him hold his breath that whole time. I think he took a breath
I definitely think that he took a big old gulp there going into buoy number 4. But I mean, I remember the line from Rocky. You know, it's not a case of how hard you can hit. It's a case of how hard you can get hit and still keep going.
It's a good one. I like that. I think that applies.
Yeah, certainly in that case. And here we go. This is 10.25 meters, 41 off. If he gets 2 or a little bit beyond, then that is going to help his case. Round buoy number 1, inside number 2, and that puts him in a perfect tie with Nick Adams right now. Both with them with a score of 1 at 10.25 meters, and also with a better score of 2 at 10.25 meters. That is going to complicate things.
What happens after that? If you tie in the previous round as well, what happens after that?
Well, exactly the same as what happened in the women's competition between Jill Knutson and Karen Truelove. If we have a perfect tie, it goes to a runoff.
Okay.
But I don't think the situation calls for that right now.
No.
We won't know for at least 2 more skiers at least.
That was a gutsy recovery at 39, and to come back and tie Noodle, that's pretty good stuff.
All right, then, let's give it up for him, please. Robert Hazelwood.
To answer your question, Tony, about the gates, about the breathing, rather, not the gates. Like anything else, we're doing a physical activity. If you're holding your breath, you're probably doing it wrong. We need to breathe. You just need to time the breathing. So anytime you're on the downswing, the acceleration phase, like pulling into center line, you probably need to be doing some sort of exhale through that whole phase and even through the outbound. And then as you come into the buoy, where you have just a moment to relax, where the load is the lowest on the line, that's probably where you should be trying to learn how to inhale through your nose.
And I mean, with that same body motion that you do to breathe in, you know, you to exhale a little bit, it actually helps with your body alignment, doesn't it? Wouldn't you say?
What it helps with is it helps you fire your musculature. Breathing out, just like when if you're in the gym, you're doing a squat or deadlift, breathing out gives you the compartmental strength to actually to withstand load. So if you're holding your breath, you're going to tax your system. If you're breathing out, you can actually endure much more load. But you need to find a place to breathe in. I would say that's in the pre-turn into the buoy.
All right, then. Now let's have a look at one of the very best in the business, whose slalom technique has definitely defined the slalom skiing in the last few seasons. This is Will Asher.
I just showed you and Will the 2003 Collegiate National video when Will tied the record.
And not only did he do that, but he was also a jumper as well. And before we go on to the next pass, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, guys, I'm here with handsome Rob Hazelwood. And a little out of breath, your 39 or your 10.75 was a little interesting. Take us through that sequence from 3 to 4.
I thought I was dead, to be honest. I was coming. I knew that CP had like 2.5, and I knew that I turned. I was like, oh, I'm good. And then I didn't have the rope, and then like I picked it up at the wakes, and I was like, oh man, I could be in the bank, but I managed to save it, and I needed the 4. Oh, I got the 4 that I needed again. I needed just a good 4, and it was okay from then. But yeah, that was a messy 38, messy 39, but I'm starting to get the feel for some things, so hopefully next round will be better.
We're going to get to see him go again tomorrow. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So let's have a look at some of the scores that we've gotten so far. We got Nicholas Adams. We got Robert Hazelwood. Now, under the assumption that Will Asher would get maybe 1 at 10.25 minutes to create the perfect tie, and everything aligns for our other competitors, that would mean that one more skier would be added, and that skier would probably be the skier with 2 at 10.25 meters with the highest backup, which in this instance will be Corey Vaughn. We'll see how that shapes up, though. We got Will Asher. Oh, beautiful once again at 12 meters, making it look like 16 meters.
He does, and that's kind of what I was going to say, that Collegiate Nationals video from 18 years ago when he watched that last night, and when I watched it, we both had the same conclusion. He didn't recognize that skier from 18 years ago. Even though he ran 3.5 at 41, he said that's a different skier now. And when you watch him now, to kind of your point about Rob looking a little bit more still but actually being dynamic, Willie is one of the most dynamic skiers out there, but he's so much more still and calm and efficient now than he was in his youth, when he was still skiing well, but maybe not as consistent.
So what you're saying a little bit here is that over the years he's tried his best to try to train out the kinks in his technique to bring to you what we see today.
Exactly. And I think one of the ways that manifests is generally speaking, he's taller on a ski everywhere. So in other words, on the acceleration phase, he's not getting squatted. And on the transition and on the pre-turn phase, he's not as squatted with his hips behind his feet as he used to be.
All right, then. You're listening to Marcus Brown from the Flow Point Method. You can find out more about him and the Flow Point Method training program by going to flowpointmethod.com. Here we go. This is Will Asher. Look at him go on 11.25 meters.
He's looking pretty good.
Mm-hmm. And slaloming has been described to me in recent times as being a controlled fall, going from one side to the other. You know, it's been able to balance and stand on your feet, your stance and your acceleration and all of that kind of stuff. You know, and it really manifested itself with that particular run, 11.25 meters, a pass that a lot of people in their wildest dreams couldn't even find a way of getting through.
For sure, and think about it. I know people don't like the swing set analogy, but it is a bit of a controlled fall. It's like a vertical swing set, or inverted swing set. And when you look at slalom skiing, like Will right there and Rob before, and even some of the skiers earlier on, the better aligned they are on their ski out of the buoy right here, the more efficient they are at developing speed, which gets some angle into the wake. And Will's one of the best, obviously, at it.
Oh, most certainly. He's certainly knows how to swing that ski out, stay balanced on his ski, and just make it look very, very smooth and very, very efficient.
Look at that sweatshirt, buddy. Representing.
Absolutely. The only reason why I'm wearing this, well, I mean, aside from the fact that I'm a Raging Cajun, Raging Cajuns for life, is the fact that it is a little chilly up here.
It is a little chilly. But it's not affecting Will. He grew up in this weather.
Mm-hmm. And he also skied for the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette as well.
Yep.
Absolutely.
39.
So here we go. Let's go. 10.75 meters, round buoy number 1. Can't afford to be too complacent here. Gets round number 3. Oh, look at that. Oh, no, almost ended up in the living room too.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my word. Oh, my giddy aunt.
Wow.
Whoa, wow. My word.
Oh, my gosh.
Ooh.
Crazy.
That was the ugliest I've ever seen Will Asher in the last 5 or 6 years.
He was good until 3. I think Rob might have thrown some tacks around 3 ball or something because he had a similar issue.
And my good friend and technical director, Alicia Bagnoli, I'm sure is going to be tempted to slow this thing down off buoy number 3. She has a button on the little wheel thing there that affects it frame by frame.
See how the rope got a little loose right there, and then it pulled right at the finish?
Yeah, exactly.
Most people can't do that.
Ooh.
He just saved it. Elbow in the water at 3. And then he fell off the back there. Most people would be done. But see that right there? He gets aligned again through center line. Barely gets around 5, pulls all the way to 6, and he took a slack hit that was almost rivaled Freddie Winters earlier today.
Ooh,
wow.
There you go.
Right at the gate buoys.
I don't think he's relieved. I think he's ticked.
He's pissed. Yeah.
Nowhere.
But I think he's going to wake up now.
As if he wasn't awake before. All right, then. So Will Asher now. His score from the previous round is 2 at 41 off. He's in the midst of his second round performance. So if he can get more than 1 at 10.25 meters, it's going to break that tie between himself, Robert Hazelwood, and Nicholas Adams and put him in outright 5th at this time. Let's see what he's got. Round number 1. Oh, and a little bit stalled on buoy number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Will Asher.
I know that's not what he wanted, but let's look at this. Considering the start, I don't think he had the best one, but he was still okay at 2. Not bad out of 1. Pulls a little long into 2, but he had... looked like he just got pulled in a little bit right before he went back for the handle and couldn't get his second hand back on. It's a tough break for Willie. I know he wanted to get down the line today.
All right, taking a look at this one last time. Will Asher getting, I believe, 1.5 buoys at 10.25 meters. That puts him based on that score and his highest score in outright 5th place right now. And with that, let's track on over to Wade Cox and find out what he's doing.
Hey guys, so besides being some really tense moments the last 2-3 skiers with all the runoff possibilities, handsome Rob Hazelwood had to wait and have our senior official Greg Tate come down and clarified that his handle wasn't too long. So, a little tension down here in the dock. It's been fun to be back down here. Back to you guys.
All right. Whoa, that could send a spanner into the works, because that would disqualify his second round total.
Did he say his handle was or wasn't too long? I think he said wasn't, but he had to get clarification from Greg Tate. I'm not sure. I might have just made that up.
Maybe.
We don't know.
Well, we'll see if we can get clarification ourselves. Basically.
Didn't we graduate college?
This is too much. This is honestly too much. Way too much for us.
Yeah. Oh, West Coast boy. Here we go.
All right, Brian Detrick now.
Yep, I watched this kid skiing when he was 11 years old, trying to set national records. Look at him now. He's trying to run 41 off.
All right, let's see what we've got. Brian Detrick coming into the slalom course right here, right now. This is 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. All right, then, as we look at Brian Detrick get through 32 off the standard 75-foot line, or 13 meters, I'm joined by Will Asher alongside me here in the announcing point. So Will, Tell us about 39.5 off.
Yeah, I gave it a good old college try and mess that up. That's for sure. I think someone else had a pretty good save earlier on, and I was just maybe trying to.
Yeah, that was Robert, though.
I was trying to take the award from him. Can't let him have all the success.
Wow. Okay.
I know it's going so smooth, and then before you know it, something weird happens, and you're fighting for your life.
Yeah, a little unpredictable there. But let's have a look at you and see where you are on the leaderboard. You're currently in 5th. I mean, obviously the skiers above you have yet to produce their scores in this round. Brian Detrick actually scored 3, and Thomas 3, and Freddie Winter got 3. So you're in outright 5th right now. So you have half a buoy more than Robert Hayswood and Nick Adams, as we see Brian Detrick do through 35 off. So
Brian's looking smooth, isn't he?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, it looks like a man rejuvenated out there, and I'm trying to figure out how.
Well, I don't think he's necessarily been rejuvenated. I think he's just been working and not necessarily coming to all the events. But Brian's, more than capable of running buoys. He just hasn't been chasing it around the world. So, when he shows up, he's been skiing at home, and he's been training, and obviously he's been working on stuff because he looks smooth.
He was this close to making it through to the U.S. Open with a score into 41 off. So he's been consistent into 10.25 meters. And, I mean, you know yourself that they're getting through a pass of 39.5 off or 10.75 meters just doesn't happen by accident. And staying that consistent, I mean,
that's no accident. That's from training and working hard and, ironing it out. And then, he did it at U.S. Open. He was pretty early off the dock, and it was blowing a hoolie when he skied. It was white capping and doing all the good stuff, and he was really close there to making the final. I kind of thought he was going to be in with that.
Excellent stuff. So, and there is Thomas de Gasperi on the starting dock going through some of his.
Looks comfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Certainly does. That's no word of a lie there. This is Brian Detrick on the slalom course. So right here, 11.25 meters. There's plenty to see here.
I mean, this is kind of a no-pressure round for Brian. He already knows that he's through to the final. He'd probably like to have an attempt to up his score a little bit just to help him in his seeding, and gives you a few more options when you go into the next round.
And the only way he's actually going to go up in the seeding is if his score in this round is actually superior to the next two skiers, because they all tie with 3, where Thomas de Gasperi and Frederick Winter all tie with Brian Detrick. So
exactly.
Depending upon what he scores, the others have got to be lower than his for him to advance.
Essentially, he's putting it out there. I mean, I'm sure I'd love to go out there and run 41, but ultimately he's out there trying to push the next 2 guys off the dock, because they've got to go out and beat him, and that's kind of be the next competition over the next 3 skiers is what happens tomorrow for these guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're currently in 5th, outright 5th right now, so you're looking seriously at Brian Detrick, because he's currently in 4th place right now, and if he stays there, he'll be skiing against you.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Or it could be Thomas de Gasperi that skis against you.
I mean, any of the 3 isn't really ideal, is it?
Well, I mean, and you've got absolutely no way to control that from here on out. So I mean, whoever you get is whoever you get, from here on out. So here we go. This is 10.75 meters for Brian Detrick. Oh, look at this though. Wow, don't you wish you had a number 3 like that?
Exactly.
I jest.
Yeah. And he ran that a lot better than I did. Good for him.
Well, that looked like an impressive pass, and some of the and I mean, sometimes you have to take a double take with these, because I mean he made that look relatively easy, and almost to the point where you're wondering if they actually took any rope in.
That's for sure. Yeah, when it's all smooth and you can see he's really controlled on the handle. He's got he's aggressive in the turn, but he's riding back to the line. There's nothing crazy happening, then it's going pretty well for him.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a great pass for Brian. That sets him up nice for 41. Didn't burn too much energy. He can kind of refocus, get back in there, and do something pretty good here at 41.
All right, then. So as we move along, we've got Will here for another few moments. Those of you that are commenting right now, if you want to ask Will Asher a question, I'll select one or two, and we'll see if Will is prepared to answer one or two questions about his performance out there or just in water skiing in general. So get on to the YouTube player and put a comment in on the right-hand side. Here we go. This is 10.25 meters for Brian Detrick. Round buoy number 1 gets 1, which means that that's the target score for Thomas de Gasperi and Freddie Winter to exceed in order for them to stay in their rankings. If they score less than 1 at 10.25 meters, then Brian Detrick moves up.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the target for these next two guys because there's no advantage in really holding back in these rounds. The higher you seed, the more options you get. If you take the highest seed, you're going to be against the 8th guy, which theoretically is the guy who's not skiing as well as the other 8 guys in the final, 7 guys in the final. So, ultimately you want to lay it all on the table today, put yourself as high up as you can, and get the most options for tomorrow. So if it stays as it is, Brian will still be have higher or more options than I will have tomorrow. So if we end up facing each other.
Yes, indeed, and I mean when it comes into a head-to-head situation, which you've faced on a number of occasions, what would you rather have? The choice of going out first to second, or choice of driver?
It really depends. I mean, this weekend we have 2 great drivers, so I mean you're not going to get much of an advantage going with either Gordon or Becky. So that doesn't even really matter. So you're going to want to go first. It gives you that quarter buoy advantage.
Interesting, because in years and years past, I mean, it was always an advantage to go in second because you knew what you had to beat in order to succeed.
That's true, but here, I mean, if you get a 3, then the other guy's got to get 3 1/4 to beat you, which is, these days so many people can run 3 that, it kind of puts the stress on.
It's wonderful how slalom skiing's evolved to that extent.
Yeah. Is it wonderful?
Okay, so we've got one question. What was your best season in your opinion?
What was my best season? I like 2019. I had a pretty good season then. I feel like I trained really hard. I kind of had a lot of things in place, and then the events just kind of a lot of the events fell my way, which I would say that was a really good season for me. I really enjoyed that one.
All right, then Taylor Lynn says, who would you rather ski against tomorrow? These are coming in thick and fast, by the way.
Who would I rather ski against tomorrow? It doesn't matter. I'm going to just have to go out there and do what I can do, and then, they're going to do what they can do, and I got to try and beat them. So it doesn't.
It could be Brian Detrick, it could be Thomas de Gasperi, it could be Freddie Winter, and Thomas de Gasperi here right now, looking very, very strong there, and seems to have a really, really laissez-faire type style, just prepares to let it flow, and if he's down course, so be it.
Yeah, like me, T-Gas has been around a minute, so he's going to be saving his energy here for the important passes, and I mean, he already knows he's in, so it kind of matters to him. Like, I'm sure he wants to go out and ski really well, but it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't matter for, him getting to ski again tomorrow. So I'm sure he's just going to try and feel a few things out. He gets to ski behind Gordon, who he probably hasn't skied behind before. He'll just be kind of feeling that out.
All right, then another question for you from Ben Lutz, who is probably preparing for the U21 Worlds in Santa Rosa Beach. Have you ever thought about getting back into jump? Not to compete at the top, mind you, but just jumping.
I miss jumping. I grew up a jumper, and that was definitely my event. And slalom, for some reason, I just kept progressing, and my jump kind of didn't. But when I got to where I could jump over 200 feet, and then once you get out of under 21s and the age category stuff to compete with, say, Freddy Krueger or some of the guys that jump in 230, if I wanted to take it to the next level, I just didn't see the path to get there without a whole lot of pain, a whole lot of injury. So I was pushed from the slalom side to kind of hang him up, and that's what happened. But yeah, I miss jumping for sure.
All right then, so let's have a look at Thomas de Gasperi. This is the 12-meter run. And I just love his handle control coming into the turns. Good effort there from Thomas, from Italia. And anything you see there that kind of, a little out of the ordinary?
No, there's not much out of the ordinary here from T-Gas. He's kind of, he's developed this style over many years, and he's developed a style that's going to be consistent week in, week out. We see him in the finals, we see him on the podiums. and that's kind of a testament to the style he's developed. He's pretty simple. He stayed true to himself, and you can tell he's confident in what he does. Not many people can emulate what he does, but he's confident in what he does. So it's kind of served him really well.
All right, then. Looks like we've answered the extent of the questions that have come through. A lot of fandom out there.
What's up, Cam? How you doing? If you guys would open the border up a little easier, I'd come out to the D slough.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, one of my last sets before Worlds in Malaysia was out the D slough last year, and it was perfect conditions for that place. A little bit rolly, a little bit cold. It was pretty good.
Nice. Good question there. Actually, rather a comment there from Cameron White. All right, 11.25 meters for Thomas de Gasperi. Let's focus in on what he's doing. He needs more than one on 10.25 meters to keep himself seated above Brian Detrick. Now it's a case of those backup scores. He knows he's through to the next round of the competition, but the question is, what pairing manifests itself after this situation here?
I don't know. When I watch Tigas ski in this particular set, it looks like normally you can tell when he's out for something, he's gritting his teeth, he's a bit more on it, he's a bit faster, and maybe here I'm just seeing him maybe knowing he's through to the finals, maybe conserving a bit of energy, and he's just kind of thinking, okay, I'm going to get through the 38, I'll get through the 39, then just put something on the table at 41.
So between a round like this and like the bracketed finals, I mean, you've got a few hours between now and then. I mean, what would typically happen for someone like you? I mean, let's start. What would you typically eat?
I don't know. Just to try and get a good healthy meal and get a bit of sleep, and I'm not going to do anything crazy tonight. Some people want to go bowling. I'm probably not going to do that.
I can't imagine you bowling. What was that? What did you do? Bowling 101 at UL for an extra credit?
No, I did racquetball.
Oh, you did racquetball. Yeah. How did that go?
It was pretty good. I played squash growing up, so racquetball was pretty close.
Wow. I did bowling. I actually got an A for that one.
I hope so. I can throw it really hard. I just don't know where it's going.
There you go. Here we go. This is 10.75 meters for Thomas de Gasperi. Let's see what he can do here. Oh, look at him go. The winner of the San Gervasio Pro-Am Slalom. And plenty of other pro titles in amongst all of that. And there we go. That is a very, very good pass. No troubles on any particular individual buoy.
There's some regular Tigas stuff. You know, he'll take a big 4 and then he'll kind of get a little bit active into 5. But that's just his way of safety checking it. He knows exactly what to do for himself in that position. But that was very much in control. Sunday morning, 6 a.m. Yeah, exactly.
And be sure to subscribe to the Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel, and also hit that bell icon a couple of times to be informed as to when new content is uploaded and whenever new events are about to be live webcast.
Or even go into the archives, look at some of the old events. There's some really good footage out there from past events. Kids can go out there, watch some of the old footage. I wish I had that when I was a kid. You know, we were relying on VHS tapes and some reruns of something that maybe was on, some obscure TV network at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I remember all of the tapes that were stacked up in the back of that room over at Home Pierpont, when we were playing those back, the former National Training Center from way back in the day. And
kids, everyone's got an archive of study they can fall back on, and it's, HD quality television. So let's see who we're skiing against tomorrow.
All right, then, let's have a look at Thomas de Gasperi. Now, if he gets more than one... Oh, Brian Detrick moves up.
I don't get Brian. Thank the Lord, last time I was up against Brian, he kicked my butt.
Oh, my word. We're going nuts here, seriously.
Yeah.
Oh,
talking about going second at Diablo Shores a couple of years ago, I laid it up at 3 and thinking that was enough, and then Brian went out and got a piece of 4. I was like, damn it. It was good skiing for him.
All right, then. We'll keep you here for one more because I'm actually enjoying this. I don't know about you, but...
Okay, I'm not too cold yet. We're hanging in there.
Good. We're down to 2 last skiers. We've got Freddie Winter, and then we've got Nate Smith. You obviously know who you're not going to be skiing against.
Yep. I mean,
now we've got to find out who you will be skiing against.
There you go. Yeah, this Freddie's going to be the decider.
Yeah. All right. So situation is right now out of.
According to you, he's my what, Tony?
Okay, let's have a look. Will Asher, you got 1.5. I'm just trying to. Yeah, you got more than these ones that are tied for 2. As our crowd gives their appreciation for Thomas de Gasperi. Now let's have a look at the leaderboard. That's going to give us a more thorough examination. So, if everything stopped right now, you'd be facing Freddie Winter. 4-5.
Right.
Then 3-6 is Thomas de Gasperi, Robert Hazelwood, and might actually be someone else because there is a tie for 6th place between Robert Hazelwood and Nick Adams.
Is a tie, right? Are they going to?
Yeah, they're in a perfect tie right now.
So what do they do with that?
I don't know. Maybe fall back on IWWF rankings because they don't have to run off to actually advance through into the brackets. It's going to be something that the officials are going to have to figure out.
Is that what happened with Jill and
Yes,
Karen?
that's exactly what happened with Jill.
Okay, I didn't know that. I wonder what they were doing. Okay.
All right then. So here we go. This is Freddie Winter, your potential opponent in the next round.
Yeah.
Unless something happens that puts someone else in.
I don't really know how I feel about that.
You don't. I'm sure that there are people that are going to make a mountain out of a molehill, me especially, about the potential of you skiing up against Freddie Winter in the bracketed first round.
You're very good about creating a WWE rivalry, aren't you?
I wouldn't go so far as to say WWE, more like, I don't know, WBO, I guess. Or
wouldn't that be a twist if we had to settle the ties in the boxing ring?
Or what about in the octagon? UFC.
That'd be all right. I just don't want to kick anyone's legs and potentially break mine.
Put people's noses out of joint. All right then. So we've got Freddie Winter who's gone through 32 off, and there is Nate Smith there, looking calm, looking relaxed, looking like someone who doesn't have a care in the world.
He really doesn't have a care in the world. He's all good to go.
Yeah, he's good. He's good to go through to the next round of the competition. Obviously, his score of 4.25 at 41 off is unless Freddie Winter has something up his sleeve to displace him.
Freddie wants to go out there and run 41, so that's that's kind of on his mind probably, assuming he's healthy. And he had a bit of a scrappy 39 first round, but he still wants to go out there and put up a score.
For something like 41 off, Will, how soon do you know into the pass that this is on?
I think around the deep water start, you pretty much know if it's on or not. That's how much logic there is, and if you know if you're running 41 or not, it literally can be there and not. So you may as well just say the deep water start.
Okay, fair enough. That's a succinct enough answer.
I'd say normally if everything's in check, you got a driver that can keep you in the pass, then pretty much the rotation hook up into one and out of one, you kind of know if it's on or not. But definitely out of 2, you can kind of get a sense if you have a good shot at it.
Okay.
But most of us don't really have much wiggle room. So if you get a little shaky at 1, it's pretty much game over. You're kind of scrapping for a 3. If you get really lucky, a piece of 4. But it's not that easy to make up time or kind of regroup if you kind of get a bit of a shaky start.
Wow. All right then. So I've got Will Asher here. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. There you go.
Thank you. I like these bibs. I think Gordon did a really great job putting a bit of color into it.
Yes, indeed. They fit tight. It used to be the bibs that I wore for tournaments. Were all baggy. You have to put knots in them and all that kind of stuff. So there's definitely improvements upon that.
I'm going to hand the microphone back over to Marcus. I think he'll give you guys some better insight into what's happening, and I'm going to go get dry and warm because I'm starting to shiver.
All right, then you better do that. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Will Asher. Why don't you? For his comments and analysis. He's through to the next round. Who he'll face in the next round, he doesn't even know. But he knows it's not Brian Detrick.
Thanks, everyone, for being out here. Thank you, Gordon.
The mic isn't on.
Thanks, everyone, for being out here. Gordon, everyone, what a beautiful sight.
Thank you very much. And we've got Freddie Winter going through that pass of, 35 off, or actually 38 off 11.25 minutes. Thank you very much. And now it's a case of how far does Freddie Winter go to possibly put himself in a position where he can keep himself in second spot, maybe relegate himself down to third, or even drop as low as fourth. If he drops as low as fourth, then his opponent is going to be Will Asher. If he manages to get slightly above Thomas de Gasperi, then he puts himself into third. Puts himself into...
Let me take my right sock off. I'll get a good reading.
Actually, if he gets above Brian Detrick, he puts himself into third place. And if he gets above Thomas de Gasperi, he puts him in first place. So let's see how that manifests itself with Freddie Winter coming into the course. This is 10.75 meters. Let's see what he's got. Round buoy, falls in a little bit on buoy number one, but he's still able to stay on top of the water. Look at him go. This is Freddie Winter keeping the ski out ahead of him. A little bit of a delay off number 4, round number 5, and that's about as good as it gets there for Freddie Winter of 39. Let's give it up for him, please. Woo! That is some great stuff out there. So now, what are his immediate targets? To stay in second place, he's got to beat Brian Detrick, and that has got to be more than 1. If he gets more than a half, then that puts him, if he gets less than 1 and more than half, well, around that area, if he keeps himself at half a buoy at 10.25 meters, that will put him on level terms with Thomas de Gasperi, and then that's going to have to be worked out between our officials, because that will constitute a perfect tie with both competitors getting 3 at 41 off and then also getting half a buoy at 10.25 meters. So let's see what transpires. This now is Freddie Winter. If he gets more than 1, he can keep his ranking. Oh, and he gets 1 and 1/2 buoys, and that could do it for him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Freddie Winter. So a single buoy separating the 3 skiers that are ranked between 2 and 4 in this competition. We all know who's ranked number 1, and because of the scores that we've seen so far, he will remain unchallenged and will keep his number 1 ranking. Because Freddie Winter has the highest backup score among the skiers that have scored and tied with 3, he has the number 2. He has the number 2 seed. Brian Detrick is the number 3 seed because his backup score was 1 at 10.25 meters. He also tied originally with 3 at 41 off. And the number 4 seed becomes Thomas de Gasperi with his score at half at 10.25 meters, and he will obviously meet the number 5 skier, number 5 seeded skier, who is Will Asher. So Thomas de Gasperi will meet up Will Asher in the next round. Brian Detrick will meet up with either Robert Hazelwood or Nick Adams, because both of those skiers constitute a perfect tie, with 1 buoy at 10.25 meters and 2 at 10.25 meters. Both of those competitors getting those series of scores. Then our last skier to have made it through to the next round of the competition with a score of 2 at 10.25 meters and a backup score of 5 1/4 at 39.5 off is Corey Vaughn. And he will be skiing against the skier who is on the water right now in the bracketed third round final. This is Nate Smith.
Or Adam's camera's not dead, but his Ronan's dead.
I really don't understand you, I'm sorry.
All right, then. So we've got Nate Smith. There it was at 32. Hey, Freddie, what you got? Yeah, come and join it. Go on. Pull up some chair. All right, then. We're looking at Nate Smith on his opening pass of 32 off. We're going to be joined here in the announcing point with Freddie Winter. But before we talk to him, Wade is going to be talking to someone else on dockside. Who do you have, Wade?
We got another one of our finalists, Brian Detrick. And big score this morning was enough. Sort of took the pressure off this afternoon.
Yeah, I did. You know, it was just another opportunity to get out there, feel the lake, and Phil Gordon again. I had him the first round. And so, yeah, just, trying to get some things dialed in and have some takeaways to go to tomorrow.
So, I know you're a West Coast guy, but have you skied at this particular lake before?
Yeah, I've been up here, a handful of times, especially when I was with HO. I've been up here doing some testing and then come to the Hilltop Pro-Am a few times, in the early years.
Well, good stuff. Enjoy it. Rip it tomorrow. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So here we go. We got Nate Smith. We've also got Freddie Winter here in the announcing point. And there we go. We see there Nate Smith get through 35 off and not looking too bad there. And now we're about to bring you one of the world's greatest slalom talent, and Freddie Winter.
Haha. Very good, very good.
Thank you. I'll be here all week. All right, then. So, Freddie, how you think you did out there?
I don't know. I felt a lot better in the first round. I don't know what was going on in the first round. I think I said it to you last week though at the US Open. I think I said I was struggling. So, yeah, I felt better out there. I knew to get that second spot in the running, I needed to get a full one. And I've got to say I don't feel amazing, but I don't feel awful. So it's good.
All right. Do you know who you'll be facing in the next round?
I haven't done the calculations yet, but
I've got no idea either because it's going to be between Nicholas Adams and Robert Hazelwood because both of them have perfect ties for sixth place.
And are they who was seeded higher coming into it?
Actually, I think Robert Hazelwood is because.
So I think it'll be me and Nick.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
All right then. So we'll take a look at that. So obviously, in the event of a perfect tie and not needing a runoff to actually advance through to the top 8. You go to the ranking, don't you?
Yeah, I go to the start list, I believe. So, yeah.
Okay, so there we go. That was Nate Smith getting through 38 off just like that. And I mean, we're looking at passes at 38 off, 11.25 meters, and like thinking, this is like 22 off. They almost seem to be insignificant by most daily standards now, at least at the elite level.
Yeah, I mean, Nate always makes it look frustratingly good. As someone that wants to ski really nicely myself, I think he definitely looks great right now, and it's a credit to his technique that he's able to make it look good. So wherever he is, he's always looking like it's an easy practice day for him.
All right then, so looks like we're getting some comments coming through. If you want to comment in and ask Freddie Winter a question, please do. one of the questions directed at me, how many years did you ski on the Pro Tour? Well, I skied on the Splash for Cash Pro Tour in the United Kingdom for a good while.
That was Sean Brunson and...
yeah, exactly. I actually won the jump title, the overall jump title one year.
Unreal.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was second in slalom for that tour stop as well, for that tour that year as well.
There
Against the likes of Glenn Campbell.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, the Rhinestone Cowboy himself. All right, then. Here we go. This is Nate Smith. This is 10.75 meters. Just feeling out the water one more time. He says he hadn't skied here before, but you wouldn't know it, would you? 5 and number 6, 10.75 meters. Absolutely on fire out there, and will no doubt put a shiver down the spine of the rest of this competition.
Yeah, I know. The offside looking incredible there. Onside sort of falling back a little bit, but I mean, yeah, he looks great. He looks great. Impressive skiing for sure.
All right, then. Looks like we got a comment in from Robert Finlayson. Freddie, can you tell us a bit about your off-season training?
I'm not sure if I can repeat that. No, yeah. If he's talking about my what I'm doing in the gym and stuff, bit of rowing, bit of cycling, balance
Is
training.
that gym called the Red Lion?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's off season. That's deep off season. We won't go into that, but no, during the off season, it's yeah. I mean, I ski a lot. That's the thing. I mean, I never stop skiing. I really enjoy what I do. So I mean, I'm doing a lot of trying to improve my technique as always through the off season and but yeah, just trying to stay strong. I think that maybe I didn't do enough this off season. That's why I got injured a few weeks ago. So I've something to learn from that.
All right, then. Let's take a look at Nate Smith. He will be facing Corey Vaughn in the next round. First versus 8th. Round number 1, this is at 10.25 meters. Round number 2, he's going to have a crack at this one, Look at this. Oh, and just got broken over off number 4. Now, for someone who wants to seriously run 10.25 meters every time he hits the water and is halfway expected to in conditions like this, how much of a confidence blow is that?
I mean, he's beaten everyone in both rounds, so I don't think he can be too upset. I mean, if he is, then...
I know, but I mean, if we're talking from a specific target point of view of actually running this pass, because, I mean, he hasn't run it in the Nationals, he hasn't run it in the 2 attempts that he's had here, so...
I don't think Nate's particularly concerned about running 41. He's done that 100 times, probably 200 times in his life, so I think he's trying to win tournaments, and it'd be... I'm sure he'd rather win the tournament not running 10.25 any round.
Let's give it up for him, please, though. There we go, Nate Smith with a 4 at 10.25 meters. And, yeah, I mean, he hasn't run it, but mind you, he hasn't been beaten even. He's got the best 2 scores today. Yeah, you got 2 best 2 scores. Watch this. Unbelievable Boy 1. Watch, this is something I can relate to from my skiing. He just falls out the back a little bit, too. Just losing. I think what that comes from, maybe I'm considering, is... being a little bit mystified with how I felt in the first round. I think that with the extra speed we're getting compared to skiing in Florida, you just kind of, especially on the onside, you're falling out the back a little bit. And that happened here at 4 as well. I think that, no, he's not going to care at all that he hasn't run the 41, I'm sure. I mean, okay, a little bit of frustration after getting a start, but, he's trying to win the tournament and he'll be top seed tomorrow. And I think, yeah, he'll be looking for the title instead of 10.25 completed passes. All right, then. So you're about to get towed off and dried and that kind of stuff. We did mention this a little bit with Manon Costard a little bit as she's skiing, and obviously it was quite a serious incident. But I mean, give us your own words and give us a little bit of a recounting of what happened with that whole deal yesterday before arriving here.
Well, I mean, very, very strange incident, as you say. I mean, I'd honestly rather she told it. It's her story, but yeah, just a sort of strange freak air rage incident coming off the plane, and this very odd lady decided to have a bit of a go at her, and she's ended up with a black eye and a cut on her face. So, I mean, the world is insane these days. I think it's a lesson to kind of mind your business. I mean, honestly, freaky. I mean, we got her yesterday to Seattle and going to bed in the evening. We're just like, what on earth was today about? So, anyway, she's okay, and looking at her now behind the camera, but she's all right, and I think, real credit to her today to be able to go and ski so well this morning.
All right then. So before we round off our announcements and our webcast here, let's cross on over to Wade Cox for one last interview.
Thanks, Tony. Last skier of the day, Nate Smith with the top score. So you're in for Sunday. So how'd it feel so far? Your first time skiing here, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. The conditions can't really get any better out there. I went out at 32 that time just because I think in the head-to-head tomorrow that's what I'm going to have to do, and just wanted to feel what it was like one way or the other. I wanted to get through that 41, but just, I don't know, got down course at 3 and sat out of the back at 4, so hopefully tomorrow.
Well, even the great one is out of breath right now. So, yeah, back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much indeed, and still have Freddie here, so how do you think it's going to shape up tomorrow? You are, what is it, the number 2 seed coming into this one. You don't know who you're going to be facing.
I mean, I'd say it'd be Nick. I'd say it'd be Nick if I had to guess.
Okay,
I think he's down in 7th, Rob would be 6th, and then we got Will in 5th, Thomas 4th. So Will and Thomas, that's always a good one. And then Brian, there we go, sorry, it's on the screen.
Right, so there. I mean, just look at the top 8 and just figure it out from there. 8 and 1's going to be Nate Smith. You and what is it going to be? Nick Adams is going to be in that next bracket.
Robert and Brian.
Robert and Brian certainly, and Thomas and Will.
Yeah, some really good matchups there. I mean, I'm as a fan of the sport, as opposed to someone that's actually skiing in it. I'd say that Will Asher versus Thomas de Gasperi. I mean, these are the guys that are both 2-time world champions. They're about the same age. They've been skiing together forever, and there's a bit of rivalry in there. That's going to be a really good one to watch. You know, I mean, it's going to be a great day. Like some of the women's pairings are looking really good too. We're going to have a big day of action. That's going to be fantastic.
Absolutely. There's some great action, not only with the women but with the men, but also the women as well. And we don't have the leaderboard up so far as the women are concerned, but obviously you know one or two of these competitors. There's the women. Thank you very much, Alicia. Alicia's doing a fantastic job with all of this. The technical director here behind the screen.
Let's get rid of Vince. Alicia's a lot nicer.
I don't think that Vince would appreciate that so much, considering how they're related. But there you go. But anyway, Jamie's going to be up against Karen Truelove, right?
Yep. Yeah, that'll be a big one. Jamie, obviously, crushing on form recently. She came second at the US Open last weekend, but I mean, she was disappointed with that, having had such an unbelievable start to the season. Karen making it through in the runoff. Whitney versus Vanessa.
That's going to be an intriguing one.
That'll be a good one. Vanessa, she'll probably be a bit disappointed with how she skied earlier, having just, again, crushed it at the start of this year. I mean, all the girls, they couldn't miss 38 off 11 meters.
But she was on the outside looking in coming into the second round, though.
Yeah, no, and she moved up. But I mean, just she'll maybe not be super happy that she's not running that 38. But I mean, she's got a good opportunity tomorrow. Who do we got? Manon has. Let's see, who has got? Elizabeth.
Yeah, I believe Manon has Elizabeth.
Yeah, and then it's Sam and Ali. So yeah, some really good ones. I mean, and that's the beauty of head-to-heads. I mean, like you can really look at what their relationship is. Are they friends? Are they not friends? Like how are they on the same ski? Are they they've been rivals for a long time? It's you have the young guys going up against the older guys. It's that's why head-to-head is such a good format, and I think that. We don't see too many of them. I feel like we had Stillwater earlier this year in, it would have been, 11th or so of July. So it's been a month and a bit. And then head-to-head this weekend, head-to-head next weekend, California. We got some, really, really big battles tomorrow and then going forward.
All right then, folks. That has been the first 2 rounds of pro skiing in the 2021 Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. I thank Freddie. I thank the other pros who have been out there entertaining you among the women and among the men. We're going to be presenting the amateurs for your viewing entertainment tomorrow, and then we're going to go into the bracketed finals. So
that's on midday Eastern, isn't it?
Eastern.
Sorry, Pacific. I'm getting lost.
Pacific. You're getting confused.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not exactly much help for me here. But anyway.
I have done about 5 time zones. I feel like in the next in the last couple of weeks, but.
All right then. So we actually do have the official bracket here.
Official in front of us.
Rough draft of the bracket.
Yeah, I think that's what we predicted from the results there. So yeah, so Jamie versus Karen, Manon versus Elizabeth, Ali versus Sam. That'll be a good one. And Whitney versus Vanessa.
All right, then we still need to work out the men's, but I'm sure that will. We'll leave that for the officials and bring that to you once we get into the broadcast tomorrow. But my name's Tony Lightfoot. Here is Freddie Winter. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. So on behalf of everyone here at TWBC and the Hilltop organization and Syndicate and everyone that's involved in this competition, it is goodbye until tomorrow. Ciao for now.
Careful who you cross, careful who you test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. I am a fighter. Got no limit. I got no.